Jesus.
Well, and they say the smart marks don't know anything. Chris Schmidt, did you know that they say obviously the smart marks know plenty. Yeah, the reason we're late, there has been a pre-show argument because, as you all know, little Specie has been suspended, and he wasn't supposed to be here tonight. But apparently, my minions have all ganged up against me. J.J.R. Wood all of a sudden thinks he's fucking part co-owner of the show or something. He scheduled Pesci knowing he'd been suspended, and then starts putting out media, starts putting out publicity, the Pesci, and announcing the show, and then Jerry Lawler's picture and all this shit. And then you, Schmidt, don't think you're off the hook. Look here, Scooby knows I'm upset. Scooby knows. Come here. Come here. Aww. Scooby knows when I'm worked up. Everybody was bitching and complaining last night. Well, the king, he must be on Pesci's drugs or something. The king's laid back.
I'm not on drugs.
Well, that's what happens when I'm not worked up, folks. That's what happens when I'm easily relaxed and calm and cool and collective. When I don't have Pesci and Schmidt driving me fucking nuts all the time. That's how I could be that relaxed every night. But oh no, everybody's working against me. Pesci's working against me. Scooby up there is working against me. J.J.R. Wood's working against me. So here we are. So I threatened to cancel the show. I said, I just won't do a show. I said, well, King, you promised everybody you'd do 100 shows. Well, King, you're a man of your word, King. I said, all right, fuck it. I said, all right, fuck it. We'll do the goddamn show. So Pesci, here you are. You're back and 10 pounds heavier, I guess.
Hey, like I said.
Are you on a commode?
Shout out to Bob Hazelwood for helping me out. He did a lot for me over the weekend. Shout out to Schmidt. Shout out to Lindsey Gonzalez. Shout out to PK. Lindsey Gonzalez, Mr. Lindsey Gonzalez?
Never heard of her.
He's down there. Shout out to Frank.
He uses his wife's account.
Oliver, Nick Himes.
The best will have threesome in podcast land.
Shout out to Bill Ding.
Nick. Well, we got to throw Nick Himes' comment. We're gonna need some donations, guys, tonight. We're gonna need some because we didn't make hardly dick last night.
Well, we are starting with a dick tonight.
Well, we did start with a dick tonight. For everybody that doesn't know, Pesci and his mother, and I'm assuming 98% of it came from his mother, donated $120 tonight. I'm thinking $118 because you know Pesci's the king of the $2 donation. If he's the king of anything,
30 off this deal.
What's that?
I was kidding. I said I think I made 30 off this deal.
You made 30. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, you got to make some money. But yeah, apparently that's one of your buddies because he doesn't have a badge. Have you bought him a badge yet, Pesci? Everybody was all worked up. Are you talking, Pesci?
No, sorry.
Everybody was all worked up that I was so laid back last night, and the king must be on Pesci's drugs or something. Well, I can assure you, I'm not laid back tonight. I came in here amped up. There's been yelling and screaming going on already. The dogs know I'm upset. So we're going to see how it's going to go tonight. Well, here's something that calms me down. A nice little visit from Ice Cream Jennifer, who's working today. Ice Cream. I know you love your ice cream. And
hello, Jennifer.
And Frank is in here already. Frank was more or less backing up Hazelwood that there could be a pre-show fight going on. And I saw that come up because we can see the comments before we go live. And I'm going, do they have a feed to the camera? Do they see and hear what's going on? Do they realize that this show might not happen tonight? But everybody, cooler heads prevailed. Pesci has promised to be on his best behavior. He's promised not to bitch me out after the show and to blame me if this show sucks. He says, King, it won't happen again. I've learned my lesson. Bob Hazelwood's been in touch with me.
I blame Opie Radio. Remember that?
Opie Radio. Some of the white girls.
Opie Radio.
Some of the white girls, King, have been in touch. Well, even Pablo, I think, set you down and had a talk with you, right?
I may have to let him out. He had a late dinner.
Well, my dog's had a late dinner too, and I was counting on you two. Jake Hudson, $3,000 for a hoodie.
What?
No, it's $3. No, don't be spreading misinformation. I hate that. I just fucking hate that.
What? Hey, wait a
minute.
Number one, no, my hoodie, my one-of-a-kind hoodie of me wearing Kentucky Wildcats gear sells for $3,999.99. You'd be a lot closer if you said a $4,000 hoodie. And it's a special hoodie. It's the only one. Only one person will get the right to wear that. And if no one buys it, I'll buy it when my AM. And by the way, have you seen what's been happening to AMC today, Chris Schmidt? Have you been looking?
Oh, yeah. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Hey, whoever put the stop sign comment, that was hilarious last week. Someone goes, maybe Pesci saw a stop sign.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. wait a minute. Pesci's a saint. Where'd that fucking comment?
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, my buddy Zook Rab's going to be in here soon. He's going to send out a dono.
Did you see how DJ Eric just fucked me over? Look at this, Schmidt. I give DJ Eric the deal of a lifetime. Hang on here. Let me get it. I give DJ Eric the deal of a lifetime. If I can find it, I might have already sold it, assuming that Eric wouldn't come up. I didn't sell him this one. Where's the one I sold? There it is.
Is it the gold one? The gold one, right?
Yeah, he wanted the gold one. He could have had the one that I use on the shows, but he wanted the gold one. And he's making it look like he's donating to the cause tonight. But what he's doing, he's actually paying off debt. Those $15 donations and $10 donations, he's paying off debt. He ain't donating anything.
He sent it on Super Chat. So technically,
he sent it on Super Chat. So you owe me $3 more, you asshole, just in case they go back to their old way. Scooby, you see what he did? Get on camera.
Okay, I'm interested in buying.
Eric was ordered to pay me in PayPal only. You remember, Schmidt? You remember? He was ordered to pay me in PayPal, so YouTube doesn't have the option to fuck me on my pay. But he wanted everybody to see he donated, make it look like a donate. But he does say final payment on the mic.
Now,
you goddamn right, I'm putting him on the blast because not only is it not a donation, it's the payment for money he owes me. And then he pays me here in case YouTube tries to fuck me. So he might have only paid $5 or $6 in case YouTube goes back to their old way. Are you interrupting me, Schmidt? I tell you to make sure Pesci doesn't interrupt me, and now you interrupt me? Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you're wearing my headphones? You ain't donated. I know you donated $400 or $500 over a 2 or 3 week period, but you ain't donated nothing in the last week or two. You've been living like a poor guy or something. I don't know if they fired you down there, if your mother's working with you or something. But you ain't donated dick, and you're interrupting me when you tell Pesci's got more of a right to interrupt me than you do because I know he's got a disorder. I know he can't control himself. I know he's on something. But you got no excuse. But go ahead, Schmidt. Let me hear what you got to say. Is Mango Jennifer in here?
Yes.
Hang on. I got to say hi to Mango Jennifer.
Well, we all love
Mango. So we got both the Jennifers in here. We have ice cream and mango, and everybody knows the king doesn't love anything more than a little mango and ice cream at the same time.
Welcome to episode 4.
Didn't Jake last night say he wasn't watching the show because of Pesci or some shit?
Jake, I'm the one that watched the podcast at 5 a.m. the other day while he destroyed it.
He sure did. Jake said, I'm not watching if Pesci's on. That's what he said. And I said I ought to block him for about a week just to make sure he honors his word. I'm glad you reminded me of that, even though you had to interrupt me to do it. Hazelwood getting a little carried away. Oh, it's double Jennifer tonight.
Shout out to Bob Hazelwood again. Smart man.
He is a smart man. That's why he's a part of this show. That's why I align myself with smart people. He's
the only intelligent son of a bitch here.
Who says I'm dialed up?
That's
tonight?
accurate.
You goddamn right I'm dialed up because I was calm and cool and collective. And everybody thought I was on drugs last night. Now I got to go back.
They say that about me all the time, kid.
Now I wonder why. Now I got to go back and carry on and hoot and holler the way I did back in the 80s and 90s and 2000s when I was dominating the wrestling world around here. So before we get off on this little tangent, this little show that I don't know how long it's going to last. If Pesci could fuck up in 15 minutes, this show will be over. We don't know. And boy, wouldn't that be a waste of your $120 if you were to fuck up within the first 15 minutes and be ejected, get the heave ho like they do in baseball. Well, I'm going to count on you, Pesci, because I think you've smartened up over the past week. I think you're going to know better than to blame me for this show being a total failure. I think you've learned your lesson.
This one's an easy one. That's why I waited on the OVW one. I need another week on it.
Is this OVW? Why did I post Jerry Lawler? Do we have Jerry Lawler?
We're just not going to talk about OVW today. We're going to talk about some old stuff.
Did he
ready to start?
Did he interrupt me? No, I'm not ready to start. I got things I got to plug.
McDonald's.
The first thing I want to do, thank you, because we got to get this is big. Me and the Prince today, I had to get the car repaired. Fortunately, the car was nowhere near what I thought it was going to be. It was about half to get it fixed. See, we believe in transparency here. I could have told you guys that I paid triple what I had to pay and just begged for y'all to help me. But the Perth pussy would love that because what did he say last night? You beg for money every night? Hell yeah, I beg for money every night. No, leave him in. Of course we beg for money every night. Because Pesci, what is this show?
Show about donations.
Show about donations. Pesci was on to me a long time ago. He revealed to everybody. It's a show. Carl Brown's in here. See, I'm losing my attention already because Carl, he dumped Mountain Timer quite some time. Was Mountain Timer boycotting the show tonight too? I think he was.
Maybe
well, we see him in here tonight, and I assure you he's watching. I guarantee you he's watching. I wonder if he's got the guts to show up in here like Jake did. Jake from
What up, John Homme?
John, yeah, that's a name I don't know.
Friend of mine.
I'm always.
I texted a bunch of people to click on.
All right,
I'll get them badges eventually. Don't worry, we'll work on it.
All right.
There goes Mango hitting on Pesci again.
My God,
what's up, Tiffany Gonzalez? Shout out to Tiffany Gonzalez for what
you better shout out to Mango Jennifer. She's going.
Hello,
she's getting
Mango.
on you.
Hello, Mango. Sorry,
Mango. Tiffany Gonzalez is a man. I would.
Hello,
take the
Mango.
advances of Mango Jennifer. She's flirting with you, and you're worried about this guy named Tiffany. Don't worry about
Mr.
him.
Gonzalez. I like
PP is made because he got no money. PP is mad because he got no money. Who's PP? Oh, the Perth pussy. Well, I got some. Y'all hear me talk about karma, and then we'll get to McDonald's in a minute. Y'all hear me talk about karma all the time, right? Well, I got news from a couple of decent Australians that don't live on that side. They live over on the Melbourne side.
The good side.
They've told the good side, and they've told me that COVID has hit real bad down there, and ain't nobody getting any vaccinations. And I know how karma works, and I want to give a shout out to the family of Anna Risen, my 13th member of my multiple families to pass away of COVID. She passed away yesterday, and we don't have it confirmed yet, but it looks like a COVID-related death, and at only the age of 50 years old. So shout out to Anna Risen. I've known her since the day she was born. I was very close to her family, especially when we were married into that family, the Risen family. I carried that name till I was 24 years old. Actually, legally, I carried it till I was about 50, but I started going by bowling at age 24 when I started breaking my way into pro wrestling. And so shout out to her and her family. So sorry to get this news yesterday. And hopefully, this shit will run its course and people have to quit dying at such an early age. Here I am, 61, still kicking after people predicting my death since I was 39, and poor Anna passing away at barely fucking age 50. And it's just very sad. So I'm not going to keep the whole show down. We're going to bring it up a notch. We're going to talk about McDonald's. Me and Chris stopped by there today. We had a huge day on AMC. What's that? Yeah, so we had a huge day on AMC Day today. I've been trying to urge all of you, not for my own personal gain. I don't get anything if you invest into AMC. Yeah, the more people that invest, it helps us a little bit, but 99% of the stock has pretty much been purchased already. If you can get 5 shares, 10 shares, be like Evie. Evie told me how many shares she's got. It's enough that if this thing does what everybody's saying, if you got enough money to get 10 shares, which today would be about $200. A couple of days ago, it would have been $100. Before then, you could have got 10 shares for $40. I mean, or $20 back when I got in. And today was a big day. I'm not going to sit here and brag about what the amount was, but it was a lot of fucking money. But as I've told you all, it's fucking Mountain Dew money. It's Monopoly money. Disney dollars, as Chris calls it in the Philippines, the peso. Well, Dad, what is that? Not in Disney dollars. Convert that to American money for me. But today was a great day, and bigger days are coming. If I can help any of you, take my word for it, because I listen to smart people. I ignored them twice in a row. If you got $200-300 extra dollars, $500 extra dollars, a lot of people have written me and have took my advice, and they've made a decent amount of money. One of my friends from the WWE invested nowhere near as much as we got, but we got in a lot earlier. He's already profited as of today about $3,000 in like 2 fucking weeks. He's profited $3,000. If you got a little, you don't have to get 5,000 shares, or if Mountain Timer's really got 2,000. I don't think he does. And trust me, he's watching. But if Mountain Timer really has 2,000 shares, if Mountain Timer really has 2,000 shares, he's set up pretty fucking good. My ex-wife has, I think she's got 100 shares. She's set up pretty good. But if you can even get 10 or 15 or 20 shares, whatever you can afford, big shit if it doesn't hit big. But the experts are saying 93.8% chance that anybody with 100 shares or more is going to be a millionaire. It's hard to ignore. That's hard to, I'm sorry, 300 shares or more will be a millionaire. Well, big
Dustin
fucking
Cotton
shit. If you got 100 shares, that's 300. 100 shares is 333 grand, even at minimal expectations. So I'm telling you, hey, Joshua Dial, how's it going? But I'm telling you guys, if you got any money anywhere in the world, you can do this anywhere in the world. If you can get yourself 5 shares, 10 shares, because if this thing does the max, you're going to be rich compared to how you are now. I've already done pretty good. If it ended today, it was very wise what I did about a year ago. But from what experts are saying, this is the tiny, tiny tip of the iceberg. It's not even a drop on the top of a needle compared to what experts say it's going to do. Trust me, guys, if you got, we're up about 35%. Oh, yeah. Hell, I remember Chris calling me when we were up 19%. We were, oh, shit, that's pretty good. No, it's doing good.
Jinx it.
And I've been, no, because my mother said it was bad luck to be superstitious. Pesci didn't get it. It's bad luck to be superstitious.
Hey, why would
and as a matter of fact, who's that guy, Jim, whatever his name is, on CNBC, the financial guy that used to be on late at night on NBC? Yeah, Jim Cramer, right? Remember he was crying. They drove him into tears because of what AMC was doing. Today, he officially waved the white flag. He waved the white flag. He says, guys, quit fighting it, because they're fighting it right now with fake shares. Quit fighting it, guys, because see, when
52 people in here already.
When one of them, 55 is when I'm showing, when one of those things went big, I forget which one it was, they went big at like 23%. They are now, AMC's now, the people fighting off AMC, it's now over 300%. That is a lot more than 23%. And people became millionaires, multimillionaires off the 23%.
Now, what are you guys waiting for exactly?
We're waiting for it to get real fucking big. I got in at $2 a share. It is now closing in on $20 a share today. What they're trying to do is get us to be scared and to sell way before it's time. Well, nobody's scared. We're all hanging. Evie's hanging. I'm hanging.
Mark Cuban just put something out about Bitcoin crashing.
You know why Bitcoin's crashing? Because everybody that's invested into Bitcoin, the big dogs, are having to sell their shares to fight off AMC. They're having to fight off AMC. That's why Bitcoin is crashing.
Well,
but the great
also
news,
you got other ones too, like dogs.
Everybody's selling. The stock market's been the shits. Why? Because of AMC. They're all selling their shit fighting off AMC, and it's not going to last much longer. It's not going to. I'm thinking by the 4th of July, we might not be taking donations on this show anymore. October 31st. October 31st is my deadline. No, if I'm a multimillionaire, I'm not taking these people's money. I can handle this shit myself. I was handling it for many years as a multi-thousandaire. As a multimillionaire, I don't need these people's money. So let's see. And I know there's some people out there who's going to shit on me, but that's fine. They're not educated in this, and they don't know what the fuck's going on. Yeah, AMC movie theater. If McDonald's, you can get any stuff, I don't care. I don't even care. I'm going to get to McDonald's. I don't give a fuck if you got 5 shares, 10 shares. I want you to have more than
Mountain
that.
Timer's got 20 shares.
Mountain Timer's got 20? That sounds about right. That sounds about right. But even if he's got 20 shares, if it does what Chris is telling me what it's going to do, what Cuban and Scaramucci are saying, 20 shares is going to turn into a shitload of money, man.
I wish I knew about
it. You, Pesci, are the one I'm talking to. Because I know you got a few bucks set aside. You donate quite a bit to this show every month, and I appreciate that. Don't think I don't.
80 days straight.
You need to get a few AMC shares. I'd like to see you get 20 shares.
Well, how much is it now? Aren't they too expensive? Can I still make money?
No, do the math with me.
$20 a share.
Like I told a guy the other day, he says, well, King, isn't it too late for me? I said, no. They're saying that at the very worst, it's going to go to $1,000 a share. So
how many shares should I buy?
Now you're interrupting me. You got to let me tell the story, and then you'll know. Most people are saying that the absolute bare minimum. They said this 3 months ago, $1,000 a share. So that's a lot of money. All right. Now, because of them fucking with the people that are trying to jack up the rates on AMC, they're pissed. So now they're going to hold until it's 10,000 a share. Well, they pissed them off again. All right, motherfuckers, we'll hold till it's 100,000 a share. Oh, really? That didn't. Well, fuck you. We're going to hang on till it's 500,000 because it can go to infinity as long as everybody holds. Well, I'm not worried about infinity. Once we get into the multi-million, Chris says that we could easily become billionaires. If we all just hold long enough. He says, even if only 10% of us hold and keep it, we can still force it up because they're getting ready to have to sell because the banks are not going to trust them to pay 300% interest on their share loans that are mythical. They don't have.
Tell Richard Haskins we actually do talk about that tonight, so he stays in.
You think they'll ever have another fans bring the midgets night?
We actually talk about midgets tonight.
Well, we were. That was a Wrigley Field story that I told that Harry Carey. I kind of enhanced Harry Carey's story. Yeah, I'll tell that story tonight.
I got it in here. Promise.
Oh, it's already in there?
That's the sign.
Oh my God. Okay.
You ready to start, King?
No, not yet. Enough on AMC theaters. If I haven't talked you into getting some show, you don't have to get 5,000, 1,000. Get 10, get 20. Because if it does what the experts are saying it's going to do, you're going to be fucking rich.
Why is nobody else doing it?
That's why I'm yelling at JJ. Because JJ's got one share, and we've been pumping this to him for quite some time. He needs 10, 20, 30 shares because he can set himself up for life. And I'm telling that to any of you. Listen to me. If you've ever listened to me, I've got 10 times more money now than I had a year ago. It's monopoly money now because we can't touch it yet. It's not. But if I cashed out today, I'm 10 times better now than I was one fucking measly year ago. Well, actually, about 15 months, if you want to get technical about it. So now to McDonald's. We'll cover this real quick. My dear friend up there, Nick. Why do I remember his name?
Shout out to Ronald McDonald.
Because of Nick Goulas. So Nick at McDonald's today, he wasn't up there. 10 shares is about 200. Trust me, Hazelwood's invested. I'm not going to reveal how many shares he's got.
If it's so, I thought it was too late. I'll do it. I thought it was
no, it ain't too late. No, I don't care if it's $2 a share.
Where do you do this at? You do it on an app?
You'll figure it out. If it's $2, I'll have Schmidt or somebody help you. Hazelwood will help you. He knows. But I don't care if it's $2 a share tomorrow, $20 a share tomorrow, $50, even $100 a share. It's going to go big. It's going to go over $1,000 a share. It's going to probably go over 10,000 a share. It's probably going to go over 50, maybe even 100,000 a share. So who gives a fuck if you paid 2, 10, 20, or 50?
For real, huh?
Just the more you get in early, the more shares you can buy.
All right, if it's like that,
every $15 Chris was getting was going into AMC. If he could spare the 15, it was a share. Why? Because that $15 could easily turn into $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, $100,000, $500,000.
Or worst case, break fucking even. Who cares?
So if you're in here and you're not getting into this, you can buy it on Cash App. We have stock in this in Cash App. It's nowhere near as big as the other thing we got set up, but there's good money in Cash App because one day we couldn't buy enough to get in on the regular deal, so we had to buy it in through Cash App, and we're sitting pretty good on that. So I'm not saying this for me. I'm telling it to you. And if you're going to ignore it, then when we hit it big, and a lot of people there's going to be millions of us that are going to hit it big. Jim Cramer fucking waved the white flag today. That's time of death for me. And I thought it was time of death before he waved the white flag. Put $1,000 on it and skim the top. Well, whatever you want to do.
20 shares if you guys are thinking it's like that.
If you have it to spare, now don't sacrifice your fucking car payments, your electric bill. I mean, you got to pay your
car payment.
but if you've got the extra money, I had a lot of money sitting in a lockbox for years for Chris that was set up in case anything happened to me because everybody kept saying it was going to happen. You're going to die. Make sure your son's got some cash, and it was a fair amount of money, but it ain't nowhere near what it is now, and it ain't nowhere near what it's going to be. So I went all in. Because I ignored the experts twice, and it cost me millions both times. I'm not ignoring them this time. So I've said all I'm going to say about it. If you ain't learned by now, then you ain't going to fucking learn. But if you got the money to spare, it's not doing you anything now. You're not going to fucking lose anything. You can only gain at this point. You might lose on some days. I've lost as much as 10 grand in a day. Well, the last few days, we've made about $35,000 in a few fucking days. But it'd be wise not to touch it till sometime. I'm guessing no sooner than the 4th of July, probably as late as October 31st. Then we're going to consider what we're going to do. But it's going to get bigger. It's going to get bigger. If you don't believe me, go to Reddit, read up on what experts are telling you. Listen to them. There's a lot of people don't want to listen. But I've got relatives. Oh, that's bullshit. Well, I bullshitted my way into 10 times more money than I had 15 months ago. That's how much bullshit. And it's going to get way bigger. I will stake my reputation.
Count me in. I'm in.
Bitcoin scared me too. I could have got in when it was $4,000 a Bitcoin. It's down to 44 right now, I think. 40.
Cuban just put
40,
a statement out.
Hang on. It dropped to 43 because the people that are invested heavily into Bitcoin are fighting off AMC. Bitcoin's going to go back up. Whatever we get in AMC, we're going to put in Bitcoin and probably double or triple it. Whatever we get. That's what Chris wants to do. That's what Scaramucci says to do. That's what Mark Cuban says to do. Well, they're smart fucking billionaires. Bitcoin scared me too, and because it scared me, I could have took $4,000 and I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. But I didn't listen, and in 4 short years, I could have been a multi-millionaire. I didn't listen. I'm listening.
How many shares would you have had to have bought?
Well, you've lost 900 for now. If you're still in it, hang in it, and you're going to get the big money back. You should have got in 4 years ago. I'm sorry, 5 years ago when Chris told me to get in. I don't know what he's saying don't about, but like I said, I got 10 times more cash available now than I had 15 months ago. So, do what you all want. My money's staying in AMC. I'm not going with Bitcoin is no longer a term investment. Well, it's going to be. When Scaramucci says get out of Bitcoin, I'll listen. He's the fucking expert. He's worth $9 billion.
Scaramucci is?
Yes, he is. Look it up. Mark Cuban is worth $5 billion. So as much as I love you, T-Maker, and I appreciate your donations, normally $70 a pop, you're wrong. I think you're wrong on this one. I know anybody's wrong that wants to shit on AMC. And I got people telling me that once AMC hits and it caps out, Bitcoin's going back up. And not only is it going to make it to 100,000 like Scaramucci predicted, there's others telling Scaramucci you're wrong. It's going to go up to as much as 200,000 and 300,000. So if you lost 900, then you're not a long-term investor. You should have kept it in. Don't worry about that. It's like with AMC. If I'd have pulled out my $9,000 when I lost $9,000, if I'd have pulled out, I wouldn't have made the money I have now. You got to stay in. I just put in 300 and let it go. In AMC, whatever you can afford in AMC. I'm not going to talk anymore about it because some of you are going to shit on it. Well, that's up to you. But I am going to put it in all of your face. If you don't fucking listen, if you got the fucking money to spare, do not come in here shitting on it because you don't know about it. I do. Mark Cuban does. Scaramucci does. Christopher has read up on it for the last 15 months, every fucking day. And everything he's told me when it's going to go up and when it's going to go down has happened. We've even got fooled sometimes when we thought it was going to go down. It went up. We think it might go down a little bit more because they're going to fight it off. But they've fought about all they can fight. And when Jim Cramer says it's over, they're going to get their money, give it up, quit fighting it off because it's just costing us more money. I'll take that to the bank every day. Jim Cramer waved the white flag. You all believe what you want to believe. I tried to help you. If you don't want to listen, don't listen. Now back to McDonald's. McDonald's is back in with us in business. We're going to help the homeless. Christopher and I are going to go down. Our goal is to feed 100 people. And trust me, we can find 100 homeless pretty easy on a Tuesday afternoon. McDonald's has agreed to match everything that we raise in here tonight. His name is Nick. He's the general manager of the Highlands McDonald's. He recognizes back in. He said, guys, you haven't been here in a while. I said, well, you weren't here. I said, you were the guy doing the deal with us. So we had to go to Taco Bell. But the Taco Bell manager's gone too. I said, it's easy for us to come up here and buy $100 worth of hamburgers or whatever, or burritos. But when you guys match it, we feed twice as many people, or we give the same amount of people twice as much. He says, I'm back. And it turns out he's a huge wrestling fan. He did not realize everybody that I've been affiliated with in the business. So he's sitting there looking at, because he's only 29 years old. He's looking up all of my accomplishments and he's seeing all the videos that we've had on this show. He was blown away. So not only does he hook me and Chris up with a fantastic meal today, sends us home with another fantastic meal. He says, you come back up here. He says, do your show tonight. Give me a plug on the show, which I'm doing right now. He says, I will match everything they donate tonight as far as burger. He said, if we can't do them in one day, we'll do them in 2, 3, 4 days. He says, I will match for every burger that we raise and double cheeseburgers, couple bucks. So for every dollar we raise tonight to feed the homeless in Louisville, and we're also going to help some Filipino families too, but I'm focusing on the homeless. For this coming Tuesday, me and Chris are going to go down. Maybe we can get a couple of people go. Hey, Schmidt, if you're around, maybe you can go with us. We're going to go down to the overpass, downtown Louisville, and we're going to feed as many homeless people as we can. And McDonald's is going to match us and provide a bottle of water for free because it's hard for them to get water sometimes. Not only are they going to match the burger, they're going to throw in a bottle of water for every burger that we buy. So that way everybody gets water, maybe a couple of burgers. whatever, double cheeseburgers. And the guys, they're so fucking appreciative. I know we've took a half hour of your time, Pesci, but this was important to get this word out. McDonald's is back in.
Fine.
I don't know. You asked Evie what she says. Evie told me today she wasn't selling out for no fucking $20 a share, and she got in much. Evie's made money. I won't reveal how many she has, but Evie's made money. One of my WWE stars has made money. I got 10 shares sitting on AMC.
There you go, John.
Believe it or not, John, turn that into 20. Turn that 10 shares into 20. I don't care what it's at right now. It's going. What's that?
John lives by me.
Well, Pesci, you should get 10 or 20 shares too. And trust me, by October, you guys are going to have a lot more money than you have now. I can't tell you how much because I don't know where people are going to sell out at. But Chris told me I keep saying I'm not going to talk about it. If 10% of us hold on, we're going to keep driving that price up. So if you got the money and it doesn't keep you from paying your bills, well, it's sitting there doing nothing. And there ain't a bank in the world that could have made me 10 times my money in fucking 15 months. There's not a fucking bank in the world that can do that. Financially hurting, or I'd definitely be investing. Well, quit giving your boyfriend all your money,
yeah,
JJ. Well, is he giving his boyfriend his money?
I think so.
You could be onto something.
Shout out to Allwood for getting some good memes.
So shout out to the Highlands McDonald's, my good friend Nick. We're going to be up there Tuesday. They're going to match however much money we raise in here tonight. And other than Pesci, I ain't seen a fucking donation yet. Has there been any donations?
Yeah, there's a $10 one. And
well, no, that's a payment for a microphone that he tried to put over as a donation.
Oh,
that's not a donation. He's just paying what here it is. DJ Eric, and he fucked up. He's supposed to pay that in PayPal. I should make that a donation, and I should make him pay the $9 in PayPal is what I should do because he fucked up. He did what he was told not to do. What happens, Pesci, when people do what they're not told to do on this show? What happens? They get yelled at, don't they? Yeah, that's what happens, Schmidt. Schmidt knows. He's no fool. DJ, make it right.
I'm not big. I'm hanging out with ghosts and stalkers and shit.
And thanks to Mal Pesci for her generous donation tonight of $118. Pesci said, "Mom, that's not enough." So Pesci gave her $2 and made it $120.
Gonna be the biggest show we ever had, the biggest donation
show we ever done in many years.
Would you like me to start, Kenneth?
King, can I just get a minute after the show?
No.
Frank Kirsch, you're a dear friend. You're a good man. And unlike Pesci, Pesci wanted a minute. He claims I didn't give him a minute. I wish we'd have recorded that so I could put a clock on it.
That was the only thing that kind of got me upset. But then Bob,
I was upset because you were making excuses, and I don't like excuses. I like results. But you presented today. You said, King, you're right. It was a bad show, but we made $300. Good point. We made $300 on a shitty show.
Lee.
I gave my own show a thumbs down, first time in history, because I overall was not happy with. I did like the Capitol shit.
You had a few on this show the other night. I didn't think you noticed, but
what's that?
They weren't from me either. Someone was playing a joke because someone did it.
Well, I get thumbs down. I got 400 thumbs down when we rated at Cornette. Who do you think that was? I don't give a fuck.
No, I know that. I was just
I don't give a fuck. I started to yesterday with 3 thumbs down. I think we started tonight with 2 or 3 thumbs down. Yeah. They haven't even seen the fucking show. They're trollers. Fuck a bunch of trollers. Fuck the little pussy down in Perth. He's they're not getting vaccinations down there. He's got some bad karma on his side, and he's not in good health. He's an alcoholic.
Hello,
so what's gonna happen to him if he gets COVID?
Bye.
Karma will reel its ugly head. So fuck
Hello,
him.
Lindsay, man.
Karma will take care of that little piece of shit. I'm not even going to worry about him. Karma will take care of him. My good friend over on the other side of Australia, the good side, he told me that they're locking down like crazy down there and we can't even get a shot. And I said, well, if you're not getting a shot, I know another person. Now, he's going to tell everybody he's double vaccinated. He's not. They can't get the fucking shots. He's a bad person. He's a bad human being. He fucks with everybody that doesn't like him, which is pretty much everybody, which we have seen on this show. And karma is a bitch. Look at Trump. Trump's facing indictment. It's a shame they got to wait 6 months to get him, but Trump has fucked everybody for about as long as you can fuck somebody, and karma is about to fucking catch up with him. I don't know what they're going to do with him. Again. What's that?
And they're already asking for money again.
Who's that? Oh, of course. Yeah, the multi-billionaire needs money again. Imagine that. The multi-billionaire, the most successful man in the world, Donald Trump, needs money again.
$25, please.
He's like a fucking televangelist, man. They never have enough fucking money. Karma's going to take care of him. Karma's going to take care of the Perth pussy. And if I'm such a bad person, then I guess karma's going to get me too. But I like my chances. I'm trying to help everybody in here be rich, and it ain't going to take 5,000 shares to be rich. If you got 20 shares, I think you're going to be real pleased with what happens to you by October the 31st. If the money's laying around, fucking help yourself. If you're too stupid to do it, then I don't feel sorry for stupid people. Do you know that quote, Pesci? That's what Jerry Lawler said about Robert Fuller. He says, well, if you want to get in a match with me, that means you're stupid. And guess what? I don't feel sorry for stupid people. Well, I don't feel sorry for stupid people either. I've tried to educate you, and you're either going to smarten up and do the right thing. Now, if you ain't got the money, then shame on you for blowing all your money.
You might be able to get them at Chase Bank. I mean, they're on the market. They can, or they'll direct you where to go.
Well, yeah, I have no clue if you can get it at Chase Bank or not. That's not the avenue that we went through. That's not what we went through. But you can get it with Cash App. And I'm new to Cash App. I didn't know a thing about it till Chris told me, and I think 17 of my 21 girlfriends have told me about Cash App. But I do not have Cash App. But Chris does.
Are you ready?
Well,
I've been ready. Where you been?
All right. First question tonight we're going to start with, King, is how old were you the first time you saw Lawler, and where were you?
I was 0 days old when I was born. Oh, you was asking another question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, how old were you the first time you saw Lawler, and where were you?
14 years old, backstage at the Louisville Gardens, 1974. And that's where Lawler discovered that I was the king of kickball, and he stole my name and eventually became the king of wrestling.
That was the first time you saw him, was the back alley? It wasn't on a television?
First time I met him.
No, I'm not talking about meet. First time
I saw him? Well, the first time I met him was 1974, back alley, Louisville Gardens. Didn't know who the fuck I was.
Correct.
And he was not the king yet then, first time I met him. He was just Jerry Lawler teaming with Jim White, managed by Sam Bass. First time I saw him on television, as best I can remember, was 1972, his rookie year. But when they got big, when I started really paying attention to him, is when him and Jim White were the tag team champions, or about to become the tag team champions, wrestling guys like the interns and Dr. Ken Ramey and the bounty hunters, and not necessarily wrestling them because they were bad guys too. But Tommy Gilbert and Eddie Marlin, they were a very successful tag team back then as well. And so the first time I really paid attention to him is when it was Lawler, White, and Bass. Jerry Lawler, Jim White, who, by the way, Jim White was married to a black woman, and when she married Jim White, her name became Lily White. What do you think about that?
Good.
What do you think about that? And Jim White became a dear friend of mine long after Jerry and I'd become friends, because when Jerry and I become friends, Jim White was gone. He'd gone back primarily working Knoxville.
Now,
Jim White worked my picture table with me and introduced himself, said that he had heard about me through Lawler. And Jim White and I became very good friends before he passed away, and was a shy guy. I tried to get him up to the locker room to talk to the guys. The guys didn't know who he was. They didn't know who Jim White was. They didn't know he was one of the most successful tag teams ever in the Southern wrestling. And
who was his boss around this time?
What's that?
Who was his boss the first time you saw him?
Who was whose boss?
Lawler's. Who was running things then for whatever company he was working for?
Nick Goulas, when I first saw him on television.
Okay.
Let me tell you something, Jerry Lawler, Tuesday night, Jackie Fargo is going to do things to you like never been seen before. Tell the fans real quick what Fargo's going to do to you when he gets his hands on you down there Tuesday night at Louisville Garden, because Goulas was always pushing the baby faces. Jackie Fargo, tell the fans real quick how you going to murder Jerry Lawler down there Tuesday night at Louisville Garden. It might be the last night we ever see Jerry Lawler live, you know. Patrick McCarty's in here. He loves Nick Goulas. As a matter of fact, he's a big fan of Nick Goulas.
Where did you live and who did you live with during this time? First time
I was fucking 14. Who do you think I lived with? I lived with Johnny Risen, Marie Risen, part of the infamous Risen family.
You got to tell the new people out there, King.
What's that?
You got to tell the new people that are listening.
Only people that know you. My people are loyal. They're here every week, except for the ones boycotting you tonight.
Who did you get along with better, your brother or your sister?
Didn't know my brother back then. Didn't meet him till I was 19 years old.
Really?
Yeah, he's didn't realize he'd be a Trump supporter. I'd have beat the fuck out of him a lot more often as a kid. I'd have beat him with an inch of his life if I'd ever dreamed he'd vote Republican or fucking stand for somebody like Donald Trump and be a racist. I never met Tim till I was 19. That proves you how smart Ma Bolin was. Her picture's over there on the wall. You can barely see it. The Crown's blocking it tonight. Proves to you how smart Ma Bolin was, because Ma Bolin, when I was born, she kept me. And then a couple of years later, she gave birth to Timmy John, old biscuits and gravy. And you know what she did? The day he was born, she said, he's going to be evil. He's going to be nasty. He's probably going to grow up one day and be a Trump supporter, and I'm going to give him away. So what she did is she put Timmy John up for adoption. And before nobody would adopt him, they could take one look at him and realize that was not a good investment. They could see it in his eyes. They could see evil, stupidity, and racism just oozing out of his ears, even at like 3 days old. And what happened was my aunt and uncle actually adopted Timmy John. Jewel Razor and John Razor adopted Tim, and I was never supposed to see him. It was never supposed to happen. And we got 60 in here tonight, Pesci. You've done a good job tonight. It ain't 90, but it is 60, and that's not bad. But no, my brother was put up for adoption, and then we accidentally found him at a truck stop in Henry County, and Mom saw him and said, "That's my son." And then she asked him who his parents was, because Mom knew that she gave him up for adoption to John and Jewel Razor. And I've never told this story before. He might be pissed I'm even telling it, but I don't care. But yeah, he was put up for adoption, kept the good son, and gave the Trump supporter away. Now tell me that's not women's intuition if you've ever seen it or heard it. That she knew better than to keep Timmy John, because she knew I'd beat him within an inch of his life. All he'd have to do is utter the first racist word, say one day I'm going to grow up and be a proud Trump supporter. Isn't Donald Trump a fine guy? I'd have beat him within an inch of his life. And so she actually saved his life by giving him away. That's what she did.
How much younger is he than you?
His first word was a racial slur.
What was that?
Probably what? As a matter of fact, one of the kids he helped raise, this is the God's honest truth, whatever it is you believe in, this is the God's honest truth. He raised a kid who also was given up for adoption because his parents, it was supposed to be a family tradition. His family could not raise him, so they adopted a kid, and they named him John Razor. John and my brother, Timmy John, adopted a kid and named him John. They're so creative. They only had one name. Well, we'll just name him John, too. What's the dog's name? What's John? What's the pig's name? What's Johnny? I mean, they're just,
Well, what your dad's name, Johnny?
What about you and your sister?
No, I'm not gonna. No, goddammit, Eric. I've told you all, you and Jake and every other fucking idiot in here that tells me to check my text, check my messages, check your PayPal, Pesci.
After the
no,
show.
I'm not gonna check. I'm doing a fucking show. I'm doing a bit. I'm telling a story I've never told before. I'm trying to get Pesci the big ratings here. And DJ's telling me to check my text. I mean, goddamn, you can wait till after the fucking show. Don't piss me off tonight, boy. Don't piss me, and don't you call me.
What about your sister? How would you define that?
I'm not finished with the other story yet. I was going to tell you about the racial slur.
Okay.
So they raised John, and then he goes into the bank, and amongst his first words he ever said, there's a black man standing at the counter at Community Bank. At Community Bank in Henry County, I think that was the name of it. First Citizen, something. He looks at this guy. Timmy John's holding him up on his hip, and little John looks over and sees the black guy. He said, well, it wasn't his first words, but it was amongst his first sentences. He said, that guy over there is an N-word, and said it to where the guy could hear him. So now Timmy John's like, well, I don't know where you learned that. I wonder if it could be from me and my stepdad. I don't know. But that was the first sentence out of the kid's mouth in public. He looked at a guy, that man over there, but he didn't know any better. That's how he was raised. And that's why I've tried to tell some of you people in here, just because you're raised in that shit, just because I was raised by the fucking leader of the not raised, but exposed to the leader of the Ku Klux Klan, you don't have to fucking become that person. You can't evolve. Unfortunately, my brother barely evolved. Unfortunately, we don't speak much to this day because of it.
Well, wait
till and then Jimmy, speaking of racism, have you heard about Jimmy's last stunt that got pulled apparently today or yesterday?
No, what happened?
What you know about Shaquille O'Neal, right?
No.
You know about the woman that Shaquille O'Neal dates or is married to? Who's that gorgeous woman that's a part of AEW? What's her Jade something or another?
Oh, he doesn't date her. That was just a word, Kenny.
No, he dates her.
Shaq's married.
No, he dates her.
Well,
get out of here.
Who
confirmed that?
Dead serious.
I'll believe you, but who confirmed that?
I got the scoop. Well, it doesn't matter who confirmed it because I'd get them in trouble. All right, we'll just say Shaq's lady on AEW. Well, for purposes. Yeah. There you go. Cornette apparently went on the internet for no fucking reason and said that Jade looked like Shelton Benjamin in a wig. I was, well, I know. I almost called Shelton Benjamin up tonight and asked him for a date. If that's what Shelton looks like in a wig, I'm all in.
I don't like that one.
Me and Chris were questioning our sexuality today. If that's what Shelton Benjamin looks like, this is a gorgeous woman.
Yeah,
she is a hell of a fucking athlete, a gorgeous woman. Just wanted to let you know I'm applying for my U.S. citizenship. Well, number one, I didn't know you weren't a citizen, but congratulations.
Oh my God, we're finding out some shit now.
That's worth posting up.
That's the most American picture I've ever seen.
Is that racist? What Pesci just said, calling her an American looking?
No, I think it's pretty picture.
I did not know she was not a citizen, but then again, why would she tell me? And now Maya was here for 7 years and never did get the citizenship.
She's English.
She just landed. She just landed in Germany a couple of days ago. Yeah, she's back in Germany now. And David Duke is your father. Patrick McCarty, by the way, being as he wants to jump in this, a well-known racist down in Louisiana who bought me my Miami Dolphin shoes. I should have burned them knowing who they came from. Patrick McCarty, big David Duke fan, stalks David Duke all the time. He got Cornette an autographed book by David Duke and mailed it to him. Now I don't know what Cornette did with the book, but I heard that Patrick McCarty, he can confirm or deny this, that he went to David Duke's house and had David Duke personally autograph a book for Jimmy Cornette and mailed it to his home. Because we heard Cornette was a big fan. Now I don't, what do you do? JJ clean up in aisle 3. What do we got? We got to clean up?
Mm-hmm.
Kenny's a con man. Well, thank you.
Not really the best at trolls right there.
Fuck, I'll throw that one up. Kenny's a con man. Well, thank you very much.
I can actually tell you a reason how I know you're.
Well, hang on. I'm putting over this comment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Perth Pussy. By the way, you're probably going to get COVID and die because you're a horrible fucking person. And but thank you very much. Kenny's a con man. I think it's in my book that I'm a con man. I played one on TV for 32 years, and I continue to live to be one here today. I'm milking these people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars on a weekly basis, and I'm probably the most successful con man. No, shit. What do you mean you can't? Well, if you can, I'm sure I can. I think. Hang on, let me see.
Hello, Eve.
Oh, right, damn, you might be onto something there. Well, that's all right. We just might have to let him be a part of the show tonight. That's okay. Oh, there we go. I found it. And there we go. He can go make another account now. I got him.
You blocked 30 Cokes.
Did I block 30 Cokes? Well, I guess he's going to have to make another account. Did I block both of them?
You blocked LeBrum for 5 minutes and 30 Cokes.
Did I block him? Well, where's the I don't see the other one. Did I get the other one?
Come in your other one, Harry.
Oh, the other one was only blocked for 5 minutes. So yeah, well, he'll be back, and I'll get him then.
Poor Harry.
Yeah, well, poor Harry. Can I unblock him?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see how to unblock him. JJ, can you unblock Harry? Trump became POTUS. Wouldn't that mean he's the most successful con man? Well, he worked a few of you. I'll go on YouTube Studio. Yeah, go on YouTube Studio and unblock him and then permanently block the other fucker so he can go make him another one.
And no, he's not a con man. He's a meat opportunity.
King, in your early years, how did you and your sister get along?
Me and Janice, we got along pretty good. We had a few knockdown drag outs. As a rule, we got along pretty good. My mother told her that the only person that she was scared of was me because you had to fight her like a man. Now, I don't believe in hitting women. But I didn't view Janice as a woman back then. she was clocking in at about 290, something like that. I was like 202. Jeez. And Janice was not an easy battle. I mean, you did not go in there fighting her like a woman, And I don't think I ever hurt her or anything. I mean, I'd have to take her down like a man and make her give up and shit. Because she would fucking fight you tooth and nail, and she had about 90 pounds on me.
Damn.
And but no, me and Janice get along great now. But our childhood, Janice had a tendency to hang around bad people. Janice would have probably been hanging around the Perth Pussy had he been around. I mean, she hangs around.
You have multiple sisters.
What's that now?
Didn't you have a couple sisters, or am I mistaken?
I got one. Let's see. Well, June was born on the 3rd of July. I don't speak to her anymore. Let's see. I got two sisters in North Carolina that were raised by that other guy, that member of the KKK, and but they don't seem to act like he does, though. I don't even know if they know he was involved with that. He confessed it to me when I came there when I was 19, like he's proud of it, and I don't know if they know that. It might be a secret from them. I mean, I've talked about it a few times on these shows, I don't know how many of these shows they even see. Probably none of them, because I say a lot of shit that people in North Carolina don't like to hear. But yeah, if you can go into studios, yeah. Apparently, I only got the one for 5 minutes. And fuck, Harry's got fucking the Con Man Hall of Fame mentionee. Yeah, I was mentioned at the Hall of Fame. Probably something about being a con man came up. But no, I take that as a tremendous compliment that the Perth pussy, who's probably about to catch COVID and drop dead anytime soon, just because of how bad his karma is.
Kids
because he just apparently brings no good to the table for anybody. He fucks with everybody because no one likes him and no one gives a shit if he lives or dies. Well, he's reached that category with me. I don't give a fuck if he lives or dies, and if he does, so be it. I don't give a shit.
Did you ever attend a wrestling event with your siblings?
Yeah. My dad, the one in North Carolina, took me to see Ric Flair versus Ricky Steamboat, and that's the day I sat next to Lou Thez, and Lou Thez saw Jimmy Cornette's pictures and was very impressed with him. He said, "Who took those pictures?" I said, "Well, my friend back in Louisville, Jimmy Cornette." Well, I was only 19. Jimmy or I, neither one were anywhere near the wrestling business at that point, and I told Jimmy that Lou Thez had to fit over his pictures. He says, "Oh my God, that just made Jimmy's day that Lou Thez was putting over his pictures." And we had third row seats. And I asked him, I said, "Lou Thez, I used to watch you back on Nick Gula's television all the time. Use that." No, DJ says, "Well, see, you could have said that here, DJ, and got yourself over and look like a good guy for a change."
Hey, Evie was
probably wearing one of my shirts right now. He's got enough. He got a different shirt for every day of the week. Go ahead.
Evie was on here. She said she sent a donation via PayPal.
Oh, Evie sent one. Okay, well let's.
Thank you, Evie.
But yes, I sat next to. As a matter of fact, I appreciate Evie's donations, but I'm all for Evie getting more AMC stock. To be honest with you, but thank you very much, Evie. Evie donated $5. Thank you very much. Every donation tonight's not a $5 donation; it's a $10 donation. If you donate 20, it's 40. If you donate 50, it's 100. Because McDonald's is matching every dollar in. No, we may not go up there and buy $200 worth of hamburgers in one day, because normally 50 to 100 people is about the most we can find at any given time. We don't want the fucking food to go cold or anything. But normally we feed 50 to 100 a day each time we go down there. And McDonald's told me today we'll match every dollar that you raise there, and we'll do it over a period of time if we have to. So, and they're good for it, and they're doing better than that, because fuck, what's a bottle of water cost? Is that like $1 as well? Something like that. You know, I think anything you get, Coke, whatever, is $1.
A large Coke for $1 up there.
Yeah, that's nice. You know, every restaurant in town could do that, but everyone else wants to charge you $3.99 for a fucking large Coke. McDonald's charge you $1. So a lot of times we opt out for McDonald's because we know they're not going to rake us over the coals on fucking soft drinks. And plus, I can only drink one full when he's there. I mean, I still got mine. That's what I had today when I was up there. Well, there's not much of it left now.
Any memorable moments when you were a roller skater?
Well, what was the question you just asked me? And let me see if I finished.
Were you a roller skater? And if
no. The question before
about your sister.
About my sister. But
did you ever attend a wrestling event?
Yeah, Janice went to some matches with me. Me and Dad went to see Ric Flair by herself. Dad meaning Ray Stallings, who was my biological father. And I got to meet Lou Thez that night. And I asked Lou Thez, I said, "Well, Lou," I said, "you're a world champion. You're a fucking legend. You know, why are you here in the third row with me and my dad?" He said, "For the same reason that you're both here." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "To see some good wrestling and watch Ric Flair wrestle Ricky Steamboat. I'm here as a fan just like you are."
Great match.
Could have been set in front row. Could have had a VIP anywhere. He sat with me and my dad. Had no idea that we were coming. That's just the way it worked out. That I sat in the seat next to Lou Thez. And Jimmy didn't believe me at first. And then when Lou Thez, he saw him at an appearance in Louisville, he says, "I hear my best friend sitting next to you." He said, "At the Norfolk Scope." He said, "So you really were there?" Yeah. The guy's name was Kenny. He didn't remember my last name, but he said the guy's name was Kenny, right? Because he showed me a bunch of your pictures. He said, "You do good work." And so, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Hey, were you a roller skater? And if so, any memorable moments?
What's that now?
Were you a roller skater? If so, any memorable moments?
I was a roller skater. I was the baddest motherfucker. I don't know how this ranks across the country, but there wasn't anybody in LaGrange, Kentucky that could put me on my ass, because they tried. They used to put cases of beer on my head because I took wrestling to roller skating. And plus, I loved roller derby. So I love wrestling. I love
roller derby. Sounds fun.
I love roller derby. And in that particular rink, if anybody fucked with me, well, I was, ain't bragging or anything, but I was a pretty tough guy. But on skates, I was even tougher because nobody could skate as good as me. I was a pretty good fighter. And So, but but one time ever had to fight in the skating rink, because if you fucked with me, I would wipe your ass out on the skating rink and then dare you to get up and do anything about it. And many times I had to sit in the penalty box. I never, ever got thrown out for fighting because it was always looked like possibly an accident. And if you had enough accidents, they would put you in the penalty box and you'd have to wait. But I would lower my shoulder and I'd blast any motherfucker that tried to fuck with me. Eventually, word got out about that. Well, you can't knock him down. So the guard at the LaGrange roller skating rink put a case of beer on my head, because there's college kids down there, high school kids, everything. And they said, anybody that can knock Kenny Rising on his ass gets a case of beer. Well, they all took shots. So I had a fucking swivel on my goddamn head that night. And I want you to know there were at least 12 people that tried to knock me down. Anybody that could get me off my feet got the case of beer. Not one of those 12 could fucking do it. I knocked all them down before they could knock me down. Because if they got knocked down, they were out of the competition. And the owner of the skating rink let it fly. He says, Kenny's a cocky son of a bitch. Sure. He says, anybody can knock him down, case of beer. The guard's paying for it.
What was the name of the place?
LaGrange roller rink.
Is it gone now?
Oh, shit, yeah. No, there's no roller skating rink in LaGrange now. But those are the oldest Jerry Lawler questions I've ever heard.
Well, I was just doing a quick build.
Well, the whole show's not going to be about Lawler. This is supposed to kind of be the OVW show. I think I unblocked the right 30 Cokes. Well, if he's got a badge, then you unlock the right one.
No, we're getting into Lawler. I was just trying to see where you stayed at during these times.
Yeah, I only went down to Louisville to skate once, and I didn't like it down here because they wouldn't let me get by with the shit that I got by with in LaGrange. I mean, I was the king of that roller skating rink. I declared that. We got the right one. Yeah, if you got the one with the badge, you're good. Now,
who met Lawler in person first? You or Cornette?
God, that's actually a close call, because Jimmy was photographer at 15. I met him first because Jimmy was a photographer at age 15, I believe, because I met 15. Jimmy in his late 15s. Mm-hmm. I met Lawler in my early 14s in the back alley at Louisville Gardens before Jimmy was even taking pictures. There we go. I had to weed through a few hundred.
Who's the ghost of Hazelwood donations?
What's that?
Who's the ghost of Hazelwood's donations?
I got no clue who that is. I don't know. He's got a badge, so I guess he's welcome. Probably some pussy. Probably some pussy with a badge, be my guess. Oh, shit. By the way, 30 Cokes, how close are we to getting those badges delivered to America where we can con these people into buying those badges? Because that's what I am. I'm a con man. 600 plus, really? God damn, it might be. I'm sure. Well, not all of his fake accounts are YouTube, but I'm sure a good portion of them are.
Well, a lot of them are Cornette.
But let's face it. Let's face it, Harry. If you had sexual dysfunction, your wife had left you.
Kids in Kenny's clothes.
Yeah. Kids wearing my clothes. Very proud of it, by the way. You had no job. You're a confessed alcoholic. Probably got a drug problem.
No vaccinations.
I mean, he thinks he's going to die anyway. So he doesn't have any friends. No one's going to come to your funeral because you're not going to be allowed to have one, as bad as things are in Australia. And, he knows death is inevitable. So why not have some fun trying to fuck with good people in America who are vaccinated? And I'm going to die anyway. So would I give a shit? So that's probably, people. It was like the guy that did the mass shooting today. He goes out and kills 8 people at least, and then kills himself. Didn't even give the police the pleasure of putting his ass down. He killed himself. 2/3 are done. So that means at least 66 badges are done, ladies and gentlemen, and we're getting there.
So tell the people who
that was a California mass shooting today, by the way.
Sam Bass was Kenny Bolin before there was Kenny Bolin.
Tell them who Sam Bass was, Kenny. And
Sam Bass was Sam Bass was the manager of Jerry the King Lawler, who rarely ever spoke. As a matter of fact, there was one match coming up. It was something on a pole match. Of course, it was Memphis. Something had to be
on a pole.
I'm sure that's what it was. And apparently, Sam Bass climbed up the pole to get the glove to pitch to Lawler. And he says, Lawler, the only reason you got that title because Sam Bass here, this is Lance Russell talking. Sam Bass, he went up that pole there and he got that glove and threw it to. He said it was no disqualification. There wasn't anything to stop Sam Bass from going up. Did you see how quick Sam got up that pole? He got up that pole like he'd been working for the telephone company for 25 years. And that promo just always stuck with me. that Sam Bass climbed that pole like he'd been working for the telephone company for 25 years.
And when he would
was
go,
no disqualification. He didn't do anything wrong. He just saw an opportunity and he helped the old king out. I got the glove, and out went Robert Fuller or whoever the fuck he did.
And when Lance would be like, "Oh, come on, Dave."
Yeah, no, Lawler would say that.
Or yeah, Lawler.
Oh, come on, Dave. You don't really believe that nonsense you're spewing out of your mouth, dude. Come on, Dave. You're an idiot. Only an idiot would believe. Are you an idiot? You know, just shit like that. I'm actually tired tonight. I never got my nap in, but I did get my car fixed. I saved not as much money if I'd have switched to Geico, but I did save a lot of money today. And she quoted me what the charge was to fix my car, and I'm braced for, because I've already bought the parts. And I'm braced for $500, $600, $700. Even Chris, who's a fucking car expert, says, Dad, what they did to that car, the kind of car it is, he said, that probably should have been around $700. I said, lower. $500. I said, lower. $300. Lower. $200. I said, now you're in the ballpark. What was it? I said, $184.14. He said, you're fucking me. I said, nope, that's what she charged me. So she says, Kenny, I said, well, honey, how much do I owe you? So she said, it's running like a kitten. Everything's running perfect now, and you're going to love how it's running. I said, great. I said, now the bad news. She says, well, Kenny, can you do $184.14? I said, not only can I do $184.14, I'm going to kiss you in the mouth when I get there. And she was dying. She's old school. Well, you know the lady. You know her. Mm-hmm. And man, I told her, I said, she's got my business from now on, and it's Audubon Service Center, I believe it's called.
Yep.
What's their address over there, Chris? Can you remember?
On the,
or just give the road, they'll find it in
Poplar Level Road near Audubon Hospital.
There you go. And man, great people, great work. They have now fixed my car twice on different things and just do fantastic work. And I told her I was going to plug her on the show tonight, and I didn't kiss her in the mouth because I don't know if she's married or not. And I think she's close to my age. I think she admitted that, and she gets out there and helps work on the cars. Yeah. Jerry was supposed to be in the, and that's a true story, Patrick. Jerry was supposed to be in the car with Sam Bass that night. So he was following them. And I think it was the what were they? I can't remember if it was the Invaders or it wasn't the Interns. It was the ones that wore the gold mask. I know one of them, I believe, was Spanish.
And the Conquistadors
no, it wasn't the Conquistadors. Patrick knows. Fuck, Patrick knows everything. What's Patrick? Yeah, we did get the blinker fluid topped off. She used that line on me a couple of weeks ago when she didn't realize that the decoder was not plugged into my car. I said, well, you're probably not getting a reading because it's laying in the floor mat. I said, you got to plug that in. Oh, man, she's slapping herself in the head. She plugs it in. So I said, now, anything else we need to know? And she starts making up these car terms that are bullshit for people that don't know anything about cars to fall for. And she says, now she runs off those things, and Chris is giving them back to her because he knows some of them too. And she said, and don't forget to top off that blinker fluid. I said, I never fucking top off the goddamn blinker fluid. No wonder the blinker never works right. Top off that fucking, how much is that? Well, it's $8 a quart. I said, well, give me 4. Let's take care of all the goddamn blinkers, front and back.
Who liked Lawler more between you and Jimmy? Who was the bigger fan?
Me, dramatically. Jimmy was a diehard.
For our new people, Chris.
Jimmy was a well, that's why he asked the questions. Back off, Schmidt. Get off his back. Why are you fucking with Pesci like that? You want me to fuck with you? Don't you fuck with me?
Pepe Lopez.
Why are the donations so low? I started to say, why are the donations? And Jason Robinson's read my mind.
Jason?
I said,
why are our 140? We got 2 tarps.
What's that?
We got 2 tarps.
Well, we're not doing tarps tonight. We're doing food for a couple of the families. Schmidt's got a great idea that we're hoping you might help us out with, even though you have help tonight. This is something special you might come in to play with. And let's see, $10,000.
My buddy Zook, I know, is going to be donating.
Our happy days are here again. Oh, did you make 10 grand?
Bobby Shane was separate.
Yeah. If he made, well, hang in there, Jason. Hang in there, buddy. But that's ass wiping money right there.
Yeah, they're trying to get me to buy shares.
We're trying to. If you got it, Pesci, I'm telling you, you're a fool if you don't.
Bobby Shane was the guy that Lawler.
If you're thinking it's going to be like that, I'm in for 400. Fuck it.
400 shares?
No, 4. You said You said get 10. I might as well get 20.
Right. Get 20
for 400. Right.
Basically, yeah. 20 shares.
20 shares.
Are we talking about burgers? Or are we talking about shares?
I'm talking about shares. You said.
Well, right now the shares are. Last I heard before I went on air, we were barely under $20. I think it was like 1970 something, 1976. Because I told Chris what a great year it was.
I'll buy $500 worth, maybe.
There you go.
How many shares is that getting? That's 15 shares, 30,
right?
Yeah, so $15 a share.
Or I'm sorry, yeah.
Would that make me a little Scaramucci in the end?
400 would be
not
20
yet.
shares, so another 100. What? 5 more.
Yeah,
25.
Yeah, if you got 500 you can spare, I think it'd be money well spent, and you're going to be happy you did. You're going to be happy you did. Trust me.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do it.
And you see, Jason Robbins, he says he made. I don't know if Jason's made 10 grand total, or we made 35 grand in just like 2 weeks. And we've had days we've made 15 grand.
Oh, so Jason,
we've had days we lost 8 grand. Now, I think the days of losing big money might be over, especially with our guy on CNBC today waving the white flag. I think those days might be over.
Mad money.
Tiffany Gonzalez, 20 shares. There you go. If you got 20, you're not anybody that's got 10 or 20 shares. No, it ain't 5,000. No, it ain't 1,000, 2,300, or 500. But if it does what it said, just hold on to it. Just hold on to it until the experts tell you to sell. Hold on to it. That 20 shares is going to be some decent money. I'm telling you.
King, do you remember where you sat for the first ever Lawler match you were at and who he was going against?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember who he was going against. Probably Fargo would be my guess if I had to remember. It was probably Jackie Fargo, and I was setting dead center of the first row of the cheap seats, because the cheap seats were $2.50 a ticket.
Wow.
The set ringside was $4.50. Well, I couldn't afford that and go to White Castle or Kingfish after the show. So yeah, I'm setting dead center. Lola Johnston was my ride. She had a sister named Hazel, who I worked with for 5 years at Kroger.
Hazel.
And yeah, Hazel, Lola Johnston was her name. And her son, Rodney, watches a lot of these shows. I see Rodney in here all the time. And it was a very special night. I was so thrilled to get to go to, I think we can put over his $10,000. So wait a minute. So you made 10 grand and you just donated $10, Jason Robb? What? Come on, man. But then again, it's like he donated 20 because every
he already cashed out, is what you're saying?
No, he didn't cash out.
That's what he made so
I would
far.
beat Jason Robbins within an inch of his life if he sold out. Just for setting a bad example.
That's just the interest.
I'm going for 20. Carl says he's going for 20. I tell you what, if you lose money, you can cuss me out. That's about it. I don't see any way fucking possible you could lose money. I told Chris today, I said, is there anything? He said, I guess if Joe Biden declares something, I said, he said, if Joe Biden were to try to fuck with this, with all the fucking millions of shareholders that would be fucked royally, he said it would be worse than any Black Lives Matter, worse than any Trump riot. It would be the worst thing ever in America if he tried to fuck.
Yeah, because it'd be like the market would crash, basically.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Jason.
There it is. Double boom.
But you should have sent it on PayPal.
I'm going to still about $1.50. That's a win.
He did cash out because he had $20. Most of us don't have 20 right now. I did reserve $700 to get my car fixed. So that was a pleasant surprise today that she only charged me $184. So me and Chris celebrated at McDonald's and ended up didn't have to pay. Manager sent us home with a bunch of food. I got a double quarter. I haven't had a double quarter since my surgery. So that'll be 2 meals right there at least. And but yeah, it was a great day at McDonald's today to know that he's back in with us and he's going to help us feed the homeless. He's really doing 2/3. He's matching the burgers and giving them all a free bottle of water on top of it. And he told me to come Tuesday because that's when his water shipment comes and he'll have plenty to give us. So that's what we're doing.
Did you have a job during those years?
71 in here, Pesci. This is impressive tonight. I'm giving you credit for this because I told everybody not to even watch this show. I blocked all my fans so they couldn't watch it.
I wouldn't be surprised, King.
Where's your boyfriend, Mountain Timer, Pesci?
Mountain Timer's watching. We love you,
Mountain Timer is watching. Trust me, Mountain Timer's watching. Just like that other
on a mountain,
just like that cop friend of yours. He's watching, but he knows better than to pop in here. I'm here for Pesci. You sound like Timmy John saying, "I'm here for Pesci."
Oh,
now he's watching.
I know how we can do the biscuits and gravy. We just cut my video.
What's that?
Oh yeah.
Well, we could do the biscuits and gravy. We could just cut my video.
Oh, yeah.
Cut your video.
Just so he do can't audio. See me? Right.
Remember you said you were going to have me go on with biscuits and gravy and pretend to be Pesci?
Yeah, we're going to call him.
Oh, yeah. You can just cut your video.
Hey, Timmy,
the video.
Timmy, hold on, Timmy. I got Joe Pesci on the phone right now.
Yeah, Christopher says the same thing. We ain't cashing shit until we're both multimillionaires. And Chris is he's greedier than I am. He says if we hold this, if everybody holds, not even everybody, if only 10% of us hold, he said this thing could go to where with as many shares as we got could go into the billions, not one. So it sounds unbelievable. It sounds too easy. Name it Kroger Field, man. That's what I'll do.
So what are we rooting for? We're rooting for AMC theaters never to reopen?
No, that's the last thing we're rooting against. They're open now. Yeah, they're open now, and that's another reason the stocks are starting to go up. See, the hedge funds were betting on the death of AMC, and they bet wrong. They also bet on the death of GameStop. Well, that didn't work out good for them. They say the next investment after this, one of them's Tesla, and there's another one Chris mentioned to me, but I think we're going to put a big chunk into Tesla because it's going down. It's being forced down.
Did people make money on GameStop?
What's that?
Did people make money on GameStop? What happened with all that?
We made money on GameStop.
Okay, I didn't know how that.
Not as big as what a lot of people did. We got in late. Not as big as a lot of people made. But we still got a fair amount of shares in GameStop, but it hasn't squeezed yet. People think it did, but it didn't. The squeeze has not hit GameStop. There's going to be money made there, but we're betting AMC is going to go first. And if we see the squeeze is coming, we shift everything from AMC to GameStop and then shift it right back to AMC. So, like I said, I'm trusting smart people.
Well, also with the thing about the AMC, if people don't realize, they're like movie theaters. Here's the thing: GameStop. People, it's going to go out of business. But think about it. Think of all the real estate, those big giant theaters.
Damn, King, if you live by me,
actually, if we hit the big time, even if it's just millions and not billions or whatever it is, if we hit the big time, I've got 2 streets I'm gonna have renamed. We're gonna make a donation to the Middletown mayor. We got a couple of streets in mind that we're gonna rename. Don't think I'm fucking with you. Don't think I'm fucking with you.
Shelby.
Don't think I'm fucking with. Well, we're gonna leave that for a surprise. when you wake up one morning and you realize that the 2 streets that intersect have been renamed, it's gonna be funny. And I'd spend a lot of money to do that too.
Vince Russo Pass at Chris Bowling.
No, you're close. You're close. No, we'll reveal it when and if it happens. I don't know how big the money's going to be. I'm just going to know it's going to be a shitload more than we got now, and that's even today.
Favorite job you had as a kid?
What's that?
Favorite paying job you had as a kid?
Well, my first ever paying job was helping out in cleaning windows at Little Giant grocery store when I was 9 years old, when Dad was in prison. And I did such a good job on the those windows.
What a name!
Little Giant, yeah. And it was a little store. It had like 4 aisles, probably 3. 1, 2, 3 or 4.
What kind of store was Little Giant?
I remember I used to go down there, and when mom's supplemental money would come in from Dad being in prison, we got commodities, and then we get a supplemental check each month. And Mom would send me down to buy hamburger. Now, how much do you think hamburger was in 1969?
50 cents a pound.
50 a pound. What's your guess, Schmidt?
19 cents a pound.
19. No, it wasn't that. Pesci's actually pretty close. It would float anywhere between 49 and 59 cents a pound. But there are still days that Kroger will run a sale and that you can get ground beef for 99 cents a pound. It's not often, because Maya told me that she had never seen it that cheap. We go to the goddamn Kroger here about a year ago, 2 years ago when she was still here, and I'll be goddamn if Kroger didn't have buy 5 pounds of hamburger for $4.99. She says, I cannot believe she said, I've never seen it that cheap. I said, I do. I said, they run it from time to time.
No shit.
You're probably not going to see it anymore since this damn COVID shit. Go ahead.
It's crazy you just said that. Literally, my dad retired from Kroger, and he said, hey, by the way, next Wednesday, Kroger's running ground beef for like $1 whatever a pound.
Oh, yeah?
So next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday?
I believe so.
I'll have to look for that. I'll have to stock up the old deep freeze.
Okay, what was your first?
Carl was reasonably close. Yeah, you could find it for 49 to 59 a pound. And Mom would send me down there to buy a couple of pounds of hamburger, and we'd fry up. And that was back when ground beef was good for some reason. Mom made the best hamburgers, man. They were good. I almost bought ground beef today at Costco. Costco had ground beef on sale, but you had to buy 7 pounds of it, and it was going to be $28 for 7. I said, you know what, Chris? I'd love some good ground beef hot dog. Not this shit that comes in the compressed pack at Kroger, but good fucking ground beef hamburgers. But you know what? I'm just not in the mood to pay $38 for a bunch of fucking hamburgers, or $28. I said, we'll go to McDonald's. They got decent burgers for the money, so we went there.
Have you tried the new McDonald's chicken sandwich? By the way,
I have not.
It's pretty good.
It's not bad.
Oh, and then my other job, my other job at age 9 or 10, Cassidy Insurance was so impressed, and that's who we rented from. By the way, our apartment rented for $75 a month back then. Don't ask me how I know all this shit, but our apartment rented for $75 a month. I lived at 117 East Main then, and then years later moved to 117 West Main. The only person in the world to ever live at the same street address on the east and west side of town. That's documented. And
King, first nickname you had and who gave it to you?
Well, I got to tell you how they paid me at Cassidy Insurance. You know how they paid me? They paid me the Cassidy Insurance when I used to wash their windows. They gave me Windex and newspaper because they said newspaper would not let the window streak. So I learned that from them. Yep. So I would wash the windows with newspaper. They would pay me, God, I think $5 every time I cleaned their windows. But on a quarterly bonus, every time I got my report card, I got $1 for every A I got. And I was in the 5th and 6th grades then. And in the 5th grade, I took my report card to them at the end of the year. And I had, no, not at the end of the year, but the end of one quarter.
Semester,
and I had 32 A's and 1 B. And they had to pay me $32. I guess they thought I was some dumbass and they was going to get off. So they looked at me and they said, Kenny, that's $32 in 1969. Fuck yeah, it was big money.
That's like $100 now.
So they honored it and they said, well, Kenny, we're going to have to cut you back to 50 cents a day. We didn't know you was a straight A student. I said, I'm not a straight A student. I got a B plus in gymnasium because I refused to play some stupid game that I didn't want to play. And so they gave me a B plus because I refused to play one game. I did love playing Steal the Bacon though. Steal the Bacon was fun. I like playing dodgeball, kickball, the king of kickball.
Foursquare.
I earned that title. Go ahead.
Was that the first nickname you had?
The king of kickball. Yeah, it was the first time anyone ever called me king because when it was my turn to kick, that fucking ball was going through the goddamn wall. But if you kicked it just right, it would go over a retaining wall and down the steps into the girls' locker room. If you did that, it was home run because it'd take them forever to go down the steps and retrieve the ball. If you kicked it off the wall, it would bounce back so far. Fuck, you might get a single. So the strategy was to take a little off from it and drop it into that retaining area where the steps went down. And if you got it in there, home run. And I remember I kicked a grand slam once, and Mike Coffey was coaching third. My friend was coaching third. Well, I thought he was on third. And I kept telling him, run. No, King, we won. I said, go. So he wouldn't go. So I went back to second. He was just coaching third. He was not a runner. And I thought he was running. So he cost me a fucking grand slam. It ended up being a 3-run double instead of a grand slam. Made me mad. And that was in the 5th grade. I'm still pissed about it.
Pesci, I got a question for him since you told me to. All right. This one's going to, since you're getting into the Lawler and all that fun stuff. Nick Goulas, that's who you first got into wrestling with. Everybody knows that, except for anybody who's new.
Well, I got one that JJ missed. JJ missed one, so I got that one taken care of.
Yeah, I saw that. But anyway,
come on, Nick, JJ, what are you doing? You masturbating over there or something? For crying out loud!
I got a TV for JJ. He could have.
Yeah, he had a TV for you, JJ.
How did you get a TV for JJ?
Well, he said he was looking for a TV. And
well, he is. Well, where'd you get one?
I got screens laying around, Ken, for days.
There you go.
I've always been. I had flat screens before they were out.
How big a TV is it?
Oh, well, I got a small one, but I told him I'd give him this 40-inch when I get rid of it in the summer. I got 2 TVs for him.
So you're going to make him wait till the summer?
No, one he's going to get now. Small one. I can show it on camera if you want.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's see the television. Make JJ a happy guy. I don't know. I think I'm going to have the TV sent to the Philippines where they'll get it in 6 to 8 weeks. I'm sorry, months.
Hey, you know that.
And here.
Well, there you go.
That's the exact same size as the one I got.
That's the same size one I got in my bathroom. And no, the one I got in the bathroom is bigger. The one in the bathroom is a 32-inch. And it might be the same size. I can't tell. Is that a 28 or a 32? I think that's a 28, right?
I don't even remember, Ken. I just threw it in the cart.
Well, pull down your pants and measure it and see if it's 28 inches or not.
I don't know how to do that. It's something like that. We'll just say you're right.
He didn't. It went over his head. All right. So Nick Goulas, as we all know, racist, old fucking Greek country bumpkin. Would you say, was he as good a promoter as Jerry?
Hello,
Jarrett?
Phil.
Was Nick Goulas as good as Jerry Jarrett at promoting? I should say, basically.
They want to know if the TV fell off a truck, Pesci.
It did.
No, actually, I'll be honest. I got it at Walmart years ago.
Yeah.
And then TVs dropped significantly after I bought that. So then I just bought another 60-inch.
Scott Ash badge. I didn't see it say he was a new member, though. Why does it not say Scott Ash is a new member?
I see a badge next to him.
Yeah, he's got a badge, but I didn't see it light up that he was a new member.
Yeah, cars, TVs, having homeless and immigrants train his dog. Pesci is a good fella.
Maybe is that.
Chris, why would my chat be off on YouTube? I can't see the chat where I could send a donation on the other YouTube. What? When your chat disappears, did I hit something wrong?
Oh, you need that just means hit live chat again or just reboot.
Hit something.
Yeah,
maybe resubscribes don't alert. That's a possibility. That's
King.
A possibility.
King, I got a perfect one for you. Tell the Jimmy Hart story.
Oh, there you go.
He pointed you out of everybody.
Oh, yeah. I was sitting in my regular seat, first row of the cheap seats, because the next level down was $4, and then ringside was might have been $5.50, because at $2.50. No, $2.50, $3.50, $4.50 were the different levels. Yeah, and so I sat in the front row of the cheap seat. So basically I had the $3.50 seat for $2.50. And I was the only fan Lawler had back then. Everybody fucking hated Jerry Lawler with a passion. Yeah, come on, King. And I'd be doing the fight with him, and whenever he would be punching Dundee or who the fuck ever, I'm doing the same thing and just acting like I'm in the fucking match, just having a fucking ball. Only fucking fan Lawler's got. People would boo. They'd yell at me. They hated me as bad as they hated Lawler. I didn't care. I was preparing for my future career. I probably shouldn't have posted
Kenny knew where he was headed. He saw the signs.
Yeah, I saw the signs. That's what I saw, Pesci. I saw the signs. And so Jimmy Hart, before he was Lawler's manager, used to ride up from Memphis on a lot of the trips. And so he's setting off where the heels set. And he sees this fucking idiot setting up in the middle of the Louisville Gardens. 5,000 fucking people. I stand out like a sore thumb because back
then,
you're
the only fan.
I'm the only fan, and a lot of people thought I looked a little bit like Jerry. So, as a matter of fact, a lot of people thought I looked a lot like him. Many people thought I was his brother, and that's why they didn't really give me any shit. They said, "Well, God, it's his brother. He's got to root for him. You know, we only see him down here when Lawler's here. If Lawler's not here, Kenny's not here." And of course, he's not going to go by his real name. So they assumed I was Lawler's brother, and or that he was my father, and he really did not like that one.
That's
somebody in Rupp Arena, when I was helping him, I was selling his merchandise at the gimmick table, and so I was selling his merchandise at Rupp Arena because that was always big fucking money, and he paid me pretty good. The gimmick table, selling his merchandise.
Oh, that's cool.
And he's a babyface by then. So I'm selling his merchandise for him during intermissions. I got to watch the matches, but during intermissions, I'd go up and take care of the overflow on merchandise sales. So when the show's over, he comes up, how do we do tonight? So we count out his money and see how he did. And he normally did real good. And he'd pay me a good cut, normally $40-$50 for helping sell his merchandise for him. And one of the fans walks up, says, "We've always wondered, Kenny, is Jerry your dad?" And Jerry looks at the fan. He says, "How damn old do you think I am?" And Jerry said, "Dad, come on, just don't worry about it. Come on, Dad." And boy, he was pissed, like, you motherfucker. I think he still remembers that to this day, that I called him Dad at Rupp Arena.
What is he, like, 10 years
now,
old?
This is a question I never knew. Was Lawler
there's right at a 10-year difference between us? Yeah.
Was Lawler a babyface longer than he was a heel when he was at Memphis?
That'd be hard to add up. He was a heel when he first started. He
was a babyface longer.
And what was better, in your opinion, as well?
Heel. Without a doubt. Heel. Yeah,
but he was a babyface for a long time.
When he finally went back to heel, he was just as good at it when he left, and he got him to hate him just as bad.
When he's in WWE,
matter of fact, I asked Lawler at Rupp Arena when he turned babyface. He came backstage to visit me because he knew I just had ear surgery, and they did not want me exposed to the loudness of the 10 to 12,000 fans that were on half of Rupp Arena. So they had me set behind the curtains to where it would filter out the sound. They didn't want to disrupt the ear surgery I just had. So Lawler come back here and hung out with me. He's dressed in his tights. He's ready to wrestle, but he's wearing the double straps with the stars. It's not where he can pull the one strap down. These are that's when we thought that him and Dundee were in a competition to see who could be the best babyface and or the cutest babyface and all this. So he's sitting back there. I said, well, Jerry, I said, what do you like better? I said, do you like being clean or dirty? He says, Kenny, I think I like being clean better. He says, I hate it when I don't take a shower. So he would not even put over because you didn't dare say, you didn't act smart to him. Yeah, I'm only 17. No. You didn't act smart to him. You didn't act like you knew the difference between baby faces and heels. So out of respect for the wrestlers, you didn't carry on like that. Says I got new comments. Let's see what we got here.
Pesci, I've got a question for him too on a Lawler related question because it plays into.
Did you ever pull your shirt?
Go ahead, Chris.
I did not. I was
that was the only lame thing. I mean, it's part of his shtick, but it was the only lame thing.
Well, it was great. It was great as a baby face to let us know that version of heel Lawler was there.
The fist was coming out, the knee drop, the pile driver was coming soon.
Yeah, all that's coming. Be ready.
What were the other heels you liked during that time? Name some other good ones besides Lawler.
Handsome Jimmy Valiant, Roddy Piper,
Jimmy Daddy, Piper.
Joe
LeDuc was a good heel. Even though he's mainly feuding with Lawler through most
Al Green.
I thought I heard you say Al Green. Don and Al Green. As a matter of fact, I met Al Green after he had retired and he was on a cane and everything. But I met him for an extended period of time in Knoxville at a Legends convention that Jimmy had run for Smoky Mountain. And I asked him. I said, "Do you remember when I met you backstage at the Louisville Gardens and you were so nice to us? You were the only heel that was nice to the fans." I said, you were nice to us before Jerry Lawler was. I said, Jerry was nice to me. He pretty much shit on everybody else, but he was always nice to me. I said, but I was the only fucking fan he had. Who did he have to be nice to? Well, he could be nice to one. Well, this guy gets it. He's smart. The rest of you fucking idiots.
You were the only one for real?
Oh, I was the only one. There was no other. Now, Cornette liked him, but being a photographer, he could not acknowledge that he liked one or the other.
A photographer.
He's the neutral photographer.
Right.
So he could not show it.
Pesci, you have to understand this. Back in the 70s and 80s at the Gardens, they'd have cops and shit. People would try to jump the fucking rails to stab fucking Lawler.
How does he go from a photographer to head of Smoky Mountain?
Old women would get in the ring and men would jump in the ring. I remember one night when Lawler was wrestling Jerry Jarrett, a fan got in the ring and tried to beat up Jimmy Hart. So Lawler and Jarrett had to get on.
That would have been great.
Yeah, Lawler and Jarrett had to get on the. You could count every month.
Beer on them.
Every month, one or two fans was going to get in the ring because they all fucking believed.
Yeah,
they all believed.
You just keep doing that to Bill. Bill's a good man.
That's what Jimmy said. It was real then to him or whatever he says.
Oh, there'd be drunk.
How does he go from a photographer to owning Smoky Mountain? Kind of weird.
How did that happen? Well, he got money from being on air.
Yeah, whoever. I still to this day can't remember who invested it, but Jimmy just said, "Hey, I got this idea to run a wrestling company in Knoxville." And he found a money mark, and the money mark spent his money, and the money mark lost all his money in just 3 short years, I think.
I was it was like a dude who owned a car lot or something, I thought.
Yeah, he owned a car lot.
And now he's making money off those DVDs. That's what's crazy. That place
but he also sold the shit to WWE, paid him a nice chunk of money for the
Smoky Mountain they paid him for the Smoky Mountain footage. They paid I think
stuff.
I think they paid Lawler for the Memphis footage. They bought the OVW footage, but we have so much music and so much shit in those matches they can't use that they've never really aired them.
Yeah, like all of
Rick Ross was the money guy. Frank says.
Wow, that's the name of a rapper too.
I think I've heard of the name Rick Ross. I cannot place from where. Maybe from, but Jimmy didn't spend any of his own fucking money.
No.
And he spent the money mark's money and lost all his money. So that's when I say everybody wants to think Jimmy was so great at business and all this shit. Eric Bischoff pointed out anytime Jimmy's ever been in charge of any business whatsoever, he's failed at it.
Made him sound like a normal guy, like you said. He fucking was failing ever since he went. Every company he ever went, crashed, like Kenny said.
And now he's more or less blackballed from wrestling.
The company didn't crash.
He says this racist ass shit against Shaquille O'Neal's lady that's in AEW, Jade, whatever her name is, Jade what?
Jade Cargill.
To me, she's a goddess. I think she's one.
He still kisses Vince's ass. He was kissing Vince's ass today. I heard some bullshit.
Who was?
Cornette, because they asked him why he doesn't ever get on Vince's case. He goes, I get on Vince's case.
Well, he used to all the time, and they still, all these years after he mentioned me during the Hall of Fame speech, because he thought he was going in the next year. He thought rock and roll was going to induct him. I had already planned to go to Louisiana, as bad as my health was at that time. I wasn't going to miss that. I was going to be there for him. And but he never got invited because he started running his dick liquor again, and they didn't invite him, and they still haven't, and they almost can't put him in now. I mean, even the fan pages are in Sins and Jimmy's shit now. Their own fan pages are calling them out for their cuck of Cornette.
So what did he say about Shaq? I missed it.
He said that Shaquille O'Neal's lady. Well, Jimmy called it out. You're all getting on me for saying Shaq's married. Jimmy said the only reason this bitch has a job is because she's fucking Shaquille O'Neal, and said that she's got a horrible look. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Something similar to that.
She looks like
I like her. I actually like her.
She looks like Shelton. She looks like Shelton Benjamin in a wig. I said he has lost his fucking mind. He has lost his fucking mind.
And she's not bad in the ring either.
Not even accurate.
Mango's still watching, by the way.
Shelton Benjamin's getting screwed.
Oh, he's going to get screwed if he looks like that in a wig, because I'm going to do it. I'm taking him out. Yeah, bro, he's going to be hot.
I was like, Shelton's been.
Here's a good one, King.
Mango just dumped you, Pesci. She's all over Eva again.
Hello, Mango. Hey, wrestling or baseball? Which one did you like better when you were a kid?
Baseball.
By a lot.
Baseball. By a lot, yeah. Oh, if I'd have got to live my fucking dream, I was going to be a Major League Baseball player. I was pretty good for a white boy from Oldham County. And then I got to compete against all the other races. Y'all don't know this. I don't talk about it a whole lot. I actually got a tryout with the Cincinnati Reds 1 year after high school. And even though I thought I was pretty fast, I did not clock well enough from home to first. I did good in everything else, but home to first, I wasn't as fast as a lot of the other fucking Olympic quality athletes that they had.
Yeah, my brother.
So I was very fast for Oldham County. I don't remember ever losing a foot race to anybody. Even at 270 pounds, I could outrun your ass. I'd go to Trevecca Nazarene College, played college baseball for them. Wasn't supposed to because I didn't go to school there. So I only played home games. I did not play on the road. And so I'd play the home games, and I could outrun anybody on that basketball team. I could outrun the track players at 275. You can imagine how fast I was at 165, 175, and even 212 when I graduated. But when I tried out for the Reds, they said that I didn't clock fast enough from home to first. Yep. And I thought I did pretty good. And defensively, I did real good. I could hit like a motherfucker. I hit home runs in the batting practice, and I was shocked that I didn't make it to the next level. But
minor leagues would have been a fun job.
I got cut in round one, but no, baseball was my love, man. I thought I got fucked on that tryout.
Yeah, like my brother and my cousin.
I know I out hit just about everybody there. And home to first, I knew I wasn't as fast as a lot of the other athletes, but I thought Johnny Bench wasn't fucking fast either, but it didn't keep him out of the majors. I'm not saying I'd have been Johnny Bench, but I would have been a damn good baseball player. At college, I ate it up. I kicked ass in college, even though I wasn't supposed to play for the team. But the coach didn't give a shit, and he said, "Play the home games." He said, "I've watched you hit out here, man." He said, "I've watched you take BP off these guys." He says, "Nobody hits like you." So where did you meet your hero, Pete Rose? I met him, being as Patrick's going to take the show over for you. I met Pete Rose at the Paul Horning Sports Showcase at Chi-Chi's.
That's a good question.
Across the street from LaFontaine Apartments, and I got to meet Pete there. He signed a couple of autographs for me and Chris. I said, "Do you ever get asked much about the fight between you and Bud Harrelson?" He says, "Oh my God, not enough." He says, "Do me a favor. Ask me that question during the show. Hold your hand up when Paul starts asking for questions. I'll make sure he calls on you. You'll get on TV." And I was already doing wrestling at that time. I was already in with Gulas. I was already doing some work with Smoky Mountain. So I said, well, yeah. I said, I do television wrestling from time to time. Oh, okay. So we got to talk a little bit before the show, and then I got to ask the question. So I got on the Paul Horning Sports Showcase, which I've got on video around here somewhere, but getting those videos out and praying to God they would play after all these years would be a miracle. Maybe somebody can find the episode I was on. It's bound to be somewhere. But if Pete Rose was the guest, there's a pretty fucking good chance that's the show I was on, especially if it was filmed at Chi-Chi's in Louisville. Because that's where it was at. But we asked the question, he got me on television, and then after the show, I met him out in the parking lot because he hung around well after the fans left. There's only a few of us out there, so I went out and talked to him and gave me a big hug. And he says, if you're ever in Boca Raton, Florida, you're my guest. He said, I'd love to have you. And I never did get to go. I don't know what prevented me from going, but I never got to go to Boca Raton. I threw a 93-mile-an-hour fastball and I did not try to be a pitcher. I had good control. I could throw strikes. But the fastest pitch I ever threw was 88 miles an hour, and that was at the Nashville. That was at what was the big part? Opryland. They had to spend now, depending on how accurate that gun was. I mean, these guns can vary by fucking 10 miles an hour, even in the majors. But I threw 88 miles an hour there, so that's impressive. If Hazelwood could throw 93 on any gun, that's pretty. That's pretty. Oh, he was talking about a video game. God damn it, he got me. I thought he meant that he could really throw 93 an hour. I threw 88. I threw 88 and I was 27 when I did it.
Where'd you go, Pesci?
As a matter of fact, Trevecca talked to me about pitching, but I didn't want to pitch. I wanted to fucking hit, play first base or outfield. I did not want to pitch, even though I was decent at it. Being left-handed gave you an advantage pitching if you had control, and I could throw strikes. But the only time I was ever on a speed gun was at the Opryland when you threw, and if you could predict the speed, you won a prize. So I threw 86, 87. So I predicted, well, the third pitch is going to be 88. I thought I could get one more mile, and I'll be goddamn if it wasn't 88, and I won Christopher a big stuffed bear. But yeah, 86, 87. I went up 1 mile per hour on all three throws, or it was rigged and they wanted me to win the bear. So who the fuck knows? Well, goddamn, we've dropped from 70 to 48. What happened?
Where'd Pesci go?
Oh, I guess he kicked himself out.
Where'd you go, Pesci?
My fault, Ken. For some reason, I can't get the donation page to pull up on this thing, and it's pissing me off.
Huh. I don't know.
Because my buddy said he was trying to send something, and I'm trying to figure out why I can't even send something from my phone.
Are you talking about on YouTube or PayPal?
YouTube.
Well, don't donate there. Donate to PayPal. Kenny Bolin at msn.com. That way we get 100% of the money.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd much rather go to PayPal anyway. Let's see. I got Mickey Mantle and Pete Rose signed baseball. Well, I've got 4 baseballs sitting over there, and 2 of them are signed by Pete Rose. 1 of them came from Pesci. Pesci, you said I had a surprise coming. Do you know what day it's coming?
Yeah, it's actually a picture. It's funny as the guy had it too, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll take that."
Okay.
28.
Well, it's not going to be a surprise if you tell me what it is.
Well, you'll see.
Yeah. Well, just don't tell me anymore. I just want to know if it was still. Are there 2 more things coming?
Yeah, it's too small. It's not like what you think, but it's 2 things.
Well, I'm not thinking anything because I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's 2 things.
Okay. Well, one's a picture. All right, I'll find out.
It was things the guy had laying around, and I just said, "I'll take those."
Pete Rose is $100 for an autograph. I don't know what he charges. I have no idea.
It's all different. You could probably get balls for 65 to 100. Depends what the ball is.
I have a Brooks Robinson baseball. That's pretty good. Rose's autograph and Johnny Bench were the only 2 I gave a shit about. I guess if I could have got Ken Griffey Jr.'s, that would have been all right. But Pete Rose was the one autograph. And, of course, Jerry Lawler when I got his in 1974. And
who was the better promo, Lawler or Corny?
Lawler or who?
Cornette.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What's the matter with you?
Yeah,
I'm asking you, Kenny. This is in your opinion.
At least Lawler's shit was original. You know, Jimmy is a master at memorization. Then again, so is Lawler.
That's why I wanted to bring this up.
Lawler would memorize joke books. I used to have a great memory, but by the time I got in wrestling, if I prepared material, it did not come off as well as it does with Cornette. And I don't know how much Lawler prepares, but his jokes are all prepared. I make my jokes up on the fucking fly most of the time because I can't remember any. I can't remember a promo if my fucking life depended on it. Well, me and Lawler are 2 different styles of promos. We are storytellers, and we come across pretty real. I mean, Pesci thinks I'm mad at him half the time. Oh, you didn't have me fooled, King. Yeah, I did. I've had you fooled many times. And I've had Mountain Timer, who, by the way, is watching the show. Don't think he's not.
It's like playing darts with a metal dartboard.
And Mountain Timer, I piss off all the time. Most of the time, I'm just fucking with him. Just having.
I know. I had to.
I mean, when I found out he actually had 15 shares of AMC instead of 2,000. When I found out he actually lived in Mobile, Alabama, those hurt his feelings. He did not want me to find that shit out.
Well, also,
once we found out 100% for sure, without a doubt, his name should be Mobile Mike. His name should be Mobile Mike, not Mountain Timer, not Brad, whatever it is. Brad Advil or whatever his name is.
Advil. He should change it to
Brad
Mountain
Advil.
Timer.
That'd be a good name, Brad Advil. You think?
If you remember here within,
but he's watching. How you doing, Mountain Timer? I know you're watching.
Within
you
a
love
week,
being Pesci.
I had to reassure.
How's everything down in Mobile today? Y'all got any tornadoes going on down here today? Is the weather good down in Mobile today?
Probably is.
It is.
He's got some good pictures like Bischoff.
But I had to read.
Well, I mean, goddamn, Pesci, you can go on the internet and get those. I mean, you don't have to live in Colorado to get a picture.
Bastard would fucking lie about mountain pictures.
Well, of course, and I'm telling you, Mountain Timer, he's messed up, man. He's messed up.
I had to reassure Pesci that it's just a wrestling podcast, Pesci. It's not real.
Well, but then again, Christopher will be the first to remind you this is not a wrestling podcast. We don't really talk all that much about wrestling. We have a lot of their guests.
It's because you don't watch it anymore.
I would consider us more political and current events.
King says you get less money if you say you're a wrestling podcast.
Yeah, you do. You do get less money. I forget what we're labeled under, but I'm not going to be labeled as a fucking wrestling podcast. Thankfully, the trolls must have scummed to the copious amount of the boo. Well, that's a possibility. And then again, he might have gotten COVID and had to go to the hospital. If anyone will take
one,
can you have a favorite Lawler promo?
God, I've got several.
One that really sticks out there.
My favorite Lawler promo. Well, one of them I've already did earlier tonight. Let me tell you something, Bob Armstrong. He says you're coming back into Louisville, and Lance was putting you over. 6'4" and 225 pounds, 10 pounds heavier than when he was here before. Well, why don't we disperse that 10 pounds? Your feet weigh about 90 pounds, so that don't leave too much more to distribute. And so he would spread out his body weight throughout the size of Bob Armstrong, calling him a skinny string bean. Do you see this neck, punk? This is a bull neck. If I give you a pile driver, you're done for the rest of your life. If you gave me one, I'd get up and I would beat you within an inch of your life, son. And I know you're back here and you're 10 pounds heavier and you think you're a tough guy. Well, let me explain something to you, Bob Armstrong. You're going to show up down there Tuesday night like a fool, like an idiot, thinking you got a shot at beating me. Well, I can assure you, you don't have a shot, son. But I don't feel sorry for you. You know why? Because you're stupid. And I don't feel sorry for stupid people. So you show on up down here Tuesday night, and I'm going to send you back out of Louisville or Memphis or wherever you're promoting. I'm going to send you back out of Louisville, Kentucky, just as quick as you got in. And then, of course, they'd go down there, and it'd be a great match, and probably Lawler would lose. But that's how you talk them into the building, is you convince them that the babyface doesn't have a chance. And then when the babyface wins, oh, my God, throw the babies in the air. Steiner's math was amazing. I saw that for the first time.
What is that?
It wasn't quite like Steiner's math. Lawler's wasn't. Well, your feet weigh 90 pounds, so you distribute the rest of that 180 pound or whatever it was.
He's like, see, when you get in the ring with Scott Steiner, you're already at a 50%.
No, don't ruin it for him. Don't ruin it for him. Look it up, Pesci, because awesome. none of us can do that promo justice. I saw it, and I saw it for the first time about a week ago.
Steiner are we talking about?
Scott Steiner.
Just
look like Scott Steiner math problem, whatever.
Yeah,
the Scott Steiner math. You'll find it, and
you didn't even get to see his good promos in WCW.
What's that?
You didn't get to see Steiner's good promos in WCW because I know you weren't watching.
Frank says he's going to send you a link, Pesci. Frank, do we have any updates on the package? We realize they're probably fucking with us like they fucked with me on that other package that went out in December. But if you have any, we just want to know the damn thing's on its way, that it's left the country, that it's still in New York or wherever the fuck it is. But if you've got any updates on where the laptop is, that would be great to know. Because
I've got a question for him, Pesci. Okay, since all these A&E biographies have come out lately, the one with Savage on there, boom. the infamous match, which you were there, Rupp Arena, Lawler and Savage finally went at 1982, 83.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Did the match live up to the hype? Was it everything that
you're not going to believe this, but it must not have, because I don't remember that much about that match. I'm sure I was there. Sure. Shit, Cornette might have been working on that card by then. No, I don't know. I don't think
you see Andy Kaufman.
What's that?
No.
Oh yeah, I saw Kaufman at all the shows. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I didn't get to really talk to him much. I met him briefly backstage in Memphis. Kaufman stayed in gimmicks. Kaufman didn't really know who was smart and who wasn't. So, and Lawler didn't bother to really smarten him up as to who was smart and who wasn't. And me and Jimmy were not really what you call granted total backstage access at that time. Jimmy was allowed to take pictures. I was allowed to get into the buildings for free and enter and exit through the back, but it's not like we could walk down in the dressing room and say hi to everybody. So my interactions with Andy Kaufman were few and limited. But if you were to ask someone, does Andy Kaufman know who Kenny Bolin is before he died? It would have probably been a 50-50 shot if he could have named it, because I was probably still Kenny Rising back then when I met him. As a matter of fact,
you showed him a picture, he'd know.
Well, if he'd have saw a picture, he'd have probably known. But just to drop the name on him, I don't know that he would have known, because, like I said, the interactions, Jimmy probably got to talk to him a lot more than I did, and even Jimmy probably had very limited access because he stayed in character. I know he took pictures of Andy. So there was probably some interaction there, but Jimmy was very timid in the back. He knew better than to push his limits. And Jerry Jarrett, when he hired him, I remember Jerry told it on my show. He says, Jimmy had so much heat with me. He said, if he can get 10% of the heat in front of the crowd, he gets back here with me, he's going to be great. Because Jerry did not like him. And he was hired as a favor to Christine Jarrett.
If you want to know about Andy Kaufman, Bill Apter would be the guy, which we need to get him. You need to get him on the alley.
But, so were you there when he got the King nickname?
Frank says he has a backup plan. Frank, if you could send me just the tracking number, I will check it every day myself till we see some activity, because I went through the same shit with the one that I sent to Jeannie's family, the care package I sent them. So if you can send me just the tracking number where I can cut, copy, and paste it, I'll keep up with it every day. And then I'm anxious to hear what your backup plan is, because I didn't have one. So whatever your backup plan is bound to be better than mine.
Hey,
what is the nicest thing Bobby Eaton ever did for you? He told me the nicest thing he ever said to me, he was looking at my calves in Atlanta, my legs, because I always wore shorts to most of the matches. and I wore crew socks back then. Now I have to wear these compression socks to make sure my legs and feet don't swell up during the day if I'm on my feet or sitting at the desk a lot. And Bobby Eaton looked at me just shaking his head. I said, what? God damn, man, if I'd had calves like yours, I said, if you had calves like mine, you wouldn't be able to lace your boots up. I said, I've tried your boots on before. He gave me a pair of boots. Bobby Eaton gave me a white pair when he heard that I was going to be getting in wrestling with Nick Goulas. And I said, I don't think I'm going to be wrestling that much, but it's a nice offer. I said, but I think I'm mainly going to be doing commentary and managing. I don't expect to be in the ring that much. He said, it would be nice for you to have them. And I want you to know I never got to wear the boots in a match because I could not get his boots laced around my calves. He said, man, if I'd have had your calves, he says, God damn. He said, how did you get those? I said, I don't know. I said, I just run a lot as a kid. I didn't have a car till I was 19. I ran everywhere and I run on my toes and it builds your calves. And I was taught by a track coach. I didn't officially run track. I was just ran them during class. I didn't want to stay after school and run track, but I ran it as intramural during class. And his name was Bomba Barnes. They all called him Bomba because he walked on his toes. And if you've ever seen any of the Tarzan, movies that starred Bomba, which I guess was kind of like son of Tarzan or something like that.
Yeah.
Bomba walked on his toes a lot and had unbelievable calves. Well, Bomba Barnes walked on his toes. And nobody in Oldham County High walked on their toes, but he taught me how to run on my toes. Made me even faster than I was, and not to run flat feet or to run on your heels, run on your toes. So he taught me that, and he helped make me. He probably cannot believe I remember his name and that he taught me that. But yeah, Coach Barnes, he was a track coach, football coach, one of the assistants, along with Mr. Beatty and Mr. Bean. They were the football coaches back then.
So go on, sorry.
No, that's about it.
Did you say you were in attendance still when Lawler got the King nickname when he took that persona over?
Yeah, I never missed a match. I do not recall ever missing a live Jerry Lawler match at the Louisville Gardens ever. God damn, I look good. Now that I got that green screen off and got that good picture quality and the good lighting and the crown sitting there. By the way, talking about the king, I mean, I got the crown sitting right here, so I might as well bring it.
Yeah.
What is that?
How many crowns did you own? That's a question.
What's that?
How many crowns did you own? That's a question. You guys should look at one right now.
Two. I never liked how I looked in a crown, so I don't have many pictures of me wearing. I can't wear them as good as Lawler did. Lawler wore the crowns great.
Your head's too big.
But I just don't like how I look in a crown. And if you look up, you know, it wants to fall off your head. Plus, my head is fucking huge. And I just don't like how I look in the crown. That's a special treat for you guys tonight. There's not many pictures of me wearing a crown. There's a few, but not many.
Good.
So I don't wear it too often. But Lawler didn't like wearing his either. I learned from him is to bring it out and let it be part of the gimmick and to carry it like this. And Lawler always had his fingers. Like sometimes he would carry it like that. I don't know why, because I don't like to carry it like that. I would carry it the reverse way. But there's probably as good a look as y'all have ever had of the crown, because I don't normally bring it up here.
Is that the $200 one?
Well, when Lawler first started getting these back in the early 70s, he had them manufactured in Houston. And he told me that he only paid $90 for a crown back then. But no, these would cost way more than $200.
Steep in the 70s.
As a matter of fact, I sold the black one I had when I was raising money for my surgery. I sold the black one for $800 and was probably could have got more. One guy wrote me, his name is Adam McNair. Well, actually, he didn't buy it. His wife did. His wife bought it for him for a present. But I love my crown. Even if we leave the country, the only two things that are going with me for sure, I'll probably take my computer because it's brand new. My microphone, all my podcasting equipment. I will take my briefcase and my crown. Other than that, I'll probably sell everything I got.
Speaking of crowns, tell the Terry Funk story when he stole yours.
Terry Funk never stole my crown. Can you do these stories right? He never stole my crown.
What happened with Terry Funk and the crown?
Well, you should probably do your homework and you'd know
Jerry
the story.
Lawler gave him the crown.
Jerry Lawler, one of the nights when Lawler was babyface and was wrestling Terry Funk as a heel, Jerry Lawler sent word to Cornette. He says, hey, go out and ask Kenny if he can hold my crown during the match. So Cornette comes, hey, man, King wants to know if you'll hold his crown for him during the match. He says he'll give you a ride to the gas station and McDonald's after the show. He says he'll buy you some McDonald's. I said, really? I said, yeah, sure. I said, why ain't I going with Lola? He said, well, Lola's going to be meeting the referee after the show. So she needs to be able to spend some time with him. There's a story that probably shouldn't have got out. And Lawler's going to give you a ride. So Lawler's wrestling Terry Funk in the gray tights that night. It was among his first matches back as a babyface. Wasn't the first, but among them. And he wrestled in his gray tights that night. So I told Cornette, I said, if he's going to give me a ride, tell him I'll hold the crown anyway. And if he's going to give me a ride down to the McDonald's, that's even better. Lola's going to meet me at McDonald's.
Oh, God.
So I'm sitting in a special chair by the timekeeper and ring announcer, Bob Moody. And I think Johnny Randolph had gone by then, who were big, wacky radio stars. Mm-hmm. And Jerry Lawler comes out and he takes the crown. He walks over to me, he gets up in the ring, gets introduced. He steps out of the ring, comes over to me. He says, whatever you do, don't you let anything happen to this crown. You hear me? I said, no, you got it, man. It's taken care of. Hands me the crown. He says, you better have it. So he gets in the ring and now they introduce Funk and Funk comes and they ring the bell to start the match. And Terry Funk, they're getting ready to lock up. And then Terry just stops. And I said, Lawler has told him to fuck with me. Now, of course, I'd never admit that I knew that. But at age 17 or 18 or however old I was, I said, I'm getting ready to get fucked with.
I respect that.
He's getting ready to lock up, and he looks over. He says, little boy, I want that crown. I looked at him and I shook my head. No, make sure Lawler saw. I shook my head. No. Little boy, I'm not going to ask you again. I told you I want that crown. Get up, boy, and bring me that crown. I said, all right, might as well play along now. No,
Jerry was the heel?
Jerry's the baby face. Funk's the heel. Yeah. Why else would he say, little boy, bring me that crown?
I said, I meant Funk.
Yeah, so Funk's the heel, Lawler's the baby face. Lawler's looking at me to see what I'm going to. If I'd have got about, sure, you can have it. I don't need the goddamn thing. Lawler would have killed the whole fucking. So I guarantee you, Lawler's told him to fuck with me. So they get ready to lock back up again. He says, "One more chance, little boy. I told you I want that crown. If you don't give me that crown, little boy, I'm going to come out there and I'm going to take it from you." And I looked at him and went, "No, you're not." I'll be goddamn. He took it a step further than I thought. That motherfucker got out of that ring and he's coming after me. So when he starts stepping through the road, I said, "God damn." So I get up and I'm looking for a place to go. I got to run. And like I told you, I'm pretty fucking fast, and I don't think anybody smart and funk up as to how fucking fast I was. And if you really want to see me fast, let me be scared of what's going to happen to me when I get caught. I wasn't in any shape I was going to be whipping Terry Funk's ass. I can tell you that right now. So Funk is coming out. So I'm thinking he's going to step out onto the ring steps and he's going to go. So I'm backing up far enough to where he can't get to me. And security's standing there. Andy Frame, if you remember, I don't know how old you are, but oh my God, if you remember Andy Frame, I feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
Worst fucking security group
fucking
ever.
Barney Fife ass.
Couldn't guard a fucking ham sandwich if their life depended on it. So Andy Frame's there like, yeah, you guys are going to be any fucking help. So I'm back. That motherfucker is now coming down the aisle. I'm thinking, you got a fucking match you might want to attend. So now I go around ringside. I'm out in the, you've been to the garden, so you know where I'm running.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's coming, and so he's full blown coming after me. "Give me that crown, little boy!" And I'm going, "God damn!" So now I'm running at a jog, just far enough to keep away from Funk. Now Funk takes off into a sprint. He's coming after me. So I'm running around the Louisville Gardens on the lower level. We do 2 or 3 laps around ringside, and I'm not letting him get close to me because I can outrun Terry fucking Funk at any age. He's not going to catch me, and I don't get blown up easy. So he's ran me 3 laps. He's getting blown up, but he's still trying to come get me. So like an idiot, I go up into the upper deck, and then I go, you know what? I have just fucked myself because now I got to run over all these fucking people or he's going to fucking get me. So thank God he understood what we were doing and he backed off because he now knows I'm pinned in. I've gone to the upper deck. All I got now of the upper deck of the Louisville Gardens, like the thing. But I've gone as high as I can go, and now my only option is becomes after me. I have to run down the aisle where people are sitting, and they're all rooting for me. They're all wanting me to get away and all this shit. And finally, he gave up. I'm blown up, and I can't be blown up. But I've ran 3 or 4 laps around the fucking ring. I've gone up into the seats and just trying to stay away. So I finally go back because the match has been going on 5 minutes. It takes me that long to get back to my fucking seat. I get back down there, and Lawler looks at me like, you better guard that goddamn crown. I get back down, sit in my seat, and he says, "Little boy," I said, "Please, God, no." He says, "I'm telling you, little boy, I'm going to get that crown." And he just kept the whole focus on taking that crown from me. So thank God Lawler beats him, and he gets out. We got to run to the locker room because Funk is pissed, and he's going to come after Lawler. He said, come on. So I go straight to the back with Lawler, and he says, "You did a good job." He said, "You didn't let Funk get you." I said, "He looked pretty determined." I said, "You wouldn't have by any chance have tipped him off, would you?" He just shrugged his shoulders. After they ran me to death, I had to confront him on it.
Kenny, my buddy made me send you 10-year PayPal.
What's that?
It says it's from me, but it's not. I sent 10-year PayPal. My buddy's having trouble with the super chat, so I just sent you the money.
No, you sent me the money?
Yeah, so you got an extra 10.
All right. Well,
it's from my buddy. When he pops in, I'll point him out.
We'll tell your buddy thank you much. I appreciate that. What's your buddy's name?
And then there's another 15 coming in from Zook. He's trying to figure it out now.
From who?
I wonder
Zook Rav.
And Timmy Lee of Timmy. Well, there's Timmy. I see him right there now. Timmy Lee sent $5. Thank you very much, Timmy Lee.
Why is this?
I think the Lawler Funk story was worth $5.
My super chat's not working on my end. I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
And just in case you think I'm all fucking with you, Pesci's mother, Mrs. Michael. That's Pesci's mom.
She got Anna Snively remarried.
Okay, donated $120.
She might have sent you a friend request. It's not a fake account.
I'll block her. Don't worry about that.
Block.
And somebody's picked up.
There he is. There's Zook. Thank you, Zook.
$15 for
people. Sorry, I'm late.
Thank you very much.
King, I tried to buy a badge for him in my kitchen yesterday. We could not figure it out on his phone.
Does
he have a new iPhone?
Does he have an iPhone?
Well, we'll figure it out, but that's what
JJ, throw up the instructions on how to get a badge again for the iPhone users.
If you don't mind. $14.99, so it's definitely an iPhone.
Thank you, Zook.
Yeah. Anytime it ends in 99, it's an iPhone donation.
So we just got another 25.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. That's very nice. Very kind to you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like I said, tonight, every donation is doubled by McDonald's. They're going to match every dollar.
Close to 2.
I'd hope so. I think we're close. Very close to 2. And so if anybody,
I got somebody else trying to figure out a way to send $5 too. So I know you got another 510 coming.
Now remember, guys, I got Bill Dundee tomorrow night. So Pesci, we've been on 2 hours, and I know I took up a lot of that time.
Yeah, we can always split. I told you we could split this one in half.
Well, we could. Can we go 35 more minutes? Get out of here at 11:35.
Yeah, I think I can finish it at 35.
Okay.
As long as we don't tell any clan stories, we should be good.
Okay, you can take that down. I think they got it figured out by now, I guess.
Yeah, but what if we want you to go to 12:05?
Well, that would have to be you, Chris.
Well, why aren't you going to be here, Pesci?
I will be here too. I'm saying you have to set the deal.
Hey, there you go. And let them know where they can get a goddamn COVID shot at while they're at it. Get some mental health, get a COVID shot. We say, now throw that up again. I might want to jot that down. Let's see. That's a weird looking phone number. There we go. I know of at least 1 or 2 people down there that could use that, and I hope they take advantage of it. See, we don't shit on our enemies here. We try to help them. And the South Australia Mental Health Support Line, and a couple of numbers there. We got the Peel and the Metro. I don't know what any of that means. And we got country. We got that and a bunch of words I don't know how to pronounce.
Rural link if you're out in the country.
Rural link. There you go. I was trying to run all that together and wasn't very successful at it. So there we go. We try to help here at the Bowling Alley. We don't try to shit on all of our enemies. And those are actual numbers. Yes, they are.
All right. You're talking about Jimmy Cordial during the story. You do well.
Yeah. That was nice.
Pesci. All right, Pesci. I got a challenge for you, Pesci. Kenny can tell you more of the story.
Well, he wants to say why I didn't read his message. Sorry, I'm late. I had a school board meeting. I'm a board member for a school district. Ran super late tonight. Pesci, loving the hat, bro. That's a good looking hat. Pesci's got some good looking. And by the way, we've been on here too, and I know I took up about the first half hour by myself, but Pesci's done a good job tonight. I ain't even mad at him yet.
All right, Pesci.
He's still got a half hour to go, though.
I blame
Bob Hazelwood's right. Those are actual numbers. And so if Perth Pussy, and we know he's watching, Perth Pussy, we're trying to help you.
The first step is admitting you have a problem.
And I tell you what I'd do. There it is again. I'll tell you what I'll do. When we hit the big money, to show you what a good man I am, if you will actually try and go get you some mental help, because obviously you got some serious problems. The old king, do I want to pay it all? I got to make him pay something for all the trouble he's tried to cause me. Hadn't had much luck at it, but he keeps trying. I mean, the donations get bigger every week. The more he's in here, the more money we make. I can actually put you over
right now. I know. I could tell people how I know you don't have cash in it.
What's that now?
I said I could put you over right now. I could tell people one line how I know you don't have cash hiding. How I know you're not hiding cash.
Oh, how do you know I don't have cash hiding?
Because the day I showed you that Miami Dolphins hat on the ground when I was trying to show you the sign I saw, all you saw was the $2,000 in my hand.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even that much money. But to you, it looked like that much money.
It looked like a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what I've said. Now, any guy that would be hiding millions under his goddamn fucking couch
wouldn't be too impressed with a couple of grand, would he?
One more thing.
Anybody that thinks if I did have $1.3 million and that I would leave it under the bed.
And that's not cheating.
The house could burn down. The dogs could get mad at me, go under there and get it, which they do.
Scooby would get it.
Any number of a million fucking things. And the interest that $1.3 million could earn in the shittiest of banks, you could live on the fucking interest. So what fucking idiot, other than the Perth Pussy, if they had $1.3 million, because that's why I said, well, I don't have 1.3, I got 2.6.
And if you ask Zook, most of the people I know walk around with at least 1,000 on them.
Yeah. Well, I used to walk around with 7,000 on me, and then I lost my wallet for that period of time. And I said, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to get a bank.
Thank you, Jason. He's 25.
Well, I was trying to throw it up. Can't believe I'm up this late. See y'all tomorrow. Well, thank you very much, Jason.
We need a running total.
I think he donated 25, so that's 50 hamburgers he bought for us.
We need a running donation total here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to get the $2 cheeseburgers, and they're going to discount them to $1. So they're matching us on what we're doing. And because I don't want to get them a fucking cheap ass single hamburger. I want them to get something. So yeah, we're probably going to load them up on double cheeseburger, and you could buy a ton of. Well, if I had 1.3 million, And I bought shares at $2 a share is what they were, a little over $2 back when we first got in.
Hedge fund bowling.
I'd buy a lot of shares.
Yeah, try to get us to make sure we get this done, Chris, if we can. That'd be perfect.
All right. Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I was talking to you, King. I was just telling Chris, make sure we get the...
Jason, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging in there with us. It's only 11:14.
All right, Pesci, you finish up questions here, and then we have a challenge here.
Yeah, these are some fun ones, too.
Well,
okay, what was the last match you attended?
I definitely agree with that. Mandatory vasectomy. If I pay for his mental health, we gotta. Yeah, he can't have any kids anyway, though. So no, that's not really necessary because if he could have kids, his wife wouldn't have to go out and fuck those guys to get the kids he's got now. So now I don't think that part's necessary, but I appreciate the effort, though.
He does like to fuck kangaroos, though. So who knows?
For some reason, they don't like to fuck him. I have a lucky dollar in my wallet, and that's it. Well, my mother said it's bad luck to be superstitious, so
that's right.
No lucky dollars in my. If I got a dollar in my wallet, I'm lucky. There you go.
Up a shit creek without a paddle.
Without a paddle. That was one of Mom's favorites.
Wouldn't it be funny if all those Filipinian accounts were just people upstairs above Kenny, fucking all on a computer?
Filipinian. That's a word.
Those brown people.
You're worse than he is. Will you shut up? Crying out loud. We already got the Gulas in here. Talking about the little dark lady. That little brown lady, that little dark lady. Yeah.
What was the last match you attended? In person. Lawler's. Last match. Yeah. Oh, okay. Who were you with?
Oh, that's easy. Jackson, Tennessee. Lawler versus Funk. Funk was in his 70s. Me and Cornette, we drove down there as fans. In a limo,
you were driving that.
In a limo with an attorney that we don't speak to anymore, a shitty limo. It was a horrible limo. Lawler was making fun of the limo when he got there. He said, who's in that limo out there? He said, they got to move that thing. He said, not because it's illegally parked, just because it looks like shit.
Looks like shit. So
that's how bad the limo was. But yeah, the last Lawler match I saw live was Jerry Lawler, Terry Funk, Jackson, Tennessee. Me and Cornette went down there in a limo with a few other people. Prince went with us. Who else? Prince.
How old was he?
Prince.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Shout out to the Prince.
5 or 6 years.
Has it really been that?
5 or 6 years. I was Burt Prentice's guest, and he got me a one-on-one meeting with Lance Russell and Dave Brown, mainly with Lance Russell. And because I had never really sat down and talked to Lance before. And me and Lance had a great conversation, and he remembered me from the Rupp Arena days because he didn't do Louisville Gardens except maybe once. He might have done Louisville once. Otherwise, he did Rupp Arena.
Yeah, he did.
And, but every month he was at Rupp, but I never got to talk to him. If Bert is feeling better these days, I'll have Bert back on anytime. As a matter of fact, there's a manager of his that's wanting to come on the show, but I wanted to have more time to promote it. I think his real name is Pete Rosen. His real name's Pete Rosen, and he is a manager for Burt Prentice and feuds with Jerry Lawler, and he'll be a good guest to have on in the near future. And maybe I can get Bert and him to come on.
This episode worked good considering Dundee's tomorrow.
Yeah, Dundee's tomorrow.
I think I have a Dundee question in here somewhere.
Sure.
Who was Lawler's number one rival in your mind?
Well, obviously it'd be Bill Dundee. Yeah.
I didn't know. Stuff I don't know. I didn't know.
Second would probably be Jimmy Valiant. Third would probably be Terry Funk. Joe LeDuc would be. It would be hard to rank them after Dundee because they were all big and all money. But if you wanted to sell the gardens out, bring in Handsome Jimmy as a heel, Lawler as a face, and there's your sellout.
Kaufman.
How come not Lawler as a heel? How come you can't do heel?
Because that don't sell tickets
at all, even if they're a good promo.
Not back then.
As a rule, heel on heel and face on face does not sell tickets.
Not back then. Man.
Lawler was a baby face in Louisville.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Oh wow.
Eventually. Yeah, around 77, he became.
These are stuff I don't know. I didn't.
When I was a little kid watching it, Lawler. Yeah, when I was watching it, when I first started watching as a little kid, Lawler was the ultimate face. He turned heel as well. Don't get me wrong.
He did, but the first run as heel was the fucking best.
And Andy Kaufman had a contract as a wrestler. I thought it was just a special appearance, like Shaq.
I covered that on my show with Jerry Jarrett. Someone said, "Is it true, Jerry Jarrett, that you only paid Andy Kaufman $3,000 for all of his appearances?"
No.
Trying to make Jarrett look like a cheat. But are you going to let me answer this, Schmidt, or not? Are you going to let me answer it?
I guess.
Is this the Chris Schmidt show all of a fucking sudden? I didn't think so.
It's the Joe Pesci show.
Yeah, it's the Pesci Power Hour.
Troy's a star maker.
Yeah. So, as a matter of fact, I got a like and a retweet today from Matt Hardy because Matt Hardy was referring to himself as the Kingmaker. So somebody tagged me in it. It might have been JJ. I can't remember who tagged me in it. But Matt Hardy referred to himself as the Kingmaker. I said, I tell you what, that's just fine because there's already a couple of kings that are self-made. That would be me and Jerry Lawler, and I tag Lawler in it. I said, we were already kings long before Matt Hardy was ever thought of. I said, but the day he starts going around calling himself the Star Maker, me and Mr. Hardy are going to have a problem. And then he liked that and retweeted it. And that's the first interaction I've had with Matt Hardy since he was working shows here at the Louisville Gardens with us. So it was good to see Matt today. That's the first Twitter interaction I think he and I have ever had. So that was kind of cool.
That's awesome.
And I'm still trending on Twitter from that get rid of fucking the QAnon cunt. Where I posted to get her kicked out of office, and I just hashtagged it over and over. It's got 550 something retweets and like 1,300 likes. And there is a group that tells you what's trending and who got it trending. And I got first credit, and a guy from MSNBC News got second credit because he was retweeting it too. So he and I got the credit for getting that Marjorie Taylor Greene being kicked out of Congress trending, and it's still doing good tonight. I've never had 550 some odd retweets in my life.
You need to get.
And it's got nearly 80,000 impressions. In other words, 80,000 people have seen that tweet. I said if they all had only done, there it is. If and there you go, 550. Is that what it is? 550 retweets, 1,139 likes, 26 comments, and if there's another button you can click, it's got I think it was closing in on 80,000 impressions today, which is right. That means 80,000 people have seen the tweet. Now, I think all 80,000 should have liked it.
Remember when I got excited over a post and Kenny freaking drilled me? He goes, well, I got a post that's got 9,000, whatever. But
I've had a few good ones. Good night, guys. Good night, Carl.
The QAnon cunt.
Who was Scott Biden, and did you like him?
I thought about asking. Well, if Matt Hardy wants to come on, I'd be thrilled to have him. I mean, feel free to ask him. I'd love to have him on. And obviously, as of today, he knows who I am, and I'm sure he remembers me from Smoky Mountain and
y'all can
and Ohio Valley. He was in OVW many times.
Y'all can bask in mutual hatred of Cornette.
I don't know that the room is going to be as overwhelmed with the upcoming guest. Obviously, I'm thrilled to have him. But I do have a reasonably young audience and a territorial audience. And I don't know if many of them, but yeah, you can post it. Well, number one, we don't have a date yet, I don't think. He's coming on. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we got two of them that are coming. And I don't know how well this room will know either one of them, but it'll be a personal pleasure for me to have them on. But yeah, go ahead and plug them.
But one of them was on all the big first WrestleManias, man. He was.
Yeah.
So found out Russo watched a couple minutes of her show because he goes, I didn't watch all 5 hours. You guys been doing 5 hours shows?
No,
he caught a couple minutes of it though. He was
there's a few people. You people watch all 5 hours like idiots.
That show did real well.
Baby.
I don't know if I want to watch me for 5 hours. I guess I do. I'm sitting here looking at the fucking screen all night. How do y'all like the teal with the black vest? What did I have last night? White?
You need to get a B on there.
Everybody said I look like if I could just have interchangeable logos, if I could find somebody who could BS this up and put the new BS logo on the front and back, I'd do that in a heartbeat. But I kind of like the plain black. This is one of the few times I'm not promoting something. Got that Lost in Space look. You know how they used to have the
that one looks good, better than the sleeveless one. What's funny is I have sleeveless shirts like that.
Yeah, well, this is a vest I ordered from Amazon, and I got another one I'm wearing tomorrow. I just love the inside of the hoodie is white. See, this is a hoodie. You can't tell it from there, but it's a hoodie. But I got one I'm wearing tomorrow night that's the interior of it's white. Well, my profile picture shows you the hoodie that I'm wearing tomorrow for the Dundee show.
Hey, Pesci, you know who else wears those sleeveless hoodies? Is AJ Styles. He's got the AJ Styles
wears those too, don't he?
Yeah, with the
a big AJ guy.
AJ's arms look a little better than mine. And there you go, upcoming in the near future, we got Ron Fuller, who might be on next Thursday. That's the date we're working on. Don Morocco, I've never met him. I've actually never really met and talked to Ron Fuller. I've been at cards he's been on, but I don't recall ever getting to talk to him.
Don Morocco was like on the first 4 or 5 WrestleManias.
Oh, probably so. Now, I don't know how many people in here know him. Bert will come on, I guess, when I write him and get a date and maybe put him on with that manager, the Pete Rosen guy. I was going to have Pete Rosen on and advertise him as Pete Rose, but a lot of people would be pissed when they came in.
This will give people an idea. Don Morocco.
I think people saw the Lawler meme on her video and thought maybe Lawler was there. Maybe that's why 70.
Well, we had 70 people.
Maybe my idea worked. I said just kind of like trick them.
Yeah, I try not to trick the people because I'm a con man. Con man shouldn't be tricking people.
Well, yeah, Don Morocco was.
Who was Scott Bowden, and did you like him?
Scott Bowden. Scott Bowden passed away recently. Apparently, I found out.
Rest in peace.
Of COVID. He passed away. He was working apparently with Disney out in California, and he also took my place. And I didn't know this till after the fact. When I quit Brian last show, they hired Scott Bowden. Well, not hired him, but they gave him my slot. Not that we were going to fucking pay anybody.
I was going to say
they gave Scott Bowden my slot. And so they acted like I was fired, and they hired Scott Bowden to take. But trust me, there wasn't anything to fire from. I'd already quit several days before. Just didn't make it public. But fortunately, I made it public that I had quit the Brian Last comedy hour about 12 minutes before he posted I was fired. So 12 minutes after I quit. Well, we've had to let Kenny Bolin go. It's he's killing the ratings, and we just don't see eye to eye. Well, he didn't see eye to eye that we ratted him out on where he really lived, how much money he actually made, where he actually went to college at, what his degree was in. But Chris and Maya did all the
inaccurate statement.
What's that?
That was an inaccurate statement by him. That's bullshit.
What's an inaccurate statement?
That you were fucking ratings up. I showed you the views.
Well, yeah, and well,
Russo 7% up. Yeah.
Well, Russo. Well, not. I have no way to prove what I did for Brian Last. That's what I did on Russo's network.
I can't find Russo's ratings.
But if I raised Russo's numbers 27%, you would think it would be very similar on the 2 weeks that I was on Arcadian Shitguard or whatever they are.
Nobody knew who the fuck they were.
Well, exactly.
Well, they had you on a show where they're like, Kenny, we don't bury anybody on this show. I'm like,
we do now, motherfuckers.
What the fuck is going on here? And then Kenny went from that show to a show about Russo getting raped, and then they were just fuck. I thought they were fucking him.
No.
Shit.
No one's going to tell me how to do the bowling alley, including a lot of people that still try to tell me to this day.
I never have.
So looking forward to having Morocco and Fuller on. I don't know how many. Apparently, nobody's impressed. Nobody said anything.
Don Morocco was besides Piper, obviously.
I don't even know Ron Fuller.
Don Morocco.
I think you did, and there's going to be a lot of people like you that don't know who they are, but I know who they are, and
Morocco
I'll probably if Bob Hazelwood wants to come on, I'll probably have Bob Hazelwood help me with those shows because that's. He knows plenty about both of them, and I'm going to have Hazelwood probably tag in and help me with that a little bit.
Did you ever attend a Bill Dundee Lawler match?
Yeah, even I did that.
Kenny, it's for the best.
All I ever saw for fucking 15 years were Lawler and Dundee matches.
Okay, I said, I don't know Memphis.
And the match, strap match, street fight, all that shit.
And the great thing is,
were they fun?
You're going to let me finish the answer, or are you going to keep interrupting me?
No, hell no.
We're going to have a great interview here if you quit talking and let me just speak.
Jeff Lynn.
It's going to be a great conversation if you just shut up and let me talk. That's also a Lawler line. Well, Dave, we're going to have a great interview today. If you just shut up and hold the microphone, let me do all the talking. It's going to be a great conversation today. You just make sure you shut up. I'll do the talking. I have to re-listen to the Ron Fuller show I did with that. There you go. See, he's already had Ron Fuller on.
Right.
So, if Hazelwood wants to do that show with me, because he probably knows more about them than I do. Schmidt, it's time to turn heel so you can get a word in.
No, I'm good.
Who was the
who was stupid enough to say that? The guy with the girl's name?
Yeah.
What happened?
How long do you think Schmidt would be here if he turned heel and tried to get his shit in? We saw how it worked for Pesci. I got over 100. And I'm going to put you over, Pesci. I got over 100,000 letters. I mentioned it last night on the show. I got over 100,000 letters begging to put Pesci back on the show. And it turned out all of them but 4 were from Pesci and 4 from his mother.
No, my mom was mad. She's like, you got stalkers. You're fucking dealing with ghosts and shit.
I know. Ron Fuller will be a great guest. The Tennessee stud. Yep.
Yeah.
What did Mr. Jerry Jarrett think of Lawler?
You didn't watch the Jerry Jarrett show? You didn't watch the Jerry Jarrett show?
I was laughing at the Terry Funk up comments.
You mean to tell me I had Jerry Jarrett on this show and you did not watch that show?
I did. I was the one with Terry Funk's cup. Saying I was paying attention.
Yeah,
the jab was funny that day.
Didn't you hear Jerry Jarrett just last week or whenever it was say what he thought of Jerry Lawler?
No, remind me.
He said they never had a crossword between them except for when Jerry told Lawler, he says, when we make big money, he says, I'm going to double your gate. He says, right now you're getting 10%. He said, but when this money picks up, I'm going to raise you to 20%. I'm going to double your money. Well, at 10%, he said Lawler was making between $2,000 and $3,000 a week in 1976, give or take.
Good money.
That's pretty fucking good money, even at 10%.
Hell yeah.
So Lawler comes to Jerry Lawler's waiting for his raise, and it hasn't come yet. And Jerry's told me this story twice. I made him retell it last week. Or the week before, whenever the fuck I had him on. And he says, Jerry Lawler comes to me backstage at one of the towns, Memphis or wherever it was. And he says, well, Jerry, I'm just letting you know, I'm giving you my 2 weeks notice and I'm going to be moving on and I'm probably just going to start my own company. And he says, start your own company? Well, why are you going to do that? Well, I just think that's the way to go. And, you know, you've made some promises to me that I didn't get. So I think I'm just going to, you know, I'm just going to try my own deal. And he says, well, Jerry, what promises did I make to you that I didn't keep? Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. You know, I'm just going to, you know, he said, well, Jerry, I mean, if that's what you want to do, no hard feelings, go ahead and start your own company. But I'm telling you, it's not all that much about wrestling. It's a lot of business, the stuff that you don't know. And I wish you the best. He says, but Jerry, I don't think it's going to work. He says, you got to know the business end. You know the wrestling end. I know the business end, and that's why I love working with you. You're the wrestler that brings them in, and I'm the businessman that keeps this stuff going. And I'm, you know, enhancing the story a little bit. And he said, well, Jerry, I wish you the best, man. I truly do. No hard feelings, and good luck to you. Jerry says, well, that's all you got to say? He says, well, what more do you want me to say? And then Jerry said he stood there and thought about it. He says, well, you're not even going to offer me my 20%? Oh, that's what this is about? Yeah, I remember that, Jerry. I told you that if we started making good money, that I was going to raise you from 10% to 20%. Well, you know, if you haven't totally made up your mind, I'll tell you what I'll do. I did promise you the 10%, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, really? He said, no, Jerry, I'm going to give you the 10% that's going to raise you to 20, but I'm going to double that. Lawler looked at him, you're going to double this. So you're going to give me 30%? And he said, no, I'm going to give you the 10%, which takes you to 20. And then to show you how sorry I am and how much I appreciate you, I'm going to double that. And I'm going to give you 40% of the gate. He says, now, do you still want to go start your own company? He says, no, we got a deal. So he went from 10% to 40% overnight. So if he was making $2,000 and $3,000 a week, that means he went
10,000,
9 to 12,000 a week.
Check or cash?
Well, I would say check. I mean, Jerry's a businessman. If he pays him cash, he doesn't have to pay taxes on it, and Jerry's got to pay the taxes. So, of course,
you know how it went then. So when you said 3,000 a week,
no, any businessman is going to hand a check. You know, only you deal in cash.
True. All right, here's a good one. Was Lawler easy to work with out of the ring?
Out of the ring?
Yeah, we're getting to the end.
You would see. I only feuded with Lawler, and I only feuded with him. I never once feuded with him in Memphis-related shows. I worked with him in Ohio Valley when he would meet with me backstage and say, all right, Kenny, what do you want to do tonight? I says, well, it's a little strange for me to be sitting here and having Jerry Lawler ask me what I want to do. You're the king. You're the one that inspired me to do this. What do you want to do? Yeah, but this is your all show, and I don't want to be the one to fuck it up. So tell me what you all want to do. So we'd give him an idea. I said, well, there's our idea. Why don't you enhance it? Because that's what you're the king of. So he would enhance our ideas and then we would go for it. But yeah, I was so honored that he trusted me with those matches because I never, ever considered myself a booker or a matchmaker or anything like that. And then obviously if Jimmy was around, he would give him an idea of what he wanted done. But you don't tell Jerry Lawler what to do in a match. You just
Jimmy claimed Lawler was a booker.
Well, he was. Lawler booked Memphis.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you exactly how he booked Memphis. Now, Jimmy would fraternize and worry and rewrite and tear up scripts. And then WWE would call somebody up and he'd throw the whole script away. And I once told him, I said, why are you getting so fucking worked up when these guys get called up? And if he says I said anything else, he's a fucking liar. I said, why don't you I said, they're pieces of the puzzle, Jimmy. Okay, so they called up Shelton Benjamin today. We put someone else in that puzzle. They took a piece. We replaced that piece. Don't tear up the whole fucking puzzle because one piece got taken away or two pieces.
Y'all had
and Danny Davis agreed with me, but Jimmy's a perfectionist, and if they dared called up anybody, which was their job, that's what their job was to do, was to fucking call up wrestlers. Once they were ready to go, Jimmy would lose his mind. He wanted like 4 weeks notice so he could wrap up a program or 6 weeks notice. Well, they're not going to do that, and they shouldn't have been expected to. And I tried to tell him that.
And y'all were called developmental for a fucking reason.
Yeah, it was called developmental for a reason, and they're paying us good money to do that. So, but no, Jimmy never figured that out. And he would get mad, go home. We would have to redo the show from scratch. But Jerry Lawler booked an entirely different way. Jerry would see who showed up on Saturday. He would look around. Well, who all's here today? We got everybody here? All right. Well, what do y'all want to do? Anybody got any ideas? And then he would put a show together based on the talent that showed up that day and what and would take ideas from the people, and then he would enhance their ideas. Or tell them that's stupid as shit, let's do this, you know. But Lawler booked totally on what he saw. He never had a clue to what his TV show was going to be until people showed up. Now, of course, he had an idea because there's developing storylines, and Jerry Jarrett would be more of a perfectionist than Lawler was. I'm sure Jerry put a lot more thought into it. Jarrett put a lot more thought into it than Lawler.
Probably because he's paying the bills.
Well, yeah.
Well, there became a time Jerry Lawler was paying the bills.
So Nick Goulas gave it to Jerry Jarrett?
No. It was a hostile takeover. Jarrett left Goulas because he didn't like how they were doing things. And the reason that you didn't listen to any of that show. Jerry Jarrett left Nick Goulas because Nick Goulas wanted Jerry to promote Nashville, Lexington, and Evansville. But he wanted him to take George Goulas with him and make him the champion. And Jerry Jarrett looked at him and he says, I'm not going to do that. He said, why are you not going to do it? He says, well, I try to cater to the fans and what they want, and we're not going to have any fans if I make your son the champion. He's not very good, Nick. And I'm not going to do that. So then, and they had gotten along great until that point. And then Jerry Jarrett says, well, you know, he said Goulas started treating him like shit. And that's when he had a meeting with the boys. He says, well, I'm going to start my own company. And y'all know what I can do. I've been doing it here. I'm going to start my own company. So who wants to come with me and who wants to stay with Nick? Well, Jackie Fargo was loyal at first to Nick Goulas. So was Tojo and a few others. But Jerry Lawler came with Jerry Jarrett and Bill Dundee and George Barnes and a cast of hundreds. And eventually Fargo and Tojo eventually came over as well when Nick went out of business. So Nick was a great promoter until he lost Jerry Jarrett. And it wasn't long after that Nick, and they were both running Louisville at the same time. Nick would run a show, Jerry Jarrett would run a show, but that didn't last long.
Now, I was going to say, did they both run at the Gardens at the same?
Well,
donations coming in. It's not from me, but I put it in.
I think Goulas was running once a month.
Okay.
And there we go. Thank you very much.
Jarrett was
from my buddy's having trouble doing it on his computer, so I just said I'll do it.
Right.
So back then, Jarrett was still like when I was watching.
The computer should be easy. It's iPhones that give the trouble. The computer should be easy. You just click join.
So when I was watching, it was Nick. I'm sorry, it was Jarrett had Lawler. It was Continental or whatever the fuck they called it.
Yeah, okay. You didn't see the real original Nick Goulas wrestling.
No,
and there's not even a lot of film. There's not even a lot of film of it.
Except that video of you during the interview with him.
All right, it's 11:38. It's actually I'm 5 minutes over. So are you all conning me into staying till midnight? And what's
the offer?
What's the offer?
All right, Pesci. So King, you can help explain this one. King recently donated some money for what? Basketball shorts, shoes,
we got
jerseys.
Basketball shorts, basketball jerseys.
If you can pull up the pictures on here.
Well, if you'll let me tell the fucking story, they'll know.
King, between what Chris is going to give you and what you got coming on the 28th, you're going to like it.
What's coming on the 28th?
Oh, what he mailed you.
Oh, okay.
That one will hit home with you.
What was I getting ready?
About the kids at the basketball.
Oh, yeah, I got them. Basketball. Well, you gave me the idea. You said, King, we got to do something for these kids. And you said, I'll go halves with you on it, which was a lie. And you said, but yeah, you said, King, we got to get these kids these jerseys. We got to get him these shoes. So I jumped the gun a little bit because I want them to have the stuff before they start school. And they're pretty much going to end one school year and they're going to go right back and do another. They're not going to get much of a break this year in the Philippines. So we got the kids, and I'll load the pictures up for not Dundee's show, but maybe the Friday show.
Okay.
The Friday show.
We're getting close. We're getting close to the end.
All right. So I loaded the pictures up for the show, but the Justin and James, they got their basketball shorts, their basketball jerseys. One got the Clippers, one got the Lakers. They got their matching Nike socks. They got their shoes in the following day. We got them Nike shoes, and the kids were really having a tough time. One of their puppies had died, and Scooby, they have a puppy that looks like Scooby, so they named him Scooby because they love seeing Scooby on the shows. And I thought he was dead. They sent me a picture of Justin crying with his puppy. And they said he's not dead yet, but he's not going to make it. And they said the neighbor has some medicine for her dog, and I think she's got some left. I said, do me a favor, go knock on her door, ask her how much she wants for that medicine. I said, tell her I'll give her 1,000 pesos if she'll let you use that medicine. So she went and knocked on her door. The lady said, oh, that's great. I could really use the money. It'll help me get other stuff I need. And sure, here's the medicine. Please give it to your puppy. It helped my dog. Maybe it'll help yours. So Scooby got that medicine, and he's doing good.
Yeah, I think you told some good ones tonight, King. There's some of them I never heard before.
Well, that's a sad one, but it had a happy ending.
Well, not Daddy the Scooby one.
Daddy said sell.
No.
If you're
all right,
you're working George, Daddy said sell.
What was Lawler's last match in Memphis, and where were you?
I didn't go to many of the Memphis shows. I dropped in and visited him once when I was going down to Best Man Cornette's wedding. I dropped in and visited him when I was going to attend the matches at the Dallas football stadium.
I'm talking about what was his last match for Memphis?
I don't know. I have no idea.
They didn't make a big deal about it.
I don't think he's had his last match.
He's still fucking wrestling.
He keeps doing them, so he hasn't really had his last match in Memphis.
Not even a fucking near-death experience with a fucking heart attack stopped.
What were your thoughts about midgets?
I
when you were young.
I think you're getting to my thoughts about midgets when I was young.
When you were young, and then I'm going to the Harry Carey thing.
My thoughts about midgets. I said back in the day, and this is not an acceptable line anymore. But back in the day, somebody asked me about women matches and midget matches. I said, I like my women the way I like my midgets, once every 3 months. They said, what do you mean? I said, well, it's a territory killer if you book a midget more than once every 3 months. And if you book a woman once every 3 months, it's a territory killer.
I've heard
that was the opinion back in the day. So I came up with the line, I like my midgets the way I like my women, once every 3 months. So that's probably, the women wouldn't care for that line today, being as they're probably main eventing more matches than the fucking men these days. But yeah, so that was an inappropriate line. Now, back then, promoters agreed. And you had your wrestling bears once every 6 months to once a year. So your bears, your midgets, and your women were featured attractions. If you had a woman's match on the card, that was a big deal. The Wendy Richters.
I liked midget wrestling. I liked it.
Well, everybody did unless you got it every week. And then all of a sudden it wasn't a big deal anymore. I remember Nick Goulas once was advertising, Louisville wrestling fan, you and Stove one of the biggest cards I signed in many years when I've signed. And none other than I got a big midget match going to be down there. The little kinds of big midget match. How the fuck do you do that? And the Cornettes told the story too.
That he was a giant midget.
It's like jumbo shrimp, only we're gonna have big midgets, is what we're gonna have. There's no such thing as jumbo shrimp, but we do have some big midgets, and they're gonna be down there Tuesday. And he also, one other match he announced, Louisville wrestling fan, you in store for one of the biggest card I've signed in many years, when the main event's gonna be none other than a nine-man blind battlefold match. He meant to say 9-man battle royal blindfold match. He was going to have 9 men blindfolded. This was a horrible idea. When wrestlers can't see each other, it doesn't go well. And so his idea was a 9-man blindfold battle royal. Well, he said
I know Corey did that.
So me and Jimmy saw it at the same time. We just didn't know each other at the time, but we were reciting great George Goulas interviews. And Louisville wrestling fan, you still one of the biggest guys I signed in many years, when main event's going to be none other than a 9-man blind battlefold match. A battlefold match is what it was. Nick could not get it out.
Long timer.
Yeah. Oh, look who's here tonight. Look who's here. After he said that he was going to boycott the show. I told you he was watching. He couldn't resist it. Tonight's show must be the new digital sleep aid. Might be the great idea. He's been thinking all night to try and come up with something that he could post in here.
And they're going to tell the Harry Carey midget story.
You didn't fall asleep 4 times because we've been burying your mountain ass, your mobile ass all fucking night. You have been watching this whole show. You've been glued. You were bitching about how low key I was last night. Well, you think I'm amped up now? I've been amped up this whole show, son. I've been waiting for your lying bullshit mountain time ass to show up in here today. I knew you were watching. You admitted you've been watching the whole show. You're trying to convince the people that you fell asleep. You're a liar once again. You have been glued to the show. You've been mesmerized. You're a big fan of Pesci. You love, I don't know how much you like Chris Schmidt, but I know you love Pesci. You lying asshole. You said you were boycotting the show, and you just admitted you're so stupid. You just admitted that you've been watching the show all night and that you had time to doze off 4 times. If you was ever going to doze off on the show, last night would have been the show, because I was low key. I was not stressed out. I'd gotten my nap in. I knew I was going to have to be on my A game with Pesci off the suspension rack where we hung him out to dry. He might have been suspended for 90 days before I was done with him. But you're a liar, Mountain Timer. I told everybody you was a liar. I told everybody you'd be watching the show. I've spoken to you many times tonight because I know you're glued to your TV set. I know that you just been taking notes all night about this is how you do a great show. This is how you get Pesci under control. Make sure Chris Schmidt don't talk too much. It'll be a great show. And now you come in here and you admit that you lied. You claim you fell asleep. You've been
watch the beginning of the show because we were giving you shout outs.
Don't cater to him. Don't make him think that he hasn't seen any. He's seen the whole show. He was in here early. I've got a detector that tells me when he's in here. You all don't know that. I get tipped off by Chris. Chris has got a little device that tells us when people are watching the show. He's been watching the whole thing. Of course, you know I got good digs on you. That's why you're here. You come up. You waited all night long. Let me throw it up here. You waited all night, and that's what you came up with. You had 3 hours to come up with something, and I'll read it for the people that can't read. Most of them are in your household. Tonight's show must be the new digital sleep aid. Well, you've used that line before.
Or
might be a great idea, King, to market this show for people who have trouble.
We hit 70 at one point, Mountain Timer.
Actually, we had 77 in here at one time.
Damn.
I fell asleep 4 times, and he actually put up 4 emojis to make it simulate that he fell asleep 4 times. You didn't fall asleep. You've been glued to the whole show. You don't live in Alabama. You live in Mobile. Your actual name is Mike. Your name is Mobile Mike from now on. You're not even going to be referred to as Mountain Timer.
Who's that show. Picture he has? That picture. No,
you like Quiet Kenny better because Quiet Kenny wasn't up your ass like a fucking rectal thermometer. That's why you like Quiet Kenny better. You're not too fan of this Kenny because this Kenny has been exposing you all night. You've got 1/2 share of AMC stock, which is 1/2 less than JJ's got. You don't live in the mountains. You live in Mobile, Alabama. I saw that picture. I wrote you back today, and I said, I've walked that same trail. I've been to Mobile, Alabama. I know where that is. I know where Mobile is. I know that trail. I've walked on it.
King.
Thanks for the cheap heat.
Favorite family vacation you ever went on?
It was cheap heat, all right, because you didn't donate tonight, and McDonald's is matching every donation. So it would be cheap heat when it comes to the Mountain Timer.
Donations ain't over
That's yet. Crazy, man. I had McDonald's today, and I never eat McDonald's.
You never. Jamie, it's a sign.
Guess what the name of my high school football team was?
What's that?
Guess what my high school football team was? I wasn't on it, but the name of it.
The Fighting Midgets of Monteview.
The Men Cardinals.
It's a sign. It's a sign.
Do you own it? Oh, yeah. So what's your favorite family vacation you ever went on?
My favorite what?
Family vacation you ever went on?
The one I'm going to take after the 100th show and gets me 2 weeks away from you.
Family. With your younger family.
Well, Chris is going to go with me wherever we go. It'll be a family day. No, my favorite as a kid, we didn't really do a lot of vacations. I didn't do a real vacation until mom and dad were divorced. And then in 1976, I went to Florida for 3 months to stay with my Aunt June and my Uncle Bill. And they taught me the ceramic business. So, those ceramic porches and bathroom tile and those porches that they have in Florida where you break the brick and then you lay it and then you pour cement in around it and pour the grout.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. I donated 50 to the homeless.
I knew you like that comment.
Most people here can't say that. I donated 50 to the homeless. Tonight, Pesci donated $120 before he even got in the room. McDonald's matched it, so Pesci technically donated $240 tonight. And his friends have been donating. No, we got a lot of $50 donors in here. We actually do. Shit, Evie donated $300 her first 3 weeks of watching these shows.
And 5 tonight.
And 5 tonight, so $305. Well, give or take, but she's well over $300. And no, we got a lot of people that don't. Bob Hazelwood, ain't nobody going to be. Chris Schmidt's the closest thing that can match him. And then Pesci's good for $150 a month if he just makes us $3 and $2 donations. He donates every day.
Mountain Timer. The night is still young.
Well, it's not that young because at 12:05, I'm out of here.
What are you talking about?
You suckered me in. You told me that I was done at 11:35.
Well, let me get these other questions done real quick. I'm almost done.
Hazelwood's up to 1480. Hazelwood's not good at math. Maybe that's why he's donated so much. He doesn't even realize what he's doing. No, you're at $14.80, Hazelwood. Don't undersell yourself.
Do you own any Lawler memorabilia? I guess
no, you forgot already, but that's cool. What the fuck did I forget? He donated $50 6 months ago. Thank you. It's for the homeless. You want a fucking award? Your mug that you claimed that Evie could have.
Yeah,
he's probably backing out.
What about his book though?
The book that's on 9 months of back order. I could already got 50 books.
No, King already has the books. He showed a picture of that. He's got to send one to Jake though.
Jake from State Farm.
That's a better cover than me.
Did Jake hold his word? Because he was in here earlier, right?
Yeah, I think he left. I think he thought you were being.
Well, he got shamed out of it. He thought I'd forgot. Yeah. He thought I forgot.
Well, you did.
And no, I don't forget. I go around reminding elephants what they forgot, Dave Brown. Just remember that. Got one more Lawler line in before I was
hey, at least you're like
out the YouTube overhead. Oh, okay.
Hey,
when you take out the YouTube overhead, it might be closer to $12.50.
At least you admit when you borrow from people.
I'm happy to admit where I borrow from.
Unlike other friends of yours.
Unlike some other people.
Do you have any?
I love giving credit where I get ideas from. And if it's somebody that's unheard of or is not as well known as me, give them credit. And if it's somebody more known than me, give them credit for giving you the fucking line.
Here's a hint, people. If you think, Jimmy's so witty and funny, just go read Lawler and Groucho Marx, and you'll see where he got 85%.
And Rodney Dangerfield. If you read Lawler, Groucho Marx, and Rodney, you will find about every fucking thing.
I've heard that before.
Man. Hey, do you own any Lawler memorabilia other than the crown?
Other than the crown, I've got
pictures, right?
Yeah, I've got some autographed pictures around here somewhere. I don't know.
The one with you backstage at Rupp, right?
Yeah, I got that one.
Did you own any crowns that were actually Lawler's?
Of course, the one right there. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know if that was just something.
I told you I was going to show you the first crown I ever got that Cornette actually bought me.
It magically got mailed from Memphis, Tennessee, too, right?
It magically came from Memphis, Tennessee. Lawler still denies it to this day, but there's not.
That's right. Cornette got you those two little.
Yeah, Cornette got me. It used to have a silver band around it.
Yeah,
and they have long come off. I've had these son of bitches since '79, I guess. But he got me two of them. The other one's up there on top of my television. But yeah, this is the first one I ever had, and then he got me a second one because we put one on over the speakers in my Blue Thunderbird. So they set over the speaker grills, and they acted more or less as a filter for the speakers to keep dust and everything out of them because they had grills over them, but still dust and everything could get in. So this acted as the speaker grill, and everybody knew the king was in LaGrange because they just looked for the Blue Thunderbird with the blue crowns. So yeah, I have that was I got that in 1979, I think. I've given up on the book at this point. Well, good. Now you pissed me off, so fuck you and your goddamn book. I'm going to go down when we go down and we start handing out the hamburgers down for the homeless. One lucky homeless guy is going to get your book, going to get an education. He's going to learn how to con fucking people. He's going to learn how to scam them out of money. Some homeless guy is going to learn how to do the fucking meat scam, courtesy of you. Or you're going to elevate a homeless person to probably being a multi-billionaire before he's done, because he's going to read your book and he's going to learn how to make a living for himself. He's going to learn that he doesn't have to be homeless. Or he's going to learn that there's a sucker born every moment, and one of them's named Mountain Timer. So,
what were your initial thoughts?
You just lost your book. I just stole your money. What little bit you paid for it. What do you do? You want Evie's mug now? The mug you bought, and this money goes to the homeless. And he's trying to hold me ransom for a book that took me. And my car's been in the shop. I told you when I get my car running, I'll go to the post office and mail these guys. But no, it ain't good enough for Mountain Timer. It ain't good enough. Oh, I've given up on my book. Oh, you little pussy. Well, now there's not the Perth pussy. That's a whole nother pussy. That's a whole nother one. But no, I'm going to give that one lucky homeless guy is going to get your book, and I think that'll fix the whole thing.
What were your thoughts when Lawler went to WWF?
Hang on here. The Perth pussy will have another con man to call. That'll be two of us. That'll be two. I still think the Perth pussy and Allison should hook up and go to that same mental hospital together. Hey. The one that we got. Is she? Have you not blocked her? Is she still writing you?
Oh, me? No. Pesci? I don't know.
Pesci? Told you to block Allison. You better not be talking to her.
I haven't been paying attention.
People were
messaging me. I'm not partaking. Remember?
You look nervous, Pesci.
No, I'm not, dude. I haven't been paying attention like that.
You gotten through this whole show, Pesci.
Yeah, Kenny had you blocked for some reason, Pesci. Come on now.
I had you blocked. You did something to irk me. I wish I knew what you did so I could block you again.
How?
I don't know, but you done something. If I blocked you, you did something.
I would have never knew you. I never knew you before I came on the show.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
He's secretly working for Cornette.
I think he is. I think him and Cornette are tight.
Dude, if I was secretly working for Cornette, what the fuck have I accomplished?
Nothing. Same thing he has. Nothing but burying yourself. Keeping yourself off television because nobody wants to hire you anymore.
Well, what were your thoughts when Lawler went to WWF?
There you go.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, did I just get some inside information? I'm going to throw this up. Okay, what you're doing then, if you are, you're associating with a mental case.
Well, hey, hold on.
Don't you dare cut me off. You're associating with a fucking mental case. You're associating with somebody. Both of you be quiet until I'm done. You're both, everybody in here who's still friends with that goofy ass, she's mentally ill. She stalks friends of mine. She stalks everybody that's on this show to try to plead her case that she's not a stalker. Most of them send me screenshots of how and why they blocked her. She stalks a but a dear friend of mine. I can't call him a former friend because he's still a friend. So he can't call him a former friend. But she stalks him. She stalks my family. Everybody in my family's had to block her. And if you're fucking associating with her, then you're not going to be a part of this show. Not on it, not in it, not watching it.
Why are you saying I associate with her?
I didn't say you did. I just asked you a fucking question. I said, did you block her when I told you to?
Of course.
There you go. Then you're off the hook. Let me bitch at everybody else. You're off the hook. Tiffany, I don't know where Tiffany's getting his information at. I don't know where Tiffany's getting it. Well, I don't know if it's true or not. How do you know, Tiffany? You lovely thing, you. Did I look done? I don't think I looked done.
I just want to say your own daughter-in-law.
King, I didn't even. You gotta remember, I didn't even know what her real name was.
That deal's over. I don't give a fuck what she does. She does it for the entertainment.
Okay.
She does it for the entertainment of goofing with this fucking moron.
Okay.
And now I was told recently that she had reached her limit as well.
Oh, okay.
And if I wanted everybody to know that, I'd have fucking announced it myself. So who the fuck are you to say that my daughter?
What's the actual name so I can make check?
If anybody named Allison sends you a fucking friend request, get rid of them. If you don't know them, get rid of them.
I'm asking
she was in here under multiple accounts, acting like she was a fucking Miami Dolphin cheerleader. You want to tell me she's fucking got fucking...
I was the first one to tell you she was a fake, Kenny. You forget.
This is the drummer. What's that?
Schmidt, I was the first one to tell you she was a fake.
Well, he was.
No, you told me that it was a man.
Yeah, I was close, Ken.
No, well, you had a 50-50 fucking shot. You had a 50-50 fucking shot. It's going to be red or blue, King. It's gonna be red
but I was trying to help you out there.
What?
I was trying to help you out there by.
No, you didn't help me out. Everybody knew that it wasn't the real person.
No, because you let her on the show.
And you said it was a man. Are you
let
back
her on the show,
again, you little 4'2" midget?
Pesci, shut up, Pesci.
King had her on the show.
You better reel him in, Schmidt, or you'll both be gone. You better reel him in. He's back talking again.
My client has nothing more to say, Mr. Lawler.
Don't you tell me who to pick on, you little fucking bullshit Mobile Mike motherfucker. Don't you fucking tell me who to fucking pick on.
Oh, shit.
He needs that. Well, he might need a woman, but he don't need that batshit crazy bitch.
No, I'll check, King. I haven't been talking.
I'm telling you right now, if anybody in here is knowingly conversing with that fucking moron, that fucking psycho, do not come in his fucking show anymore. I don't care if I lose fucking half of you. If you're going to associate with people that stalk my friends and stalk my family, then I don't want you in here. And you bound to know by now, she's not welcome on this fucking show. She's not welcome to be.
You don't got to tell me that. I was the one to point her out.
So pick her out. You know, pick who you want to hang with. Because if you're going to hang with the Perth pussy, or if you're going to hang with the batshit crazy bitch from Virginia, then I don't even fucking want you in here. And as you can tell, eventually I'm not even going to need your goddamn money. And I've turned down a shitload of money just from fucking Trump supporters alone. So don't think. Pesci thought he could buy me. But King, I sent you a bat. Well, I'll shove that bat up your ass if you don't quit back talking to me.
I didn't say that.
You did say that. Are you calling me a liar now, Pesci? You said, I got the tweet. I got the fucking, not the tweet. But
Shut up, Pesci.
King, I sent you a bat. All I wanted was a minute. King, I sent you a bat.
Say, shut up.
Tell me I'm a liar. I'll post it on here tomorrow night in front of Bill Dundee.
Plead the fifth.
Tell me I'm a liar. Plead the fifth, Pesci. Plead the fifth. It's your only way out.
I want Dundee to read it.
Dundee reads it. That'd be great.
Yeah. No, I'll check. Honestly, I'll check. I never talked to that person now.
All right, Pesci.
I told you a month ago.
I don't care if you talk to him or not. If you don't block that fucking moron and let her know she's not welcome because she's a fucking stalker, she's mentally ill, she needs to get some fucking help. I want her to hook up with the guy in Perth. I
didn't know her real name.
Well, you don't have to. If the name is Allison,
I got another life over here. You think I fucking talk to stalkers all day?
Yes, I do. I think you talk to them all day. I think you get something out of it.
All right, Pesci.
You're probably talking with Cornette.
We got bigger business to attend to.
No,
Pesci.
we don't. We ain't got no big business. Y'all made me mad now. I knew Pesci was going to piss me off before the night was over.
Pesci, do you have any LeBron James jerseys you want to get rid of?
No.
Why not?
I just don't have any I want to get rid of.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
wait a minute. Wait, what's the douchebag here trying? You're not supposed to be here anyway. You're boycotting the Pesci show. Remember the whole show that you've watched? People love the drama on this show because I got so many stupid fucks that don't know their fucking place and don't know their fucking role. You might be one of them. Mobile Mike. I don't care about my book. Yeah, you do. Because you pay money for it. Of course you do. But can you please send Jake the book before Christmas? No, now I'm going to send it to him on New Year's Day just because of you. See, you fuck poor Jake. And Jake also said he was boycotting. His word's no better than yours because he's watching the show right now. And he left the room when I called him out. He was in here early. You were at least smart enough for about such a fucking minute. Mobile Mike is a perfect name for you because your name is really Mike and you live in Mobile. So it's a perfect name for you. And if you really thought you knew your wrestling as well as you thought you did, you would know why I call you Mobile Mike. But you don't know because you're stupid, and I don't feel sorry for stupid people. There you go.
So all right, King, I made sure she's blocked.
I love the drama. I love
King, my favorite. We're good. I made sure she's blocked.
Bob Hazelwood knows better. Bob Hazelwood. I bet Bob Hazelwood knows where the mobile mic line came from and why I use it on this other mobile mic. I don't care about my book. Oh, King. Oh, shit.
Well, he didn't
it was for charity. It was for charity, you bitch. You should be happy a homeless person's going to get your book. Quit being a whiny little bitch.
They might need toilet paper that night.
Don't be a whiny little bitch. They might need toilet paper. Use my book. After they read it, after they get the knowledge, if they need to wipe their ass with my book, that's just fine.
Do you remember when Undertaker was in Memphis?
Nope. Never seen the guy.
Nope. Are you telling me the Undertaker was? I had no clue.
He was in Memphis Wrestling. I heard Jerry Lawler talk about it.
Who was he?
Master of Pain and Mark Calloway.
Different guy. That's a big lie. That's not him.
Who was that Flex Cavana guy?
Said it
he
was.
never turned anything.
Lawler's wrong. Lawler's wrong. No, Master of Pain was not Undertaker.
That's what he claims.
Well, he's lying.
All right,
I would know.
Hey, was that Flex Cavana guy? He never turned anything either.
Nah, he was a jackass.
What was I listening to then? He was talking about Mark Calloway.
Well, he was wrong.
He was the Master of Pain.
Yeah, he's Master of Pain. He
USWA or whatever. Yeah, Mean Mark.
No. Did you like Dave Brown?
Well, he was perfect for what he was there for. He was to play off Lance Russell.
He was a good weatherman as well, evidently.
Hey, hang on a minute. Why are you still here? I don't care. I don't care. You're not even supposed to be here. See, you wouldn't be getting all this verbal abuse if you'd honored your word and actually boycotted the show because you don't like Pesci. Pesci makes more money than you do. Pesci's a draw. Pesci had 77 people in here tonight. If I'd have had you on, I'd have negative 77. Bob knows. Bob knows. So why are you in here even saying you don't care? If you'd have honored your word and had not been watching the show, claiming you fell asleep 4 times, which is a big lie, this makes your day. This just makes your day. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to you in your life, that Kenny Bolin is directing some of his show at you. This makes you feel like somebody. You don't feel as important as the Perth Pussy, but you're getting close. You're almost as important.
You have a favorite championship match of Lawler's you attended?
Favorite champion? Yeah.
Were they a big deal in Memphis, the championship? Or
Jerry Lawler versus Nick Bockwinkel in Memphis, Tennessee, when me and Jimmy both skipped school to go down and see that match, and the first time I ever got to see Bobby Heenan live. For the AWA Heavyweight Championship.
How many arenas did you see Lawler in?
Well, Memphis.
Wait a minute. Oh my God. I knew this was going to happen. Chris warned me about this. He says, Dad, do you realize how people that aren't very smart realize early on that they cannot spar with us, that even the smartest of people with college educations cannot verbally spar with me and you? I said, yeah. I said, but I know what I said. I think Mountain Timer thinks he can. He says, oh no, you think Mountain Timer is that stupid? I said, I think he is. I think Mountain Timer, and see, I'll tell you why Mountain Timer knows better, because he's been invited on his show a few times since he showed up and ran off some people and got $60 in refunds. I invited, and not only invited, I dared Mountain Timer to come in here.
I was here.
And to have a verbal, you were here, right? Am I lying?
No,
I don't lie. I'm a con man. Why would I lie? I'm a con man. Why would I lie to anybody?
That video's got some good views.
Oh, you got to put yourself over, don't
you?
You
were on Kenny.
I saw your video.
You showed that night, not mine.
I got 900 views, King. I got 900 views.
King,
well, you probably sent them all $10.
I was on that
show that night.
You probably sent 800 people $10 a piece just to watch your show. That's what I'm guessing.
Pesci wasn't on that show. It was just me and you.
No, but I did tell people just to pop in, even if you could only do it for a minute.
Oh, well, that was sweet of you, Pesci. Why do I ever say anything bad about you? Well, I can't figure it out.
Why not 2 minutes?
King, that show is your show that night.
Unless he can't even spell unlike. That's how stupid he is. That tells you he's from Mobile right there. That gave it away. Somebody actually in Colorado would know how to spell that word.
That's true.
Unless, and I'm assuming he meant unlike. Unless, Pesci, I can spar with you, not need a counseling session.
Well,
what the fuck did he just try? Help me out.
What does that even mean?
Help me out, Schmidt. What's Mobile Mike trying to say there?
He's trying to say that he can spar with you and joke with you without.
No, it's not. The refund is not a joke. I had to give back $60 fucking that night. That's not a joke. That's a fact. Jake from State Farm reminds you every time that we had to give back $60 because they hated your appearance. It's true. Schmidt knows. It ain't a joke. It ain't a joke. The joke is that you think you can spar with me. I begged you to come in here. If you think you're so fucking tough, I'm already 5 minutes over my allotted time of the midnight witching hour. If you think you're so fucking verbally gifted, do you want me to bring you in here for 10 minutes and to show you why you should put your heels back under the bed down in Mobile? Do you think that's what I should do? Do you want to come in? Show me how tough you are and come in here. And I will, matter of fact, I'll kick Pesci and Schmidt out so they won't be able to interfere and do a run-in for you. I'll kick them out. If you want to come in here, prove it, my ass. You were a chicken shit. You wouldn't come in here and verbally debate me the last time I begged you. You hid under the bed. Your kids had to pull you out and feed you breakfast the next morning. You were fucking under your bed having cheese with the mice running around your fucking place down in Mobile because mice are a big deal down there. They might put you over. But if you think you want to go, man.
I thought, no.
Go, King, go. Any Mobile Mike from Mobile fucking Alabama thinks he's going to come in here and thinks he's going to debate me. I'll debate any fucking thing you want, and I'll make you look like a fool. I'll debate your name. I'll debate your birthplace, and I'll convince the people that none of that shit.
We got a new member.
Michael Alexander, new member. I heard he was going to become a member tonight.
So
we're closing in on 100 members.
So the Mountain Timer's new nickname is the Colorado Cocksucker.
Now, do we have to go there? Do we have to? Well, I mean, is this an episode of Deadwood to where we got to call everybody a cocksucker?
King, what kind of
jobber status? Michael Alexander promised me he was going to be a main eventer. He knew I couldn't see it. He knew I couldn't see what he's going to be, and he's tried to sneak in, and Hazelwood rats him out. I assumed we just picked up another main eventer. My God. What the fuck? Come on, Michael Alexander. You told me you was going to be a main eventer. And then you said you were going to bump up the money mark. And then you said that you were going to buy that $99 one to where once a month you can come in here and say any horrible thing about me you want. Right. I bet you Mobile Mike wishes he could afford that $99 one so he could come in here and say whatever he wants about me. Are you interrupting me?
No, actually, I
are not the rules are if I'm talking, everyone else shut the fuck up. Is that not the goddamn rules?
Now we got $2 donation.
Way to change the subject, Pesci.
I gave you $3.
Pesci said I got to get the heat off me, man. Michael Alexander. Well, that still ain't main event money, but all right.
Just a heads up.
Michael Alexander from Seinfeld.
You're at 12.
You're at the 3 hour. You're right at 3 hours, but we're gonna make you stay longer for a donation.
We're over 3 hours. It's 3 hours, 1 minute. No, you're out of your fucking mind.
Well, yeah, I know.
I already gave you a bonus hour. I told everybody I wanted to be out of here in 90 minutes tonight, and here I am over 3 hours, 3 hours and 1 minute.
Pesci still hasn't let me get my proposition in here.
Well, get it in and let's get it in quick because I got shit to do. I'm hungry.
Kenny got
where did Mountain Timer go? I sent him a join link. Where is he? Is Mountain Timer going to come in or not?
Welcome to Jobber.
All right, Kenny. All right, Pesci. Kenny donated. He got the kids basketball gear, Nike gear.
Yeah.
I'm going to donate money so we can get more gear or cover the cost, whatever.
And I'm going to show the pictures of everything they got.
And we're going to try to get
tomorrow's show, but Friday's show. I don't want to interrupt Dundee with it.
The one kid is a Lakers fan, so we need to get him like a LeBron jersey.
Yeah, he's a big Lakers fan, and the other one is a big.
So I'm going to throw in 100.
What was the other one? What were the two Lakers and Clippers?
Clippers and Lakers.
But that Los Angeles market covered, don't they?
Well, we can get a Kawhi Leonard jersey for the other one if you want.
Well, here's the thing: we can't because it would take 3 or 4 months for him to get it.
Well,
have to pay taxes on it. The shipping charges would be out the ad. Well, if they can find it to order, we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
At least that way they get it in a week or two.
Ken, this thing that's coming out, this one's good. You're going to remember what comes next. I fucking came across a steal.
I was supposed to have been gone an hour ago, but go ahead. So what are you doing for me that I stayed over an extra hour? What are you doing?
All right, Pesci. Like I said, I'm going to throw in 100. If you want to throw in money to help me get the kids basketball gear, or anybody wants to donate to help get the kids basketball gear, by all means.
Or we could fly them over here. Or we could fly them over here, take them to the homeless people, and give them a couple of hamburgers.
Well, that too. But I'm throwing 100 in, so whoever the fuck wants to throw some money in towards the kids' gear, because
let's get them set up good for school. Also, we need to get them some rice. They ran out of rice yesterday.
If you saw how happy they were,
the football players eat rice too.
What's that?
Wait a minute. Are these Filipinian football players?
No, they're just little kids that like basketball.
They're kids that like basketball.
But you were talking about rice.
Yeah, that same family that wants the basketball jerseys for their kids, and I help feed their dogs. They have 4 dogs. One of them
just got lost. That was confusing.
I gathered
that. Show the pictures, King.
So, well, I can't right now because they're not loaded in here.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I mean, I'll have them loaded up and we'll put them in here for Friday's show.
Okay.
And but yeah, I'd like to get them 100 pounds of rice. That will, because they feed their dogs with it too. And they got 4 dogs, community dogs, but I've assigned them to feed them because I don't want anything happening to the dogs.
Well,
we saved little Scooby. We got him $20 worth of medicine, and he's doing real good now, which is good news. I also saved my ex-girlfriend Jenny's dog. Goddamn, Parvo's been going around real bad there. And I saved 2 of her dogs that were deathly sick. Fortunately, they both pulled through. And one of them's named Queenie, and she'd had that dog since I first met her. And Queenie has since had babies, so we helped her with her dog. But Parvo's been going around real bad there. Janessa had told me, Peanut Butter Janessa, told me that there have been a lot of dogs dying in her neighborhood of Parvo. So we can't afford to save them all, but for the ones that are dear friends of the show, and especially Justin and James, who Justin's actually been on the show before with his mother. Yeah. And you remember that. And,
that's what I said.
Number 1 in Poland, baby.
Hey, if we could get him a LeBron jersey, that'd be like me or Pesci getting a Jordan jersey in our day, or a Dr. J jersey for you or something, you know.
Filipina, is that a jalapeno? I don't know. Pesci just makes up words.
But either way,
I'm words, states, and capitals, like South Africa, the capital of South Dakota.
I don't know how I did that.
Whatever the total, I don't know. Somebody run a total for tonight's show.
It worked.
Throw another 100.
I don't know where we're at tonight. I would think
throw another 100 on tonight. We're at like 300. We got to be.
Yeah. With if you're donating another 100, that would put us over 300 for the
somebody
night.
Else donate.
I got 30 on some football equipment.
What's that now?
I got 30 on some football equipment. Just wait till the weekend. I'll send it and I'll say football equipment.
Well, we can't ship it to the Philippines. We're raising money so they can order it themselves and actually get it. If we ship it, they'll never fucking get it.
Well, whatever. I'm saying I'll just send you money and you put it towards whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that'd be great. Yeah, anything you can help us out with.
NBA basketball gear and shit.
Yeah. So tomorrow I might only donate small, but Friday I'll.
All right. Well, whatever you can comfortably afford, man. Don't put yourself out.
Well, it'll be Friday before I bring it to you anyway. So there you go.
You gonna bring me some pasta?
No, because I'll be on my way to work.
Gonna bring me some cannolis.
That sucks. You don't live by me, King. I bring you dinner all the time. I get good shit.
Don't know if I want to eat that bad. We could go to. You could get up 2 hours early, go to work, and say, "Hey, the King needs cannolis and some pasta." And boss man, I advise you to give it. He plugs your restaurant all the time. What's the name of the place again? Valari's.
Yep.
Lovely place. Everybody should go there once or twice
if they can afford it.
If they can afford it, that's another story. Don't go during the buffet unless you got $40. Is all I can say. Is it amazing how great the hair has stayed all night long? And the great thing about the vest,
I'm thinking about doing that bald for men thing. I've been seeing it. I
can almost wear your hat, Pesci.
Just share
it goes with this shirt, kinda.
Yeah.
If I wore hats.
Oh, what kind of car did Lawler have when you first met him?
Oh, cool.
He had 2. He had a gold Cadillac, which eventually I had a gold Cadillac, not by intention. It just worked out that way. I found a car I liked and it was gold and I bought it.
I love it.
And he had a van that when he brought Paula and his little children, Brian, Christopher, and what's the other kid's name? I should know. Kevin, Paula, Brian, and Kevin as children. And Lawler would come up in the van. But if he came with just him and Sam Bass, he drove his Cadillac. And I've never pushed Lawler on this. I don't know why I've never asked him. I was also told that back in the day, back in the mid 70s, when he was a heel, that Lawler had a pilot's license and that he would fly himself. Now,
wow. Now, see, I didn't know that.
Whether he owned a prop plane or whether he was just a pilot and rented them, I'm not sure.
He probably
but I do remember,
then.
But I've never pressed him on that to get that confirmed. He never drove the Batmobile. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. He didn't have it then. He didn't get the Batmobile.
What's the Batmobile?
So long after me and Cornette were doing.
He bought the original Batmobile, one of them.
Well, actually, he didn't. That's not the original.
Oh, well.
You didn't know that? It makes a great story.
I thought he had like one of the originals.
Well, there's not that many of them, so if you got one, it's still pretty cool. But no, he doesn't have the original. He bought a replica.
Oh, okay.
Got it for decent money, and it's not street legal, but he drives it on the street anyway, and nobody in Memphis arrests him. You know, he gets by with it. But he takes it up for a spin every now and then.
He peeled out on Beale Street on ESPN College Game Day when Memphis was good in football.
He did.
A couple of years ago, he showed up in the outfit, bikini outfit.
That was a fun show. I enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, if anybody's got a link to that, I'd love to see it again.
I put
Lawler doing picks on ESPN Game Day. That was pretty, because I didn't know he was going to be on. I used to watch Game Day every week because I love Lee Corso. Not so fast, and he always picks some other team that no one thinks he'll pick.
Hey, King, I wrote this down. I didn't know this. Lawler was the commentator for the Trump match.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, I haven't seen you in a while, Andrew. I just wanted you to know that early in the show tonight, we did pay some tribute to Anna Risen. Andrew, of course, I was a part of the Risen family for a long, long time. And we did pay a tribute to Anna tonight. We know that diabetes had a lot to do with her death. I haven't heard it confirmed yet if COVID was involved, but at age 50, it makes you wonder. I don't know if she was vaccinated or not, but we haven't really heard an exact cause of death, but there's some people saying they think that might be part of it. And so definitely our best thoughts and wishes with Anna. Thank you for dropping in tonight, Andrew. I didn't know many of her kids. I know that they're like teenagers now and have kids of their own. But yeah, my love goes out to Anna, and we paid tribute to her at the beginning of the show, and we definitely need to do it again here at the end of the show. 50 years old, just the sweetest, kindest person you would ever know, and just a sweet person. And she will be missed by a lot of people. So thank you for dropping in, Andrew. I appreciate it. And we threw your name up on the screen there. No, he never drove the Batmobile to the Louisville Gardens. I don't think he would have got by with that. Once he crossed that Tennessee state line, the Kentucky police might not have been as nice.
Did you hear what I said, though? Lawler was the commentator for the Trump-Lashley match.
Of course.
Well, of course he was.
I didn't know that. That was
who
news
else
to
would
me.
it have been?
Well, fuck, he was on WWE TV
and the poor king is a diehard Trump supporter.
Did he ever read your book?
I don't know. I never read his. I told the whole story. I told most of his book. Me and Cornette provided a lot of the stuff that went in it, but I can assure you that Jerry probably never read mine. Actually never read his. I just read the segments that I was mentioned in.
I just got a couple. Literally,
I think me and Cornette got credits at the end of the book for providing a lot of the stories. The guy writing the book called me all the time to get stories because Jerry said that I remembered his career better than he did.
Well, yeah, you're a fan.
You could say the same for me, Ken, to you.
I don't think you can say that. I'll correct you on just about every one of these shows.
I guess I could try, I guess.
Pesci, you don't know shit.
What do you think the duo of him and Vince announcing? How'd you like that when he went to WWF? Did you like that?
My favorite combination of announcers was Jesse and Vince.
I like Jesse and Gorilla too.
Jesse and Gorilla were good. Yeah. Jesse and Vince were pure magic.
Come on,
Lawler and Vince were pretty good. Didn't Macho Man do one show with Lawler and Vince? Maybe one. Yeah. That was an interesting show.
I think he did a few.
Mr. Perfect was it under when he would be injured? He would do some with Vince.
He was great.
I actually met Perfect backstage at Louisville Gardens, and he
signed Daisy out. Back me up.
He signed a magazine for me that had his autograph, Paul Bear's, and a few others in it. Probably got lost in moving, or somebody stole it or something. But I had a magazine that Mr. Perfect had signed, and Paul Bear, and a couple of other. But the weird thing was, 3 of the 4 people that signed that magazine aren't with us anymore.
I was going to say,
almost a jinx to sign that damn thing. So I hope you're doing good, Andrew, and certainly give my love to the whole Risen family. And I haven't heard or where the funeral will be or anything. But certainly give my love to everybody and let everybody know how much that Anna will be missed. She was such a sweet person.
Mr. Perfect was awesome.
Yeah, Perfect was real cool. Met him. That was the only time I had a good one-on-one conversation with him, and he was cool as shit.
I hate that he was never champion.
He didn't need to be.
Yeah, he didn't need it. It's like Andre and Undertaker. These guys don't need to be champion.
Rick Rude, Perfect. They don't need the belt. They're just that
now
good.
Flair, even though you might say he doesn't need the belt, his life story was about the belt.
Right. I'm the
Lawler's life story was about the Southern Heavyweight Championship.
Did you like the kiss my foot match between him and Brett?
No, because Lawler lost.
So, well, it was a good match.
Funnier if Brett had to kiss his foot.
Well, you knew Lawler was never going to beat Brett. Then.
Well, yeah, because he was old. He was already old by then. I mean,
well,
why did Lawler wrestle Joey Ryan?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
I think.
Oh, why?
I remember King saying something. That's why I wanted to tell the story.
Lawler set his dick on fire in the match, so at least he got his shit in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cornette was furious about it too. He bitched Jerry out for doing that. But Jerry does what Jerry wants to do, and Jerry wasn't going to put over the dick spot, so he threw fire and set his dick on fire.
Yeah,
how did you find out about Joey?
I don't think Joey Ryan is welcome in the wrestling business anymore either, from what I've heard.
Yeah, some with women.
Yeah, something with women. Yeah, something with women.
Now, how did you find out about him, King? You're not really a podcast guy.
He says he was who are you talking about being a champion?
Perfect. Henning.
Oh yeah, Henning was AWA champion, of course.
Yeah, his dad was Larry the fucking Axe.
I think Pesci meant WWE though.
Yeah,
and I thought he should have been a world champion.
Well, of course, but
of course Lawler was AWA champion
he
too.
But he didn't.
Lawler should have had at least one night that he was the world heavyweight champion.
Did you see the match between him and Dick Boy?
Fuck no, I had no desire to see that.
Who the fuck want to watch that?
Pesci.
Well, see what the fuck happened. I couldn't believe he would do that.
Pesci wants to see what it looks like when you get your dick set
on fire.
What happened though? Why did he do this?
I don't know. I didn't see the match. I just heard Lawler set his dick on fire. That's the
only
thing I know
Lawler
about.
Probably got $5,000 to show up and do the fucking 5-minute match.
He probably got more than that, to be honest.
What did WWE say about that?
I have no idea.
Nothing.
Probably didn't even know.
Nothing. He got by with it, and he's still working there.
Because Lawler works.
He said, "How much are you going to get paid?" Well, yeah, go set his dick on fire and pick up your payday.
Who got you the job working for Nick Goulas?
I did.
Service merchandise, right?
Service merchandise. Met him returning a Pioneer surround sound receiver, and I talked myself into that job. Actually, he talked me into it. He said, "Would you like to come work for my company?" I didn't ask for a job. He offered me one.
Gonna be the greatest company you ever.
How much did it pay, and how long did you work there?
Be good, Mr. Hazelwood. Thank you for dropping by tonight.
Good night, Bob.
Being on standby for the Fuller and Don Morocco shows. I might need your help
for sure. Those. But did Nick Gillis tell you it's going to be the best company you ever?
How much did it pay, Kenny?
No, actually, he said that you're going to be my new Jerry Lawler. You're going to be the Jerry Lawler of this company. I said, well, we already have a Jerry Lawler, and he doesn't seem to be looking to retire anytime soon. I said, I want to be the managerial version or maybe the commentary version of Jerry Lawler.
Right.
Well, you can do that too. So it ended up, I did everything with him.
I can picture him saying that.
He just wanted you to be an asshole.
My main job was being the announcer for the television show and to book the towns and then manage wrestlers in the towns. I do got to hurry because my dogs have not been out and we're sneaking up at 12:35. Mango's still in there. Her battery's got
cow.
The cow dog. Yeah, I heard him in the background there. How you doing?
I see cow.
Scooby boy. And Scooby just flat out went to bed. Scooby's in the bedroom.
Cow is the sweetest.
Cow. He is a sweet dog. He loves you every time you come by, especially when you have pasta because he knows
gets all of them.
He knows he'll get a bite or two.
Well, see, Pesci, you didn't fuck up tonight.
I could save these other ones for the OVW because you had a match with them and it's on the OVW.
Yeah, and I'd like to get out of here at 12:30. That's 3.5 hours.
What time is it right now?
12:28.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll save. It is a even Mango God long show tonight. Yeah, I know. Well, see, the last two shows I've done, the donations sucked, and what did I do?
Well, we didn't start right away.
I ended the shows at 1 hour and 1 minute. If you ain't donating,
you're making over 300 tonight, though. So you know.
Well, and I always reward the fans with longer shows if the donations are coming in, and whether they come in at the beginning or the end, If the donations are good, I always hang around. If they're not, then fuck, you know.
Well, if y'all fools
This
donate,
is a business, and it's also a fundraiser show. And if I'm not accomplishing either, then why the fuck am I going to hang around?
If I donate $10, can I play a 7-minute clip?
Sure.
Who the fuck are you, Schmidt? Who the fuck died and made you Chris Boland?
Mount Timer?
Pesci's advocate.
What 7-minute clip do you want to pay? You got exactly 7 minutes. Hit play now. Better send that $10 or I'll beat your ass.
I won't. No, I'm asking if it's a merch.
Go ahead.
Well, he can let the dogs out in 7 minutes.
Now, a fan sent me this.
I'll listen to it. That'll give me some time to let the dogs out. But I'm still
he'll come back and say bye.
Yeah, I'm still leaving as soon as that clip's over because I haven't had dinner yet.
Well, you'll say, the early dinner bye
at 4 o'clock. So now go ahead and hit it. I'll hear everything. I do like your speakerphone, your speaker thing there. It's pretty nice.
A fan of the show sent us this.
Oh yeah.
Connected.
It probably came from the perf pussy.
Whoops! Hold on, I got to take that off. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Now, Pesci, I'm going to give you a little advice. I guarantee you that thing has an output jack. I don't know if Pesci's using a mixer or not, but if you patch the output jack of that device into the input, if you're using a sound mixer,
he has a mixer, he just don't know how to use it.
He don't know how to use it. Well,
he's got one like Russo.
This is a voice memo when I'm playing through this. I got to learn how to play that mixer because it might come in handy on our show.
Pesci has a mixer like Russo where you can do the
I saw that. Yeah, I hate that shit.
Okay,
I don't have the heart to tell Russo how I hate that phony shit. I don't like it.
All right, so
but he likes it, and that's all that matters.
So fans have been sending me random clips. I've just been saving them here and there.
All right, I'll hear everything. I'll see you. I'm going to let the dogs out. As a matter of fact, I'll kick out why I do it, but I'll hear everything you guys say.
We'll see you in a minute.
Oh, is he really going to? Yeah, is he really going to hear it?
Yeah, he can hear it.
All right,
it's on his computer. He's got speakers.
Call me a liar again, you little motherfucker. Of course I can hear it.
Well, no, kid, because you say something in here that's important.
I will hear every fucking word.
He'll hear it. He'll be sitting right by the fucking door letting the dog out.
Loud and clear.
Right.
Call me a liar again, you little bitch, and I'll drive to Dayton and beat your ass.
Cleveland.
Oh, God damn. Oh, that's fucked.
So the cops are looking at me like, what the fuck? What's funny is this. When I call wind of the cops, I did a double whistle because they could have technically, when the dog's off the property, they could take a shot at the dog.
Yeah, we could. You don't want Pablo to get shot.
Now, Daisy was running
Chris
all around.
worries that about around here. When we see police in the neighborhood, we do not let Two Cow Scooby or Choco out because Chris is terrified that the dogs will get shot because they'll shoot. They don't ask no questions. I mean,
they'll shoot a fucking chihuahua.
I had a chihuahua, Chris. I'll show you the picture of it.
So I was saying, I don't play with guns. Like, if I knew those guys get shot.
You live in where chihuahuas are getting shot.
No, I'm just on like national news.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were out watching the chihuahua. One's going to shot your dog, Officer Johnson.
I'd be in prison.
Sheriff Wydat.
So of course the cops didn't see what happened, and they just thought I was randomly outside in the street, stripping Mexicans nude. And fucking spraying them with mace and shit.
You look guilty. I have to admit, you probably were guilty.
This cop, let me tell you what this cop's doing. This guy starts walking like I took a swing at his wife. Like fast paced. And whoa. They're screaming, whoa. Oh yeah. They're screaming, whoa.
Yeah.
Because I got, they're thinking I'm doing something to the guy.
You're the bad guy.
I remember I held up the mace. I go, there's two in the backyard as I'm trying to tell the cop. They just fucking take me down.
Oh, my God.
Call that fucking dog off.
Poor innocent Texans trying to defend his property, and the cops take down the white. I'm just impressed they took down the white guy.
I'm being robbed. Sir, put your hands where I can see them. Sir, you have my hands. My hands where I can see them, man. Yeah, my hands.
You have my hands. I can't show them to you.
The guy's like, call that dog off. The dog's sitting still, sir. What's funny is...
Now, wait a minute. Why is Pablo letting these cops rough you up and he ain't in on it?
I called him off.
You called him off? Okay. All right.
Yeah, my dog's not... If my dog could smile, he could be calm. You know what I mean?
I guess you can't.
So now Daisy was going nuts. That's a whole different story.
Yeah, Daisy. Yeah.
But she runs around with all the animals around here and she comes back like a cat. It's weird. So the cops had me on the ground. They don't even realize there's 2 naked guys in my backyard. I swear to God, this cop looked like a rookie. He was holding a flashlight and a yellow taser.
As long as he didn't look like a Mexican, I guess he's all right.
I just made a smart-ass comment when I was on the ground. I was like, my taser's way better than that. That motherfucker ain't stopping shit. And
my taser's better than your taser, officer. Let's just have a showdown in the middle of the street.
He goes, oh, you think you're tough guy, huh? He goes, this guy starts like doing a fake accent. I go, bro, I'm American. I didn't know where the accent came from. Yeah. So he had a flashlight in his hand. All of a sudden, you hear the grunts from the 2 guys walking naked.
2 naked guys, yeah.
Okay? Phoneless. The cop goes like this. He has a flashlight in his hand.
Well, there's nowhere to put your phone unless you shove it up the crack of your ass where you can put your phone.
He heard a noise and he was like, what? They saw the 2 naked guys. Like, they don't forgot about me. I'm in like half cuffs. I just had my hands behind my back. I got gravel on my face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, gravel.
Eva.
They go, what the fuck is going on? I go, can I please tell my side of the story? Would you believe these cops took all 3 Mexican stories with not broken English, Ken?
Yes.
It just looked like they were lying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, that guy just said, please, sir.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So they took all 3 of those. They come at me like I'm a bad guy.
All right, Pesci, you got us a new member. Welcome, Dub Dub.
Perfect.
We did tell Dub Dub how cute he was. He almost had no choice.
They're telling me shit that they could charge me with.
Come on, Eva.
This
Dub
line
Dub put the
outside.
heat on you, Eva. Come on, Eva. For me. Do it for me.
I tell the officer, sir.
And Dan, why I think you need a badge too. It's an amazing story. I don't care what any of you say.
I go, sir, may I say one thing? And he goes, yeah, fucking, you've been talking this whole time. And I'm like,
Yeah.
sir,
Especially of talking the whole time.
I'm start to put the dogs in the bag.
That officer should be brought up on charges from taking such an accusation.
I'm shocked.
I go, sir, I could show you cameras proving these guys came in my backyard and the dogs disarmed them, and that means they take their clothes.
Time out, Pesci. Dub Dub not only became a member, but is apparently a main eventer who's going to get the Kenny Bolin Rant of the Week for free every week.
And Eva.
And look at here. I'm going to piss a lot of people off. The sweet love of my life from Ohio, Eva.
Dayton, Ohio.
Hear that, Kate?
Did I say
I hear it.
Right by me.
I got us 3 main eventers that night.
I remember that.
Dayton Flyers, the not to the home of the Columbus Clippers. That's another town.
But somebody else.
Lindsay. Dub Dub, a main eventer.
Lindsay from Columbus.
My God, unbelievable.
All right, so anyway.
Oh, Eva's from Columbus.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, right.
And the other one,
I haven't seen Dub Dub in a while.
We get our Ohio people straightened out.
All right.
Well, how about Dub Dub being a, not to slow your story up, but when we get main event members, we got to put that over. God,
Yeah.
there you go. There you go.
All right.
Brand can't do enough. Yeah, he's a job. He can't upgrade. He just can't figure out. Does anybody know how he can upgrade? Does anybody know how to do that?
No, because what's funny was I'm a main eventer, but if you don't if you're not there on the day, don't.
That's it.
All right.
Well, don't forget, Pesci, Friday.
Got a shit in.
Friday.
I'll send you money too, Ken. I won't forget. Just give me
That's all right. You're a man of your word, except for when you're not.
Say Friday, I'll bring the money to him.
And everything went well tonight.
I'm actually very pleased, other than Mountain Timer trying to ruin the show, but trying to get me upset and telling me I don't care. And
I don't know why Megan's mad at me. She never explained that.
I don't know if I have a word on from Megan as to why, but Megan and Jake, of course, we caught Jake in a lie early. He lied.
Megan just
Jake
hates.
I would just watch Jake's show the other day live at 5 a.m.
You watched Jake do a live 5 a.m. show? You're more
Jake,
of a man than I am.
What's funny was he did he shitted on me, and then I liked the video, and then he felt bad. It was a rant about my video.
Well,
He goes, today's about always smoking.
Jake,
what video did you do that he was ranting about?
Jake was doing a rant on me, and I was the only one that showed up.
Jake really thought.
Well, if he's going to do a rant on you, as long as you show up, I mean, really, who else do we need, right?
Well, yeah, it was great. He apologized.
But Jake actually thought.
So he did a show
really
at 5 a.m. and he's shocked that only one person showed up, and the person was the guy he was ranting on.
I asked him, "How do you donate?"
Well, now you see why I don't do 5 a.m. shows. Maybe I could learn something from Jake.
Yeah, you probably get the England crowd though.
Yeah, I'd get a good England crowd. I don't know if it'd be 70 people or not, but we'd get the good England crowd.
Well, hell, you still got like 40 in here now.
How many? Yeah, there's about 40 in here. They love the king. Boy, does that crown look good with a new camera or what? If you've got the 4K option on your phones and on your laptops and your televisions, I think that's a good color contrast.
Yeah,
right
Jake is patrolling Twitch. Yeah, he was.
Who's the ghost of Hazelwood's donations? That's not me.
That's not you.
I promise.
Got a badge.
I was 30. I'll tell you who I was. 30 Diet Cokes.
I know who it is. I see Trump in the background. That's Patrick.
Is that really Trump? Oh, it is.
He gave his identity away by having the Trump picture in the background. Yeah, it's Patrick. Either that or Mountain Timer down in Mobile. Could be him.
We did it for you, Mango. We did it for you, Mango.
Probably Mountain Timer.
It's the Colorado cocksucker.
The Colorado cocksucker. Yeah. The CC. With the CC. Michael Alexander should be blocked. One more hour, I should block his ass right now for a second.
Russo goes, you guys did 5 hours, bro.
Oh, that's nothing. I've done 13. 5 is nothing when you've done 13.
He and P once.
God damn, how fucking late can Rory be? I feel terrible that I gotta get out of here. God damn, Rory. Fuck, we've been here 3.5 hours exactly. We've been here 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 13 seconds.
So we only got two stories left.
Is that all we got? Well, we're gonna save them for another day because I got
obviously
I got food in the oven. Pesci, you did good tonight. This is way better than the previous one. And like I said, I will always tell you if you fuck up. I'll always tell you when you do good, and you know that. I told you about that other show that was real good. I said, Pesci, we got off to
the show didn't bother me last week.
So if we got off to a slow start tonight, it was my fault, but I had a lot of plugging I wanted to do. I was amped up. Everybody thought I was too laid back last night. Well,
thanks to McDonald's.
So thanks to McDonald's. So we certainly gave them a little, my friend Nick, not Nick Goulis, but Nick up here at McDonald's, general manager, 29 years old. Matter of fact, McDonald's begged him to come back. He had given up the restaurant business.
Thank you, Tim.
But he said the owners were good people and he had good intentions and he wanted to give them another chance. So he's back here managing my local McDonald's, not even half a mile up the street. And they're going to help me feed the homeless. They're going to match the donations that we got in here tonight that are intended for the homeless and the hamburger. Obviously, if it's intended for, Jeanette's family with the kids and the rice and the jerseys and all that, obviously donations, that's got to go to them. But we did very good on hamburger donations tonight.
Gonna be the best chicken nuggets we ever had. The best
As a matter of fact, Chris got 2 of the. Oh, I forgot to. We're gonna have to auction it off Friday, but people get time to wait. Wait till you see what I got. Who's that big time Korean band?
BTS or whatever.
Who?
What did John Cena do today?
Is it BTS or?
Yeah, the ones that McDonald's started sponsoring today.
Yeah.
Take a look at that. Let me tell you why that's a big deal. You can't get these unless you're an employee of McDonald's. And the manager took a real good liking to us today. He loved all the wrestling stories. Chris looked up on eBay. These motherfuckers are going for $40 to
$50. Is he already selling it?
BTM, right? BTS. Rory knows. The BTS shirt, you can't buy these in McDonald's. These are for employees only. They're not even supposed to sell them, which they didn't. The manager came out. He says, Kenny, I like what you do on your podcast. He said, you do a lot of good things. We team up with you on feeding the homeless. He said, do me a favor. He says, you can't buy these things. This is special. I want you to put this on your show. It is a small. So it would be a men's small. I guess that would qualify as a women's medium, maybe. And the only way you can get these is to be a McDonald's employee. And who wants to do that?
Megan or Lindsay or somebody.
Money sent Kenny to PayPal.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So what we're going to do, I was going to auction it off tonight, but I forgot. I was too busy putting McDonald's over the first half hour of the show. So what we're gonna do? I'm supposed to be gone by now, but I'm not because I'm putting over this shirt.
Yeah, Rory, he called Taiwan a country and pissed off China.
Yeah, John Cena referred to Taiwan as a country. China got pissed. John spoke in Mandarin to apologize for calling Taiwan a country. I'm sorry. I mean, with all the horrible shit Cornette said, and he's got to fucking go on and apologize because he called Taiwan a country.
Bullshit.
God did, just because China does not like to recognize them as a country.
No, they've been
like Republicans don't want to recognize Puerto Rico as part of America.
Well,
it's the same fucking thing.
If you remember, during the Little League World Series, they used to be called Chinese Taipei or whatever the fuck.
Being as Mobile Mike is still here.
Mount Timer's back.
This he's back and 10 pounds heavier. See, this shirt is for people with money, for people that have cold hard cash, and it's being auctioned off for people that are big fans of BTS, right? Mm-hmm. BTS. I didn't want to call them BLM because that would be a bacon, lettuce, and mater sandwich. BLG.
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, it is. So, and he loved we wore our Black Lives Matter shirts up there today, and he loved them, and plus he loved the NWO logo version of it, and that's when he realized that my God, that is the same Kenny Boland that fucking managed John Cena. So he was looking up all my shit while we were there. We must have talked to him for an hour and rekindled the relationship, and they're going to be matching us on the donations from now on. But we're going to auction this shirt off on Friday. I don't want to do it during the Dundee show. I mean, I might show it on the Dundee show. Who knows? It might go. So
I don't understand what's the great thing about this shirt.
Well, because they're a big deal. They're a Korean pop band, and girls.
They're like the Backstreet
Boys.
Boys.
It's a band. Okay, I thought it was a McDonald's shirt.
They are the male version of Blackpink, and you probably don't even know who Blackpink is.
I do not.
See, I'm 61. I'm cool. I'm hip. The teenagers love me. Thank God the teenage Asian women love me. The legal ones, the 18 and 19-year-olds.
He has his finger in the youth of America.
Finger in the youth of the pulse of the source of America.
The king of Philly.
And let's see, it was Chinese Taipei during the Little League World. Yeah, Chinese Taipei won every motherfucking World Series forever. I forget who was the first team to beat them from America. Maybe it was Texas or somebody, and of course Louisville won the World Series several years ago. Valley Station, whatever the hell they were.
Valley Sport,
and they're like, yeah, they are. Hazelwood knows. See, me and Hazelwood are the cool 60-year-olds. We're up on all this shit.
Well, he's Stephen King.
But if you know who Blackpink is, they're kind of the male version of Blackpink. I prefer.
There's a BTS McDonald's meal. That's why.
Yeah, it just came out today. We were there for opening day of it, so we got the BTS meal. And once the manager realized who we were and realized what we do for the homeless around here, he took care of us and sent food home.
King of the boy band.
And he told me to auction that shirt off, but he said, I'm telling you, he said on eBay it's going for around $40 or $50 and probably even more than that to a true BTS fan. It was Texas, Rory says. Yeah, I thought I remembered Texas beat them and broke a hell of a string.
Yeah, because they had
Chinese Taipei winning the World Series.
They had like 18-year-old kids pretending to be 12.
No, years. they've got actually one of the BTS members is actually in his 30s.
No, pretending to be during the Little League stuff.
Those Little League. Yeah, there's some big kids on it, China. Yeah, I think one of them played for the Cincinnati Reds.
Right, they have
and then played in the college and played in the high school World Series, right? Little League.
I am 12. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You're shaving. What do you mean you're 12?
This some bitch
you drove to the ballpark, motherfucker. What do you mean you're 12? You didn't pull up here on a bike.
He's got his own kids watching him play.
But the BTS meal debuted today here in Louisville. I don't know how it rolled out across the country, but it debuted today. Chris got it, says it's pretty good. He got the Cajun sauce and then I think an Asian zing sauce or something like that, and it was very good. I had a little bit of it, and he sent me home with a double quarter, and I haven't had one since weight loss surgery. I might have to have another weight loss surgery after I eat that. So the Money in the Bank pay-per-view is going to be at the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth.
King, guess who you're going against on Friday night?
Who am I going against Friday night?
Dynamite and SmackDown.
Oh, yeah. Dynamite.
I don't have to. I could just as easily start at 10:05.
There you go. They're both going on at 8.
Oh, I thought that's what time they were starting.
What's Dynamite? What have I missed out on? Is AEW got a Dynamite show?
Yeah, they're normally on Wednesday, but because of
you know what the wrestling business is trying to do. The wrestling business has figured out that Kenny Boland is the smartest fucking person in pro wrestling. They see me doing a show every night. They think they can do a show every night. Only I do it as one person, one entity, one dominant force of the podcast world, raising money to feed people all over the world, mainly in the Philippines, and down at the bridge overpass in Louisville, Kentucky.
The king of Philly.
They have learned something. They realize if Bolin can draw a house every night, we can get people to watch us every night.
This is true.
But I think I get more viewers. 80,000 impressions on Twitter today, ladies and gentlemen. There has not been 80,000 people combined see a WWE show since the 1920s.
The king of Twitter, baby.
King of Twitter. I am the last 2 days. AEW has a double or nothing pay.
I've never had anything ever.
Well, hang on. Rory got in here late. Hazelwood's still here. I was going to bet a Bolin Services shirt and try to get a seat on the first row.
There you go.
Man, how do you not have a Bolin Services shirt yet? We have a merch store.
Well, you probably should have given him one for all his
Hazelwood's. Well, he needs to get with Fat Eric and get one of his. He's got like 5.
Yeah, I'm about to put in a 10 shirt order. I just got to get around to it.
Yeah, he said he was going to send me a Pesci.
I'm going to get Chris a shirt.
Oh, you're going to get Chris a shirt? You're going to put in a 10 shirt order, huh?
If you want one, King, I'll get you one. I don't know if you do that.
The PWO.
How do I politely,
10 if I like him?
How do I politely tell Pesci I'm not going to wear his face on my chest in Louisville, Kentucky and get beat up? Somebody would beat me up. I could see.
Well, what if we made a different motto and it just said PWO?
Pesci World Order.
You order what you want, and what would be better is that we auction them off to the fans to raise money for our causes. That'd be better than sending me one. Let's auction them off and make money off of them.
Oh, just wait.
How would I make money?
You wouldn't. You'd be a broke ass bitch. You're using my show to get rich.
I'd rather have the 10 shirts.
You have already made thousands of dollars off this show. I guarantee you that you're not even telling me about.
No.
Once the NBA playoffs,
not that kind of guy, are you?
No, because
I will buy a shirt in the next few months. Well, you know what? Rory has been secretly fascinated with me for I don't know how long. Everybody thinks that her and Maya were in love. It was actually me and Rory the whole time. She loves
Maya.
King, honestly, I definitely gave more. I didn't make no thousands.
Well, I'm not holding you to the grill. I wouldn't care if you did. If you make money off the show, I don't give a shit. You know,
no, I'm not.
You said one of the greatest compliments I ever gave you is that you're part of the show. And you're part of the show. No, if you can make money off your celebrity on here, I don't care. Go right ahead. I will buy a shirt in the next few months.
She loves Maya. You better block her for that, I guess.
I don't know.
How many people are watching?
That hurts right there. I know it's not true. I know she loves me more. She never drops in on Maya's podcast, only on mine. Oh, that's right. Maya doesn't do any.
Down in Germany.
I even got Maya a podcast microphone so she could do her own shows, and she never did do one.
You need to get Maya on the show again.
And a pink. Well, I possess the pink chair now. The pink chair is in. You was asking me about favorite Lawler promos. Well, I'll go ahead and do one, and then I got to go because it's going to be pushing 1:00. One of my favorite Lawler promos is when Jerry Lawler beat Bob Armstrong for the NWA Heavyweight Championship in Memphis, Tennessee. And Lawler wanted a way to be able to get photographs with the NWA champion with the belt and put it out as publicity that he won the NWA title. You got to remember, there was no internet back then. There were barely any dirt sheets. You mainly got your information from wrestling magazines.
Yeah.
So,
nobody else loves you, Mountain Timer.
Hang on a second. I got
Mountain Timer.
Hang on. I got to fix something. There you go. And there you go. Love yourself now, bitch. So y'all like that one, didn't you? You love it. You love it that he got blocked for 5 minutes. No, you are not blocking me. Oh, Rory says I just blocked Mountain Timer. I'm sorry, Mobile Mike. If you're gonna say his name, you got to say it right around here.
The Colorado
you're one of the great wrestling historians. I try. So
if he doesn't remember, he just makes it up anyway.
I just make it up and make it sound truthful. So Jerry Lawler is wrestling not Bob Backlund, but Bob Armstrong.
Bob Armstrong.
NWA
Road Dogg's dad for you young
Road Dogg's dad. No, wait, no. I'm sorry. I got the wrong guy. He's wrestling Jack Briscoe.
Oh, okay.
Jack
Gerald Briscoe's brother, right?
For the NWA heavyweight title.
Okay.
So they have the match, and Jerry Lawler gets a chain, hits Briscoe, knocks him out, wins the championship, knocks him out. Referee didn't see the chain. 1, 2, 3. Lawler is the new NWA World Heavyweight Champion. There's probably film of this on YouTube because I saw it on Memphis television when it actually happened.
Is the crown thing
what's that?
Is the Terry Funk taking your crown on film?
No, that was Louisville Gardens, and there was no TV for those. And there were no camcorders. There were no cell phones.
Yeah,
I would pay $1,000 if somebody had a video of that, but trust me, they don't.
Or just
because there was no
pictures.
fucking video. Yeah, I'd pay $1,000 for that. And if I had billions, I'd pay more than that.
Hey, why didn't Jimmy have pictures of that?
good point.
Now there might be a snapshot somewhere. If there was, I never saw it.
I think Jimmy have a picture of you running from Terry Funk?
I don't know. I don't recall that he got a picture of it, but he will even tell you. He wouldn't even bother to try to cover that lie up and tell you that it never happened because he was there when it happened.
Right.
Why he never got a picture of it, or if he did, I don't remember it.
Right.
If he did, I don't remember.
You think he would have like, here, King, here's that picture of you running from Funk.
If he did, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember.
Goddamn.
Thank you, Mark.
There we go. So Lawler uses a chain, wins the match. This is in Memphis, Tennessee, so the cameras are there. They hold the Lawler's got the belt, and he's very happy that he's the champion. So the referee comes up and holds Lawler's arm up to show that he's the champion. And what fell out from underneath Jerry Lawler's arm? The chain. And so he's starting to ask everybody, hey, why did Lawler use a chain? Why has he got a chain under his arm? No one knows why Lawler's got a chain under his arm. I wonder if he used it to win the match. So the referee's interrogating everybody. Lawler grabs the belt, hightails it to the locker room. As far as Lawler's concerned, he's the new NWA heavyweight champion. He gets back to the locker room. Hey, quick, get over here. Get some pictures of me with the belt. So Lawler is getting all kinds of photographs made of Lawler with the NWA championship belt. And there's pictures out there. I'm sure if you look, you can find them of Lawler posing, pointing his finger at the belt, wearing the belt. And Lawler is making it look like to the wrestling magazines that he beat Jack Briscoe and won the NWA heavyweight championship. And then they reverse the decision. They make Lawler go back to the ring. He's got to go back, give the belt back. So when Lawler comes out to do the promo, he says, I guess you want me out here today. Here, I ought to hold the crown because I'm sure Lawler had his. I guess you got me out here today, Lance Russell, because you want to tell everybody about me, Jerry the King Lawler, the new NWA heavyweight champion. Pesci's asleep. He says, well, Lawler, that's not exactly how it went down, Lawler. It says, you cheated. You had that chain there, Lawler, and you knocked Briscoe out with it. And they originally declared you the winner, and they found the chain. They reversed the decision. Jack Briscoe's your NWA heavyweight champion. He says, well, wrong. He says, Lance, that's where you're wrong. Jack Briscoe has the belt. Do you know what the belt is? The belt is merely a trinket. The belt is merely a symbol of the NWA championship. The title, Lance Russell, is what's important. I possess that now. I have the NWA heavyweight title, and I am the rightful NWA World Heavyweight Champion. All he's got's the belt. That's just a trinket, a symbol. The title's what's important. And Lance, I possess that now. So that's where I've always gotten anytime I say, well, you might have that, but I like the chair, the pink chair. Well, that's Maya's pink chair. No, she left that chair here. I possess that now. And me and Cornette have stole that 100.
I possess 2 cow now.
Mountain Timer. So if somebody wanting Mountain Timer to come back, he ain't going to come back. He's blocked. He's blocked for 5 minutes. I had to teach him a lesson. I run this show now. Come in here running your dick liquor on me for crying out loud.
Well, King, if you stay 12 more minutes, you're going to do 4 hours.
12 more minutes, huh?
12 more
I've been here this fucking long. We might as well piss Russo off and click.
King of the 4-hour podcast.
He goes, I mean, come on, 5 hours. What are you guys talking about?
Come on, bro.
Have we ever had a boring 5-hour show that people bitched about? I don't remember any.
You still got like 40 viewers in YouTube, so fuck, why not?
And tonight was 84 in a row tonight, right? 84 in a row. I didn't put it over a whole lot. Of course, I forgot to send Bischoff a joint.
I said, as long as King does the streak, I'll make sure I donate for the streak. Even though he was cutting a promo the other day, I still donated.
Well, it's not real, just so you.
No, it's real. I don't know where.
No, some of that shit's real because he'd be thinking I'd be writing weird shit.
Some of that shit.
If you hadn't noticed, he's an asshole.
When you're going to upgrade your camera, have you noticed how good me and Pesci look? And you're sitting over there all bored. Where's your background at? I bitched you out about that. Where's your background?
Where's your
backer shit?
I moved my Green Bay.
Where'd that go?
Stuff. It went on the other wall.
Went on the other wall? Nobody happier about a 4-hour show tonight than Mango Jennifer. Mango.
Because she wanted to hear Pesci's voice.
God long show. Well, see, I do it for Mango, so she gets to hear Pesci's voice for over 4 hours. You realize what Mango Jennifer might
Mango has the best Instagram.
She does have a nice Instagram. She does.
How would you know, Pesci?
Because I checked. She likes my picture. So
no, you were about to say it right because I was checking her out. Stalk. Oh, I mean, and then
no, she likes a lot of my stuff, so I like some of her stuff back to be nice.
I think you're stalking.
Pesci, are you that guy from West Virginia?
Mango knows I'm not a stalker.
I don't know if she knows that or not. I don't know that. Boy, the crown looks good on camera with this color scheme, don't it?
I never seen it that close. I thought it was.
Most people haven't. Most people haven't. But there it is. There's a good close up for those that have never seen it.
It's better quality than you think.
Oh yeah, it really is. It really is
good quality.
This is
That's like
if you was gonna have this custom made, my guess it'd be $400 or $500 to custom make it. Yeah,
it's not like a Halloween costume.
No, this ain't that shit you can order off Amazon. I've looked to see if you can get a reasonable, good-looking crown, and you can't. They're all the shit crowns. They're $29.95, and they're the shits. You can't even get something like that.
Yeah, and you might get a fancier one. I'm very proud of
this. When I leave, if we get the millions that Chris thinks we're going to get, when we leave here, whether I get a home in Louisville or whether I go
carrying the crown,
Malaysia, I will have the crown. I'll have my briefcase. I really probably shouldn't take the computer, but it is brand new, and at least
it almost sounds too good to be true.
And I'll have Cal and Scooby.
When you invest the money I did, at
I'm going to go spend $500 tomorrow. For real,
$20 a share sounds too good to be true. When you got in at 2, and you got 5,000 shares, that sounds too good to be true. But it's going to get even better than that, and it does. It really does sound too good to be true. And normally, one of the first things you're taught is if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Unfortunately, I applied that rule twice about investments, and then I didn't do it. And then if I'd have done either one, I'd be a multimillionaire now.
I've lost work
because it sounded too good to be true. So that's why I didn't do it. Well, I'm not playing that game this time. I'm listening to smart people, and smart people are telling me what to do. And that's I want to help Kenny.
Oh, Mango talking to Pesci.
Well, Mango loves her Pesci. She likes his little creepy little voice and his creepy little hat and his creepy little glasses.
Personally, I prefer.
Have you ever heard the song? Have you ever heard the song "Short People"? Pesci?
No.
Short people got
no reason to live.
You have to play it tomorrow during Dundee.
Little bitty. Well, I can't, or we'll get a copyright strike. Unfortunately, I don't know. A 10-time stock return is stuff investors. Oh, of course it is. My God.
Personally,
and 10 times is a personal dream. And this thing is, I'm telling you guys, and I think Hazel would have backed me on this. It's going to go way over 10 times. It's already 10 times for me as of today. It's already 10 times, and it's going to go way fucking bigger. Rory, honey, before you even worry about getting a membership with me, if you can get a few shares of AMC, because I know what a good person you are, and I know what it would do for you. Trust me, if you can get in pretty quickly while the shares are still down low, get you 10 shares, 15 shares, 20, whatever you can afford. Get them, and I'm telling you, it's going to make a difference in your life. And I know some of you in here want to shit on me.
What are we thinking, next year or no?
Oh, my God, we have to hear his voice save us all. Oh, my God.
Not me.
I don't know. So we got 8 more minutes for a 4-hour show. 8 more minutes. So if anybody's got any questions, get them in. There's still fucking 40 people in here. At 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. 42.
I'm going to tell Russo they were chanting for us to do a 4-hour show.
Well, I would have bet $100 of my own money tonight that you were not going to get no 4-hour show. I was pretty much braced for 2. I figured it would take 2 because I knew I was going to take a half hour to get my shit in.
You're welcome.
And I was going to give Pesci 90 minutes. But this is much better, Pesci. This is much better. I ain't even mad at you tonight. I know I yelled at you a little bit, but that just comes out
That's
of
because he's not screaming and shit.
No. And he had good questions. So, well, what was the one question he asked that I couldn't believe he asked me?
Well, to be fair, the person on the show last week
who has a better promo, who has a better promo, Jimmy or Jerry?
Corey.
Well, no, that wasn't even the worst question of the night.
Like, how do you not know that one, Pesci?
No, some people don't know these
questions.
Oh, did you ever see Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee live? That was the question of the night.
No, never.
No, I never saw it. But they wrestled each other. I didn't know. I had no clue. Bill who? The guy that's on the show tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember.
Perfect timing on that.
Only every
I decided
Tuesday night and Saturday morning.
Hang on here. So I decided not to go get a front row seat to Money in the Bank when I found. Oh my fucking God! Oh my! Well, you know what they're doing is they're appealing to the smart marks that want to be seen in the front row, so they can chant
$1,500.
So they can chant and be seen on TV and get their chants in.
Well, it's also
now, where these dumb fucks are getting an extra $1,500 that could be coming here.
No,
that would buy 3,000 hamburgers if somebody donated that here tonight. 3,000 hamburgers.
Hey, that's like radio, TV, corporate seats. You know that.
Ken, let me ask you a question when it comes to the homeless.
Rory, if you dare invest a nickel into cannabis stocks when you could be getting some big money off AMC pretty quickly, I'm going to bend you over my knee and spank you like a little baby.
Well, also, like it's the first pay-per-view back since COVID 16 months ago.
So you got people that are going to be spending $1,500 a seat that if they put that money into AMC.
With a bunch of garbage fucking wrestling.
My God. And on a fucking thing that's going to be on television for goddamn
that you can goddamn
free.
Buy what? How much
free?
Well, how much is Peacock?
Free.
How much is Peacock?
Free.
Well, I mean, like if you join Peacock, what?
If you join it, $9.99 a month
for $10, you can watch.
And I'm using I think I'm using JJ Arwood's account.
Fuck Peacock.
But yeah, it would have been cool to show up in a jersey.
Peacocks is considered a bestiality, and you should not be fucking peacocks. I'm telling you that right now. But it would have been glorious to show up there with it. Well, I don't know if it'd be $1,500 glorious. I would much rather you either donate that money or invest that money into AMC. Either one.
Okay, buy a ticket and donate the other $1,200 to Kenny.
We know it's a great show. We showed up. I mean, it's going to be great. Well, except for that one show, but other than that, they've all been great.
Yeah, but I don't get any love.
Hey, Chris, my dad thought when he first got wind of this, and it was a show about donations, he thought I was up to something.
Look at Mango trying to wrap the show up 5 minutes early. Can I say I did say good day, everyone? You can say it when it's time to say it. I'll spend. Oh God, Rory's about to make me mad. I'll spend $500 for a WWE vacation in a year. Oh, okay.
Oh, a lot of money. I just got wind of
if you get you those AMC stocks, then you'll wipe your ass with $500 if you do what I'm telling you.
Okay. Well, if Led Zeppelin or somebody reunites, then okay, $1,500 for front row.
I've already had my crown on, and it almost messed up my hair. If you want to see my crown on, back it up. You'll see it then.
They're having SmackDown up here in Cleveland.
Yeah,
$1,500 fucking dollars.
Pesci's going to SmackDown in Cleveland, King. We're going to see him on TV.
No, he'll be there. He's at the I saw him at the NBA draft. Him and LeBron James were playing poker over.
That was the NFL
draft. I went and ate in a restaurant by the draft.
Yeah, you didn't say that on the show.
The draft up here was a big deal. It's never been here.
I thought the draft was in Nashville this year.
Wait a minute. The draft has been in Cleveland before.
No, it hasn't. The NFL draft has not. Look it up.
Yeah, last year
I did look it up, and it told me Pesci. It says right in where I looked up at on Spurnwood News.
No, because we got drunk fans who are like, "This is our Super Bowl."
It said Pesci's a liar. The NBA,
the Browns are never going to the Super Bowl.
The NFL draft is in Cleveland every year. I don't know how Pesci didn't.
Yeah, that's the closest the Browns will get to the Super Bowl.
This is our Super Bowl, man. We get to pick some shitty players that are
going to bomb out. Hey, they got a good team. They got a good team this year.
Miami's already trying to get another quarterback. They're not even giving the one they got a chance. They're already trying to draft another quarterback. They're already trying to bring in a Packer. What do you think of that?
Hey, if they get Aaron Rodgers or something, they'll be contenders, though.
They're contenders without him. They were a half game away from making the playoffs.
But Tua Tua already had what fucking hip surgery in goddamn college. That's why they're thinking he ain't gonna do well.
Well, he didn't have hip surgery last year, and he won a lot of games last year.
Chad.
So did
This was in Burlington for $3.
All right, here we go. You can do it.
That's
you.
It was at Burlington for $3.
Well, you overpaid, but it's a good looking shirt.
Pesci is not only a Hair Club for Men member, he's also the president.
I'm thinking about getting that shit because
no, Roy, they're not trying to sign Tim Tebow. He's signable if they want him. They don't have to try.
They already signed him. They already signed him.
Yeah,
you know why?
It's not like there's a great market out there for the Trump supporting Tim Tebow.
You already got to make the team, though.
Yeah, he's already made it. He's signed. Here's the deal: Urban Meyer, who was his coach at Florida, knows that if Tebow is on the roster day one, like week one, well, besides he's the number one selling jersey right now.
Supporters to come too,
but here's the deal:
you know, as hard as he thumps that Bible,
all he has to do is be on the roster week one, and he'll get his pension from the NFL. It's a favor.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, he ain't gonna play. Come on.
I can't believe they're asking for money again.
I don't see him starting any games. I don't see that.
No. He's 6'2",
but if he gets him his pension, it's a nice gesture. If it gets him his pension,
hey, if he's 6'2", 230 as a tight end,
so why does he have to play one more game to get a pension? Did they cut him loose?
No, he just has to be on the roster because like the minimum to get your pension.
He played the NFL before. He won a fucking playoff game.
Right, but you have to be on an active roster for 6 years or whatever. Like there's a minimum.
No fucking 6 years.
Well, between all his other teams, and if he's on the roster this year.
You really think it adds up to 6 years?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know that I've seen him in 6 games.
Well, it's like
on the roster.
Right. Doesn't mean you play. As long as you're on the roster for like 5 or 6 years, you get a pension. So,
yeah, I think it's a good idea, Rory. I think it's a good idea, darling. I would not guide you the wrong way. If you get in, it almost don't matter when you get in, but the cheaper you get in, the better. There is a chance we may open up at $20 a share tomorrow. I think we closed at $19.
Pesci's taking the Browns to the Super Bowl.
Is he really? Yeah. But no, darling, seriously, if you can, if you got some money that you can spare, and it ain't going to keep you from paying your bills, and I'm telling that to anybody that's listening, get you some AMC shares, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. I don't have any way to know where it's going to go. Chris says the longer we hold, infinity is the number. He says it's now, and there is precedence for it. In Tokyo, there was a stock that in the 90s went to $900,000 a share. So there is precedence for it, even twice as much as what they're predicting for.
Well, just look at it this way: if you spend $400 and you cash out and make a couple grand,
yeah, who gives a shit? But it's
better than going to the casino.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be more than that. As the experts say, there's a 93.8% chance that if you have 300 shares or more, you're going to be a millionaire. 93% chance. And most people feel it's going to be more than that. So I cannot urge you enough, because if I hit the big time, I've got some people I'm going to help. But anybody that came in here and shit on me trying to help these people, you'll be the first one that don't get a fucking nickel from me. And there's other people in here I already want to help because they've supported the show. But if you come in here and shit on it when I've tried to help you, it's not because I'm smart. I'm now listening to smart people.
Yeah, Pesci, you get no money.
I blew it twice. I cannot tell you enough. I want to help you guys. I'm not making any money off you buying stock. Ain't making me shit. But but if you got some money laying around, I mean, I don't want to be the only one to cash in off of this. How much you got, Schmidt?
For what?
You've been hearing me talk about this for fucking 3 months. Have you bought any AMC stock?
Not at liberty to say.
You are at liberty to say.
I might have. Allegedly, I might have a few.
You might. All right, I'll leave it alone if you got your.
Theoretically, allegedly,
you don't have to say anymore. You don't have to say anymore. We can talk about it in private, because I don't reveal how much Evie's got. Evie's admitted she has some shares. It's up to her if she wants to tell anybody, but she's setting herself up good. She's setting herself up.
Hey, but before we go, JJ brought this up earlier.
Well, we just clicked the 4 hour and 2 minute mark.
Okay, you didn't post this earlier, but JJ said, like it's like Cornette to talk shit about somebody, like Jade Cargill talk shit about somebody else's women, like those who live in glass houses.
Yeah, those that live in in you can't call that a glass house. Nobody'd want to look in. Oh my God.
Those who live in sin.
For those that live in sin. Well, and they keep talking about his interesting sex life.
Does he end up trick-or-treating, Candy?
Is it interesting to pay people to fuck your wife and you sit back and watch it? Is that interesting? I don't get that part of it.
Reminds me of that.
If you're not the one having sex, then how is it interesting?
It's interesting for her.
Well, yeah, I guess. All right, guys. Well, we got that final shot in. AMC guys. I mean, I have made 10 times the money I put into it.
Call me in for 500.
If I well, you ain't buying it from me, but I
no shit. I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
All right. I think it's a damn good idea. I don't know how many shares that gets you, but it's more than you got now.
I forgot. My dad knows who Scaramucci is.
As long as the price stays down reasonably low until the squeeze hits, shit, buy it as you have it, man. Buy it as you have it. Like Marge Shot said, smoke them if you got them.
Yep.
Smoke them if you got them.
Are you going to buy any more shares?
Are we? Well, we have set us. We were going to get more today. Christopher got some unexpected money from his mother. We were going to buy more today, but we thought it was going to drop today, and it did not. It went way up. So we're going to see how we look Friday and then make a final decision as to how many more we're going to buy. Rory's waiting till payday. I'm pretty sure it's going to hold in there till payday. They're going to try and fight
It'll be the same. It'll be about the same.
It might even drop $1 or $2 because we know they've got 7 million shares, 7 million fake shares. They're trying to use to push the price down. They haven't used them all yet. They've used some. They used quite a bit today to try to keep it under 20 because they know when it locks in at 20 and that's the price, then it's going to be hard. But
Pablo is smiling for the show.
Like I said, he's a great dog. He got a good smile. But like I said, when they got Jim, what's his name, on CNBC waving the white
Jim
flag,
Cramer.
That's all I needed to hear. If he's
Mad
waving the
money.
white flag, and don't panic if it drops. Like I said, I lost almost $9,000 in one day, and I said, well, and Chris, Chris has been a good counselor for me.
Got to ride it out.
All right, because look what you're going to do when it goes back up. They're fighting it with all they got, but if we hold, they can't win. And right now, 99% of the people are holding.
How the fuck?
Chris told me today something I didn't know. He said, Dad, even if 10% of us hold, that's more than enough shares to keep driving the price up. He says, as long as 10% of us hold. He said it was even less than that, but 10% is a safe bet. I said, I thought maybe 90% of us had to hold. He said, oh, no, as long as 10% of us hold, we're good.
Well, that's who holds all the majority, too, though.
Yeah. So
I can't believe you have 40. You got 45 people.
Good advice. Get your stocks if you can afford it, as long as it doesn't keep you from paying your bills. And we very well might be buying some more ourselves. But it's like I told Chris, well, how much fucking money do we need? If this thing does what we're saying, but Chris is greedier than I am. If we both get
20 seems kind of low for something that's going to make money like that.
Well, it is now because they're trying to fight it off.
Yeah, just
don't
say
even
20.
try to understand it because it's took me a year to remotely understand it, and I still don't understand it like Chris.
Look at it this way, Pesci. Just say you spend 500. If it makes
it's like betting on a Super Bowl team.
Well, more than that though,
because the chances of betting on a Super Bowl team are not going to pay off as good as this.
But here's the thing, Pesci. If let's just say it's $20 a share, if it goes to 100, that's 5 times.
Whoever invested $1,000 and made $1 million off the Super Bowl? Nobody ever.
Oh wow, you only invested that amount. That's awesome.
No, I invested a lot more than that. That's why I'm looking at making a lot more money.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, it might have been close to 15 months ago when we got started.
Water.
And as things have gotten better, we've invested more.
Yeah, I'm saying if you put $500 in and it makes 5 times the money, well, fuck. Even if you come out and you made $2,500 off 500,
but I don't think that's what anybody's looking at.
No, I'm just saying that's just a worst case scenario. You make 20
for the amount.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's 4 hours and 7 minutes, and I got another show tomorrow night, 8:05 with Bill Superstar Dundee. That should be a very fun show. I still have to make that show.
You can do it.
We can do it. We can do it.
The Pesci Power Hour.
I got that TV for Arwood.
All right. Well, you shipping it to him, or what are you doing?
Hey,
I was hoping he would pay for shipping. I mean, if I gotta fucking milk the cow, I'll milk the cow. If I gotta find the cow, or I'll
Pesci, he said to send he would send you his address and Facebook DMs or whatever. That's what he said.
Yeah, just
like
find out what the shipping is, and then
or get his ad or send him whatever. So I don't know.
Ask him to pay for it. And
I mean, if it's something low, I'll take care of it.
$40 probably.
I got no clue what it will be.
How much?
Come pick it up. That's an idea too. Just make Arwood drive up here and get it. He could have bought a TV.
By the time he spends, I'm saying by the time he spends,
he could have bought a TV. Yeah, just see what it costs to ship. It might not.
Why don't you give him one of your
giant if I lived by you, you wouldn't have to eat McDonald's.
Because I'm down to 2 giant TVs. My 75-inch still ain't been sent to the shop yet because I got to find somebody with a fucking truck to come here and pick it up.
Thank God I ain't got a truck.
I've got a TV in the bedroom and I got a computer screen. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank God I ain't got a truck.
AMC, he'd have some fucking TV money. He's sitting there in one fucking chair. I'm going to yell at him again. When did he leave? He's not even in here.
No.
When did fucking Arwood decide the night was over?
He's eating chips at work.
I guess.
That's the clip I'll play next week.
Well,
it's when you accuse him of eating tater chips. You say tater.
He did eat tater chips.
Tater chips, boy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done. It's
4 hours and 10 minutes.
Almost 4 hours and 10 minutes. So until tomorrow night, I'm going to tick this out for 30 more seconds just so we go to
There's still 45 people in Facebook or YouTube, I mean.
I know. I see them. Idiots. Can't believe they're still here. Why are they still here? Why do they watch this show?
They're probably sleeping.
Where was Rory all night? I guess Rory was working. We'll cut her.
Pesci's getting up and eating food. And
yeah, just eating in front of me. He don't give a shit. 10 seconds will be the 4 hour and 10 minute mark.
Mountain timer. Or Colorado cocksucker, I forgot.
I invited him in here.
I think Colorado cocksucker fits better than mountain timer, but
Hazelwood, you want any of me? Rory, I know you want some of me. That's a whole nother story.
She wants the whole
make Maya jealous of me and Rory.
Oh, Rory's a girl?
Yeah.
She's been on the show, man. She's been on like twice.
She's from Canada.
Yeah, she's from Toronto.
Never knew that.
Rory's my baby.
Yeah. She wants the whole bowling.
She just wanted to. No, that's Evie. She wants a cup full of bowling every morning. Cup full of bowling.
The best part of waking up is bowling in your cup.
Mobile Mike said good night. See, that whole thing rhymed, didn't it?
Mobile Mike says good night.
Right, there's the 4 hours. We're almost 4 hours and 11 minutes.
The Colorado cocksucker.
Should I go 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds?
Might as well.
Well, I'm not, so I just wanted to see how stupid.
Yeah, right.
Pesci just now finding out Rory was a girl.
Well, Pesci's just finding out he was a man himself.
I know a guy named Rory.
Well, I know a lot of guys named Rory too, but this isn't one of them.
Yeah, usually they're like Irish or Scottish
this is a
wrestler.
Beautiful black female up in Toronto. I think
the
she's got a thing for the king. I don't care what she says. I think
the Highlanders.
I think she loves me way more than Maya. She just won't admit it for the purpose of the show. But there we go. I did everything I needed to do tonight. Oh my God. You better be on time Friday. I'll beat your ass if you're not. And you better go in early and get me some pasta and some cannolis. You showed up your cannoli the last time. You have to be ashamed of yourself for crying out loud.
The pasta was good though. So.
I'm starving.
Pasta was good. Pesci hung in there a long time. You think Jake fell asleep? I bet Jake fell asleep.
No, he probably ran off. I sent him a message that, hey, Kenny's not really mad at you. You don't have to leave the show. He never messaged back. So
maybe he thinks we're mad. Maybe I should not send him his
Don't forget, you got to mail him the shoes. Yeah.
Well, I don't have to. He left the show. He broke his promise.
He'll be back.
Why do I keep my promise if I can't get him to keep his?
Rory says she has Irish and Scottish blood.
I should send those shoes to Rory's what I should do.
Rory has Irish. You want some more?
Rory's like me. She's a mutt. She's a mutt like me. I just don't know what
I've been known to get people's sex wrong in this chat.
Yeah, you have. You've certainly done that. I have got 1/4 Cherokee, 1/2 German. I'm sorry, 1/4 German. I have no fucking clue what the other half is, and I don't care because I'd still be
100% asshole.
Well, I got that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've done all the damage I can do here for one night. So, and I'm not hanging around for a post show, you fuckers. So,
oh, you will.
No, I won't. So until tomorrow night at 8:05 p.m. with Bill Superstar Dundee for the first time ever, I am Kenny the Star Maker Bowling, and for my friend Mango Jennifer,
Mango
Philippines, Mango.